Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Magic School. Reborn with mythical powers from the water margin. Part 1. Wusong, prepare to die. Bao Dao Yi unleashed his demonic magic, and a profound primordial mixed heaven sword descended from the sky, aiming straight for Wusong's left arm. Second brother, be careful. Harry Potter, wielding a plain saber, pushed Wusong aside, and the flying sword plunged into his chest. Third brother. Amidst Wusong's furious roar, Harry opened his eyes. The place was cramped, dusty, and the candlelight was dim. Wait. Electric lights. Get up. Get up. Hurry. Bang bang bang. Get up. A shrill female voice, which he hadn't heard in over a decade, rang out. Harry looked down at his young body, startled. Had Archaic returned to Privet Drive? He had once fainted from hunger, and when he reopened his eyes, he was in Yanggu County. He was a Simu person, and still a child. If he hadn't been adopted as a sworn brother by his eldest brother Wu Ji and taught martial arts by his second brother Wu Song, he would probably have died young and met God. He only regretted that Examen Ching and Pan Jinlian, those adulterous scoundrels, had killed his eldest brother, forcing him and his second brother to become outlaws. Life on Mount Liang was enjoyable for a while, but that fellow Song Jiang insisted on being recruited by the government to fight Fengla. If he hadn't sacrificed his life just now, second brother would have been killed by that demonic Taoist. Lost in these thoughts, Harry sighed deeply. Ah well, this life can be considered repaid to eldest brother. As the saying goes, the profound kindness of upbringing is heavy, life hangs by a thread. In the cycle of life and death, repaying this debt ends this life. Stretching his slender limbs, Harry walked out of the cupboard. Suddenly, a scent of roasted meat wafted over, stirring Scarface's appetite. He strode towards the kitchen, dished out a large plate of roasted meat, and sat down to feast. He mused to himself, Archaic is now skin and bones, whereas the demeanor of the once famous Scarface. He really needed to nourish himself well. Dudley, you need to understand, not everyone is qualified to go to Smelting's Academy. This modern English, which he had spoken since childhood, Harry understood clearly. It was a pity that after living in the great song for over a decade, he had forgotten how to speak it, only retaining the ability to understand. It was fortunate that he had dealt with other Simu people and could speak fluent Old English. A gruff voice approached from afar, as Vernon led his wife and son to the dining table. Seeing Harry devouring his food, Vernon's face flushed red like a cooked shrimp. That pig-faced Dudley pointed his short, stubby fingers at Harry and yelled, Mom! Look! Harry's eating roast meat. He's eating ours. Roast meat. Seeing Harry ignore them and scarf down the food, Petunia's thin lips trembled, her face turned green, and she stood by the doorway, scolding. You despicable. Shameless. Ungrateful. What are you squawking about? So much fuss over 2 tails of your meat. Harry cut her off, pulling out a few crumpled bills from his pocket, private money he had saved from mowing Mrs. Fig's lawn over the years. Can this money buy you a meal? Watching Harry brazenly eat meat, the Dursleys exchanged glances, aghast. His words were very strange, like lines from a Shakespearean play. Refined, yet crude and unbearable. And looking at the formidable aura in his brows, where was the submissive, unlucky boy he once was? But the dull-witted Dudley couldn't discern that Harry, with his soul returned to his rightful body, had been reborn. His tiny, beady eyes forced themselves open. Dad. He's stealing our money too. Hearing this, Harry, fork in hand, slammed the table and rose, glaring, You pig, don't spout nonsense. When did Archaic steal your family's belongings? Though crude, these words were in Old English, which Dudley couldn't understand. The word, pig, pierced into his ears, and Vernon's plump face turned purple. He clenched his fists and walked towards Harry. Don't speak to me in that tone. Boy, do you want another beating? Petunia's eyes bulged like a dead fish, and she trembled as she nodded in agreement. Exactly. Do you know how much money we spent to raise you? Seeing his aunt and uncle's attitude, Harry mused, Archaic possesses martial arts, so he wouldn't struggle to find food. Why endure such indignity here? With this thought, Harry said, Very well, tell me my parents' names and where their graves are. We will then draw up an agreement, and Archaic will repay all the money your family spent on me, with interest. Hearing Harry ask about his parents, Vernon, whose sandbag-sized fist was already halfway raised, suddenly lost his temper, and his purplish-brown face turned pale green. He looked at Petunia, but the woman's thin lips were tightly pressed, and she said nothing. As they confronted each other, the mailbox made a click, and the sound of an envelope falling was heard. Vernon's chest deflated like a leaky goatskin raft, and he glared at Harry. You, go and get the mail. Seeing him like this, Harry secretly shook his head. Though his uncle had a faint resemblance in stature to senior brother Zetian, his character was not even 1/10,000th of his senior brother's. Since he was eating their food, Harry said no more and went to get the mail. There were 3 letters, and looking at the recipients, one was actually addressed to him. Harry pondered. Archaic has no friends on Privet Drive, and is alone at school. Could that fellow Dudley be playing a trick on Archaic? Returning to the dining room, the Dursley family was already seated, but they were silent, as if eating their last meal. Harry tossed the 2 letters onto the table and proceeded to open the sealed one, which bore a crest composed of 4 beasts: a lion, an eagle, a snake, and a badger. Vernon, seeing this, suddenly felt a bad premonition. He slammed the table and roared, "Boy! What are you holding?" Archaic's letter. Ha ha. Vernon's fat face trembled. Who would write to you? Your imaginary friends. Harry ignored him and continued to open the seal. After just one look, his brows furrowed. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Inviting Archaic to attend school. Magic. Could it be the kind of magic that Gongsun Sheng used to summon wind and rain? Hearing the word Hogwarts, both Dursleys changed color. Vernon stood up and lunged at Harry. Give me that letter. Harry had trained his muscles and bones with Wusong, and later became a disciple of Zhou Tong, the great swordsman of Shaanxi. His martial arts were formidable, and his Chuo Jiao Fan Ziquan poking feet and tumbling fist was also excellent. With a slide tackle, he passed under Vernon's crotch, then turned and landed several kicks squarely on his popliteal fauci. In an instant, the bear-like Vernon's legs buckled, and he crashed to his knees. Indeed, though Harry was young, his excellent kung fu was ingrained in his bones. Seeing Vernon's robust physique, his flashy moves were like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Do not mock a child for being short, one kick can still send you head over heels. Ah! Petunia shrieked like a shrew, and Dudley, with a mouth full of roast meat, was stunned, momentarily forgetting to swallow. Harry, annoyed by the noise, crumpled the letter and threw it at her. What are you squawking about? Though it was a young child giving orders, Petunia quickly fell silent, still terrified. They shouldn't have taken him in back then. They should have let those wizards solve it themselves. With his ears much quieter, Harry pulled a chair over and sat in front of Vernon. Uncle, have you heard of Hogwarts? Tell Archaic about it. Though it was just hand-to-hand combat, the Dursleys, unfamiliar with such skill, mistook it for magic and submissively recounted some past events. It was a long story to tell, but a short one in the telling. As the couple spoke, one after another, Harry listened with a sigh. Indeed, the world was unpredictable. He never imagined he also came from a family of magic. Back on Lengshan, Gongsun Sheng, the dragon in the clouds, taught them some slow staff techniques, and among dozens of students, only he achieved mastery. At that time, the heroes all called him lucky to have learned the art, but now it seemed it was passed down through blood. Harry then looked at Petunia and said, Aunt, you and my mother are full sisters, how come you don't have magic? These words were like a clap of thunder from a clear sky. Petunia's long face instantly became a riot of colors, like a paint shop. She urgently said, What? Me? I don't care for it. I am a normal person. I'm not like those freaks. Seeing the sharp-tongued woman jumping in a fit of pique, Harry laughed heartily. It's probably that you have the will but not the fate. Petunia grew even angrier. Seeing this, Vernon was about to stand up for his wife. Just as he grabbed the leg of the stool, Harry said again, Aunt and Uncle, do you know how my parents died? Was it really a car accident, leaving them no burial place? Each word was like a stab to the heart. The Dursleys' faces turned as pale as oatmeal, and both averted their gaze. Vernon also let go of his grip. Seeing this, Harry sighed. Well, Archaic won't ask then. Though he said this, his heart felt otherwise. The green light in his dream was never forgotten for a day. Each time it flashed, he was startled. He was determined to find out the truth about this matter. Enough of the chatter. Harry immediately replied to the letter, and that afternoon, there was a pounding on the door. The knocking was like thunder, shaking wood chips and dust loose, and making the house tremble. Even an earthquake wouldn't be much worse. The Dursleys, as if struck by lightning, all scurried to the stairs. Vernon, shielding his wife and son, roared, "Boy! What have you brought here? Get it out of here!" Harry snorted, went to the kitchen, grabbed a watermelon knife, tucked it behind his waist, and walked towards the front door. His left hand held the knife hilt behind his back, and his right hand reached forward to open the door. A creaking sound like an old woman groaning was heard, and a colossal, dust-covered figure came into view. "Oh, sorry, this door is a bit too small." The colossal figure grumbled as he squeezed in, the doorframe creaking and nearly splitting. The Dursleys' legs trembled, almost ready to flee. When he finally entered and his full stature was revealed, Harry looked closely and saw a man over 10 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a thick back, as sturdy as an iron tower. He wore a moleskin coat and a leather belt with a copper buckle. His hair and beard were messy and tangled, like thousands of broken iron wires. Harry was delighted by his appearance. What a towering fellow. Even senior brother Zetian would look like a frail scholar next to him. He cupped his hands in a bow and said, "Who are you looking for, good sir? May I know your name?" Looking at Harry, the towering man's face showed confusion. "Is this, little Harry? Why does he talk so strangely?" He then glanced at the Dursleys, who were shaking like sieves, and confirmed that the small child in front of him was indeed Harry Potter. The towering man's bright little eyes looked at Harry and smiled. "Oh, Harry, I'm Rubeus Hagrid, the gamekeeper and keeper of keys at Hogwarts. Last time I saw you, you were just a tiny tot. You look a lot like your father, but your eyes are like your mother's." Hagrid hadn't finished speaking when Vernon shrieked, interrupting him, "Sir! I want you to leave immediately. You are trespassing." "Silence!" Harry roared, and Vernon's body trembled abruptly, hastily falling silent. That kick in the morning had landed just right, and even now, his leg occasionally ached and felt weak. Harry's eyes were sharp as he said, "Brother, do you know my parents?" "Brother? Oh, the rampaging Gorgon, what on earth had the Dursleys taught little Harry?" Hagrid forced a smile. "Of course, I was very good friends with your parents. But, Harry, just call me Hagrid." Harry urgently asked, "Brother Hagrid, do you know how my parents died? Was it a car accident?" "A car accident? They told you that? That's slander. That's libel. Libel." Hagrid was furious, leaping up like a Titan giant battling Zeus, scaring Dudley so much he almost wet himself. With his curiosity piqued like this, Harry grew even more anxious. "Brother, please tell me quickly, don't keep me in suspense." Seeing this, Hagrid sighed and sat down, then slowly began to recount the story. It was truly a bloody massacre stirred in Godric's Hollow, the Potter family's clothes stained with blood. James and Lily's souls departed, but young Harry miraculously survived. The Dark Lord cast the killing curse, which rebounded, causing his own destruction, a hatred difficult to foresee. Who can unravel the mystery of life and death? Harry's name will forever be a legend. Though Hagrid's account was brief, Harry's mind wandered, as if he had returned to Godric's Hollow, with the dazzling green light and the chilling, endless sinister laughter. "Harry!" Hagrid called out, and Harry jolted, his soul returning from Godric's Hollow to Privet Drive. Knowing how his parents had died, how could Harry remain seated? He immediately bowed and saluted, saying, "I hope brother will take Archaic to Godric's Hollow, so I can recognize my parents and pay my respects." Hagrid became troubled. "Oh, Harry, I don't know if I should take you. Brother, just give me the detailed location, and Archaic will go there himself." Harry was the son of an old friend, how could Hagrid not worry? Seeing his insistence, he could only agree. He squeezed out of the door, Harry followed closely, and the two mounted a flying motorcycle and sped off into the distance. With them gone, the Dursleys finally came down from the stairs. Petunia peeked out like a ghost, asking, will he come back? Closing the door, Vernon collapsed to the ground, he'd better not come back. As the flying motorcycle soared through the clouds, Hagrid intended to cheer Harry up, but before he could speak, he heard Harry ask from behind him, "Brother Hagrid, what is the name of that Dark Lord?" "Oh, Harry, no one wants to mention his name, he's truly awful. Not even to write it down." Hagrid shivered. Oh. All right, I'll only say it once, his name is Lord Voldemort." After he said this, even the motorcycle trembled. After an hour or two, as dusk began to fall, the flying motorcycle stopped in a village. Hagrid led Harry into the village, where a stone monument stood, depicting a couple holding a baby. Hagrid said, "This is, your parents, James and Lily, a memorial erected here by everyone." As they walked, they saw a dilapidated house that stood out from its surroundings. Hagrid said, "This is your old house." In front of the Potter cottage, a wooden board stood, inscribed with blessings left by passing wizards. The two then went to the cemetery. Harry stood before his parents' grave, where an inscription read, "The last enemy to be destroyed is death." Looking at his parents' tombstone, Harry was suddenly overcome with grief, tears streaming down his face. He knelt and kowtowed 3 times, crying, "Father! Mother! Your son is back." His weeping was mournful and sorrowful. Hagrid, hearing it, turned his back and wiped away tears, thinking that James and Lily had raised a truly filial son. Just as he was about to step forward to comfort him, Harry suddenly drew a knife from behind his waist, cut his palm, and swore an oath with his blood, "Father! Mother! If I do not kill Lord Voldemort, I, Harry James Potter, swear I am not a man." It is said. Before his parents' grave, he swore vengeance. Harry's heart ached, tears unstoppable. He vowed to kill the Dark Lord and take his head. To avenge his kin, a sea of blood would flow. The oath was spoken with a chilling coldness, like a ghoul's rasp, making Hagrid shiver. Merlin's beard. What did Harry go through at the Dursleys'? He seems a bit unhinged, like that aura called Mad Eye. As soon as Harry finished his bow, Hagrid quickly called out, "Oh, Harry, hurry and give me your hand." He pulled an 8-ribbed pink umbrella from inside his coat, touched the tip to Harry's palm, and the wound healed instantly. Harry asked in surprise, "Is this magic?" "That's right." Hagrid proudly lifted his head, then whispered, "But don't tell anyone about this, I'm not supposed to use magic." Harry pondered, "This magic is truly useful. If Archaic could properly learn it, how could my second brother have been ambushed by that wicked sorcerer? Even if it's just to avenge my parents, I must make a trip to Hogwarts." Seeing him calm down, Hagrid sighed in relief and said, "However, Harry, I'm sorry, but you should know that you know who is already dead." Harry said, "If he's dead, then is there a corpse to be seen?" Hagrid was at a loss for a moment. Oh, Harry, ever since he tried to attack you and his unforgivable curse backfired, no one has seen him again." Harry sneered, "If no corpse is seen, how can he be dead? Even if he truly is dead, Archaic will dig up his grave, break open his coffin, and hack and whip that scoundrel's body to vent a fraction of my hatred." His words were extremely vicious, causing Hagrid to break into a cold sweat. Mad Gorgon. What on earth did little Harry go through at the Dursleys'? "It would be better if I adopted him," Hagrid muttered Dumbledore's name to himself, took Harry to a family for the night, and the next day went to London to find the so-called Diagon Alley to buy the items needed for school. Now, this Diagon Alley was like Byeonleong City's Mahang Street, with lights burning bright day and night, and a constant flow of carriages and horses. Only, the passers-by were all wizards. If you ask why, there's only one reason. In this era, ordinary people have never heard of magic, which has completely separated wizards and muggles. Harry was amazed. Back in the Song dynasty, even the farmers and weavers in the fields, and the ruffians in the markets, knew that there were many extraordinary people in the world. How could this magic world be so secretive? Before he could solve this puzzle, Hagrid hurried into the leaky cauldron, went to the courtyard surrounded by walls, and tapped the brick wall a few times with his umbrella. The red bricks shook and parted, revealing a path wide enough for a person. Harry exclaimed, "Wonderful! Wonderful! This magic is truly extraordinary." Of course, magic is the most wonderful thing in the world. Hagrid smiled. "Let's go, Harry, we're going to buy your school supplies." Wait a minute, where did I put the shopping list? If one were to acquire items, it would certainly require spending money. Harry, being a pauper, initially intended to write an IOU, but Hagrid said his parents had left a large sum of money in a bank. So, the two headed to Gringotts. As for Gringotts, a bard's poem serves as proof. Gringotts displays its luxury, magnificent and grand like a celestial palace. Such a wondrous sight is rare in the world. The Goblin Bank proudly stands at the edge of the sky. Upon entering the grand hall, Harry glanced around and thought, how opulent. Even Emperor Zhao's palace is probably not much grander. Then he looked at the goblins at the long rows of tables and was surprised again, there are such ugly creatures in the world. Hagrid asked a goblin to lead the way, and the few of them boarded a mine cart, which sped like lightning underground. When the vault door of the Potter family was opened, stacks of coins gleamed brightly, dazzling and captivating, seizing the heart and soul. The gold ones were galleons, piled hundreds and thousands high, over 7 feet tall, like a golden mountain, the silver ones were sickles, scattered in a corner, like a silver river pouring into the bottom. The copper ones were nuts, spread neatly in a thick layer, like copper dragons prostrate on the ground. As the door opened and the wind rushed in, the gold, silver, and copper coins all chimed, buzzing and making one's heart tremble and eyes light up. Harry untied the mouth of his bag and filled it to the brim with gold, silver, and copper coins. Next, the two went to Vault 713, where Hagrid retrieved a grey cloth bag for someone. Harry, seeing this, found it strange and asked, "Are you also running errands for others, brother?" Hagrid didn't understand what running errands meant, only assuming Harry was asking about the contents of the grey cloth bag. He smiled and said, "This is something I'm getting for Professor Dumbledore, and as for what's inside, that's a secret." When the two returned to the front desk, Harry asked the goblin named Griphook, "Can you exchange pounds here?" The slick-haired goblin grinned strangely. "Oh, Tilda, of course, sir, Gringotts certainly can. How much do you wish to exchange?" "1 galleon is 5 pounds. Harry had never used money before, so he didn't know if it was a good deal or not. Thinking it was an official bank, he tossed the bag over and said, "Exchange 2,000 galleons for archaic." Griphook and the goblins around him exchanged glances, unable to suppress their sneers. If even the savior of these wizards, the famous Harry Potter, was so foolish, what could stop the goblins' resurgence? Hagrid was big and clumsy, but Harry was a meticulous person, how could he not notice the sneer? Suddenly, he swung a fist and smashed it into Griphook's face. Harry cursed, "You beast with a human form but no human decency, what are you laughing at? Do you think your Grandpa Potter is easy to mess with? Oh, Harry, what are you doing?" With that punch, Griphook howled and fell. Several goblins rushed over, and Hagrid quickly picked up Harry, cradling him in his arms. He killed someone. The famous Harry Potter killed someone. Griphook howled, and Harry, in Hagrid's arms, grew even angrier, son of a fool. Still daring to yell. "Withdraw Archaic's money from Gringotts." The goblin manager who rushed over was startled upon hearing this. If all the money in the Potter vault were withdrawn, that would be one thing, but the Potter family's mountain of gold and sea of silver, not to mention the bone-growing elixirs and invigorating potions, just the smooth glide hair potion handled by the 28 sacred families alone would be enough to severely cripple Gringotts. With a thought, the goblin manager rushed to Griphook, splayed his 5 fingers, and slapped him viciously, "You foolish beast. What did you die for?" Griphook saw stars from the slap, and the goblin manager bowed. "My apologies, esteemed Mr. Harry Potter. I apologize to you for its rudeness." Saying this, he ordered a goblin to prepare 10,000 pounds and handed it to Harry along with the money bag. "Mr. Potter, this is Gringotts' apology." Harry jumped down from Hagrid's arms and cursed, "If you ever cross Archaic again, I'll make sure you have a life to laugh, but no life to scream." After taking the money and leaving the bank, Hagrid finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, annoyed, "Mad Gorgon, Harry, Gringotts is a goblin bank, what were you thinking just now?" Harry frowned and retorted, "How can these goblins control the lifeblood of gold, silver, and grain?" Hagrid blinked, at a loss for words. "Oh, Harry, it's been like this ever since the goblins lost to the wizards in that great war." Before Harry could speak again, Hagrid pulled him along. "Come on, little wizard, these are matters for the Ministry of Magic to handle. What's more important for you now is to buy a wand." "A wand?" Harry pondered. "That's not bad. Archaic can't wield iron weapons weighing dozens of pounds now, so a staff or a stick will do." Upon arriving at Ollivander's wand shop and pushing open the door, a bell chimed, and Harry began to exclaim. "There's a lesson to be taught. Wielding a short staff that reaches his eyebrows, he'll overturn a century-old shop in Diagon Alley. Uttering half a phrase of the Demon King's name, he'll terrify the old shopkeeper's 7 souls and 6 spirits. With a western wand in hand, the eastern fiend makes his first appearance." What astonishing words Harry will speak next, let's see in the next chapter. Harry entered the shop and called out, "Is there a master here? Archaic wants a short staff that reaches my eyebrows." Ollivander's wand shop had been open for 100 years, a family legacy. Throughout England, he was indeed the best master. However, no wizard had ever requested a short staff that reaches the eyebrows, before. Ollivander, who was coming to greet him, stumbled and nearly fell when he heard this. "Merlin's beard, why are all the young wizards so strange these days? Can't wands satisfy them?" Ollivander calmed himself and politely replied, "I'm sorry, my dear, I only sell wands here. And wizards only need wands. With that, Ollivander took out a wooden box and opened it. Inside was a slender, small stick about 10 inches long. Harry frowned. Archaic heard that a wand relies on its core and wood. Ollivander smiled, his eyes crinkling, and said, "Of course, but it also requires some magic affinity to make a good wand. Since that's the case, Archaic will order one. I want it 7 feet long. You can choose the wood and core, but add a groove to the tip so it's convenient to attach a spearhead or blade." "Stop! Stop talking!" Ollivander roared, and the old man trembled, taking a large gulp of tea to calm himself. 7 feet long. Is that called a wand? That's a magic staff. It's heresy. Ollivander pushed the wooden box into Harry's hands. "Mr. Potter. A wizard only needs a wand like this." The old man was so unreasonable, Harry was about to flare up, but seeing Hagrid also urging him to calm down, he held back. Harry thought to himself, this is the only wand shop in Diagon Alley, and it would be inconvenient to look for another. I'll just buy one for now and get a better one elsewhere later. With this thought, Harry closed the wooden box. What kind of wand did Lord Voldemort use? Archaic wants one exactly like it. Ah! As soon as these words were spoken, Hagrid's hair stood on end in shock, and Ollivander was so frightened his soul nearly left his body, waving his hands repeatedly, galloping gargoyles. "Mr. Potter, please don't mention that name again, I'm too old for such scares." Seeing him refuse again, Harry angrily said, "You old man have so many excuses." "What? He can use it, but I can't. Lord Voldemort is just a person." "Oh, Mr. Potter. In terms of stubbornness, your father is not even 1/10,000th of you." Ollivander exclaimed, then disappeared into the counter, and soon returned with a wooden box, holly, phoenix feather, 11 inches. Its twin brother was sold to you-know-who. Speaking of phoenix feathers, they are a rare and precious item in the world. Ollivander had spent his entire life and only found two, making two wands. One of them was sold to Lord Voldemort, who killed Harry's parents. Ollivander rambled, Phoenixes are picky and proud creatures, and their feathers are the same, Mr. Potter. There's a two-way selection between a wizard and a wand. Harry didn't want to listen to his rambling, so he snatched the wooden box and gripped the wand. Instantly, the wand tip shimmered, as if thousands of warm currents flowed through his limbs and bones, and a gentle breeze hummed through the wand shop. As the saying goes, a warm breeze suddenly rose in the shop, making the candlelight seem hazy. The twin wand recognized its rightful master, its tip shimmering, revealing destiny. Holding the wand, Harry felt it was easy to use, as if it had become one with him, and he praised it repeatedly. "Wonderful, it truly is a good wand." Ollivander stared intently, muttering, "Curious, curious. Mr. Potter, you are destined to use this wand. It is the will of fate." With that, he wrapped the wand for Harry and saw the two of them out of the shop. "All right, the most important task is done," Hagrid said cheerfully. "Now we just have the shopping list left." He was eager to return to Hogwarts, so he and Harry split up. One went to purchase items according to the list, and the other went to have a set of robes made. To cut a long story short, Harry went to the robe shop. Madame Malkin, the proprietress, was a diligent woman. She fitted him with a robe, taking out pins and a tape measure to take his measurements. Before long, several wizard robes were sewn and packed into a bag. Madame Malkin smiled gently, "Goodbye, dear. If anything doesn't fit, you can always come back to me." Harry bowed and saluted, smiling, "In that case, I shall trouble you again, madam." With that, he went to find Hagrid. Madame Malkin stood at the shop door, stunning at his words. What was that young wizard saying? Is this still 1991? I almost thought it was 1391. Harry walked to the center of the pedestrian street and saw a shaggy-faced man, 2 or 3 people tall, approaching. This person was Hagrid. He had bought books, a cauldron, and other items for Harry, and in his hand, he carried a birdcage containing a snow-white owl. Let the customer describe what this white owl looked like, but behold. Its entire body was like white silk, its silver feathers colder than frost. Its wings spread like a white battle robe, its golden eyes opened and closed, like 2 cold stars. It was truly a flying general among birds, an arrow's feather among fowl. Seeing Harry's eyes fixed on the owl, Hagrid knew he had bought the right pet. He smiled. I originally wanted to buy a toad, but toads haven't been in fashion for many years, people would laugh at you. I also don't like cats, they always make me sneeze. Owls are good, they can even deliver your mail in packages. Anyway, happy birthday, Harry. Harry was startled and exclaimed, "Oh. I was so focused on killing Lord Voldemort that I forgot today is my birthday. I should treat Big Brother to a drink." Saying that, he pulled Hagrid to the leaky cauldron, telling the bartender to bring a barrel of brandy, fresh fish, tender chicken, cooked beef, and an array of fruits and vegetables, filling the table. Hagrid's appetite was whetted, but he said, "Oh, Harry, how can this be? How can I let you treat me to a meal?" Harry smiled. How can little brother not show respect to big brother? As the two of them talked, Tom, the pub owner, had been listening for a while and grew suspicious. Who is this young wizard? He's actually treating Hagrid to a meal. If he didn't look at his young appearance, and only listened to his words, he would think this was an auror driven mad by the dark arts. He thought to himself, and couldn't help but look a few more times, his movements slowing down. Is this perhaps? Oh, my. The leaky cauldron suddenly fell silent. Tom rushed from behind the counter, gripped Harry's hands. "Harry Potter, it's an honor." Tom was as if he had seen his deceased parents reborn, or a lifesaver visiting, his eyes filled with tears. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back." Upon hearing the name Harry Potter, the chairs in the pub clattered, and guests came forward to shake Harry's hand. Harry was surprised. How could Archaic be so renowned in the magic world? In his previous life during the Song Dynasty, he only gained fame after he and his second brother killed Examen Ching and defeated Jiangmen Shen. Now, he was merely a child and hadn't done anything famous, so why were these heroes coming to greet him? Hagrid chewed on the tender chicken and whispered, "Don't mind them, Harry, you're a hero in the magic world. After all, you killed, you know who. He made the entire magic world fearful back then." Upon hearing this, Harry understood and jumped onto the bar, raising a glass of brandy and drinking it down. "Good sirs, Archaic does not change his name when he walks, nor his surname when he sits. I am Harry James Potter. Thank you all for remembering me. This drink is for all of you." "No, Harry. You can't drink alcohol." Before Hagrid could dissuade him, the glass of wine was already down his throat. The wizards, seeing their hero, and such a generous one, no longer cared that he was underage, and all raised their glasses to Potter. Harry then pulled out some galleons and slapped them on the table. "Keep the good wine and meat coming for everyone, it's all on Archaic." Immediately, the wizards in the pub rallied around Harry, drinking and eating heartily, without a word. A poem testifies to this. Potter's heroic spirit soared to the heavens, scattering gold and silver like smoke. He leads the magic world, daring to make the sun and moon bring forth a new day. The bartender pushed a few tables together, and Harry took the head seat, Hagrid the second, and Tom the third. With the heroes seated, the other wizards lined up, one after another, raising their drinks to converse with Harry. A pale-faced man wrapped in a large turban, seeing Harry, trembled incessantly. "Ha, Harry Potter. So glad to see you." Hagrid, already half drunk, paid no mind to Harry's drinking and simply introduced, "This is Professor Quirrell, who teaches defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts." Harry clinked glasses with him, sniffed, and frowned. "Good professor, why do you smell so strongly of garlic?" At that, all the wizards burst into laughter, making Quirrell blush crimson. He rambled about it being to ward off vampires and prevent insect bites and rat gnawing, repeatedly claiming they didn't understand the horrors of the dark forest. The wizards laughed again, and the bar was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Harry also laughed. "Professor, don't take offense, we are all just rough folk." As he spoke, he reached to sling an arm around him. Unexpectedly, Quirrell was cunning. He twisted his neck, dodging the hand, and stammered, "So, sorry, Mr. Potter. I just aren't very used to people touching me." This statement sounded reasonable at first listen, but upon closer thought, it was strange. All the wizards in the bar had shaken hands with each other, yet this fellow only offered toasts and avoided any physical contact. Moreover, the sun was scorching today, and after a few rounds of drinks and dishes, who wasn't taking off their clothes and unbuttoning to cool down? Yet this fellow remained wrapped in his large turban, refusing to unfurl it. Didn't they see his armpits and chest were already soaked with sweat? Harry sobered up a bit, pondering, this fellow seems awkward. Could he be here for Archaic? Let me test him. Seeing Quirrell still prattling, Harry seized the opportunity to untie his turban, saying, "Professor, it's so hot, why don't you cool down with us?" No sooner said than done. Harry leaned in, his hand a blur. Quirrell seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. he ducked his head and dodged it. He truly is an awkward person. The remaining 2 parts of Harry's drunkenness surged, turning his mind into killing intent. His tiger-like eyes widened, and the lightning scar on his forehead throbbed slightly. Just as he was about to draw the watermelon knife he had borrowed from his Uncle Vernon's house from behind his waist, Quirrell suddenly gripped Harry's hands. Po Potter, Mr. Potter. I am honored to see you. But I must go report to Hogwarts. So, goodbye. Quirrell held the hero's hands, not with honor, but with a grimace and profuse sweating. It was as if Harry were the reincarnation of the thunder god, his hair charged with electricity, or the embodiment of the fire god, his skin like magma. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled his hands away and hurried off. His steps were staggering, not like a drunkard, but rather like someone who had endured torture. Faintly, one could even see white smoke rising. Harry originally intended to pursue him to find out more, but he was stopped by other wizards who came to drink with him, and his thought had to be abandoned. Since he was a professor at Hogwarts, there was no rush. Once at the school, he would observe him more closely. If he truly was an awkward person, it wouldn't be too late to finish him off with a knife then. With this thought, he raised his cup and drank heartily again. After the drinking was done, darkness had already fallen. Everyone dispersed, and Harry and Hagrid also headed home, parting ways. Ha, Harry, here's your ticket. Hagrid hiccuped, handing over an envelope. Don't forget the place, platform 9 3/4. Harry cupped his hands and said, Brother, be careful on your way. You've had quite a bit to drink, don't crash into an airplane. Hagrid laughed heartily, then the airplane will have to be careful. With that, he got on his flying motorcycle and headed straight for Hogwarts. After seeing Hagrid off, Harry also took his luggage to the station and returned to Privet Drive. But when he knocked, his aunt and uncle didn't open the door. Instead, they turned off all the lights. Harry's anger surged, and he cursed drunkenly, what a pair of thieves. Archaic came with good intentions, but you put on such an attitude. He picked up a brick and threw it at the window. With a crash, the glass shattered into 100 pieces, and Aunt Petunia began to scream again. Ah! Harry, annoyed by the noise, took off his coat, wrapped it around his fist, smashed the hole larger, and then flipped over and crawled inside. Fumbling along the wall for the light switch, he turned on the light. He saw Dudley, his mouth full of fat and his face greasy. Still stunned, Petunia was squatting in the corner, wailing, beating her chest and stamping her feet, crying to the heavens. Vernon, though holding a double-barreled shotgun, was trembling like a sieve, shaking uncontrollably. Harry ignored them, saw some soup on the table, and boldly walked over to scoop a bowl and drink it to sober up. Vernon, seeing himself ignored, his fear turned into resentment. Boy! This is trespassing. Do you believe I won't shoot you? He yelled, but Harry didn't respond. He then smelled the alcohol on Harry and exclaimed, You've been drinking. Harry finished a bowl of fresh meat broth, then reached into his pocket, startling Vernon, who flew into a rage. Don't move. Boy, what do you want to do? I really will kill you. Aunt Petunia was already so frightened that she closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and covered her ears, praying for Jehovah and Mary to protect her. After a moment, she didn't see the Holy Father or Holy Mother come to her rescue, but instead heard the rustling of banknotes all around her. This woman was greedy for money, and how could she resist such temptation? She opened her eyes and stared at Harry, dumbfounded. She saw a pile of banknotes on the table, all brand new and of large denominations. Leaning closer, she could still smell the warm ink. Harry said, Do these cover Archaic's food and living expenses for all these years? Aunt Petunia wanted to say it wasn't enough, but she saw Harry draw a knife and stick it into the table, saying, You must know, Archaic lived in a cupboard. The drunkard roared angrily, his words imbued with authority. Though the watermelon knife was short, it could still cut flesh and sever heads. Petunia, dazzled by the glint of the knife, averted her eyes, her body trembling, no longer daring to speak. Vernon stared at Harry, then couldn't help but look at the money. Where did you get so much money? Harry said, It's all legitimate. He pushed all the banknotes on the table towards them, then pulled out new ones from his pocket, making the couple's eyes go wide. Archaic still has a month until school starts. I hope Aunt and Uncle will help me pack my luggage and tidy my room. With that, he went upstairs to Dudley's toy room. After he left, the family of 3 looked at each other, but none dared to move. After a long moment, Dudley swallowed his meat whole and cried, Dad. Mom, that's my toy room. These words were like opening a floodgate, causing the couple to spring into action. One went to pick up the money, the other to drag luggage from outside the door, but Dudley was ignored, and his heart suddenly grew cold. Dad, Mom, don't want me anymore. Let's not dwell on trivialities. Let's just say that Scarface opened his money bag, and the Dursley couple buried their heads in it. A month passed, peacefully. On the first day of school, Harry changed his clothes and tidied his appearance. He had originally intended to tie his hair in a bun like in the Song Dynasty, but alas, his hair was still too short, so he simply gathered all the messy strands from his forehead to the back of his head. At first glance, he truly was a handsome and sharp young gentleman. Taking his luggage, he hailed a taxi and headed to King's Cross Station, but Harry found himself in a predicament again. Because the station only had platforms 9 and 10, where was platform 9 and 3/4? Harry inwardly groaned. That day, he had been too busy drinking with Brother Hagrid and forgot to ask him about this place. How was he to get to Hogwarts now? Just as he was at a loss, a woman behind him called out, "Are you Harry Potter?" There's a saying, a bewildered orphan trapped in the mundane world, no path to take, consumed by anxiety. Suddenly, a thunderous voice calls out, and turning back, lo! It's a fiery cloud burning in the sky. As for who this woman is, let's hear the next chapter's explanation. Harry quickly turned his head, only to see a kind-faced, plump woman standing behind him, surrounded by 5 young children, all with fiery red hair, like a burning cloud. Harry, finding this peculiar, cupped his hands and asked, "My good woman, do Archaic know you?" Seeing his strange behavior and words, and the lightning bolt scar on his forehead, a few of the red-haired children cried out, "Mum, look at his head. He's Harry Potter. Ron, Ginny, you two are so rude." The woman scolded them a few times, then smiled and said, "Oh, dear, just call me Mrs. Weasley. Are you Harry Potter?" Harry replied, "Archaic never changes his name or his seat, it is indeed Archaic." Mrs. Weasley blinked. Though a little unaccustomed to his way of speaking, she remembered Harry was an orphan and didn't think much of it, simply assuming he lacked proper wizarding family guidance. Thinking of this, she felt pity again for this poor child. "Harry, are you looking for platform 9 and 3/4? Harry quickly cupped his hands. "That is precisely it, I hope you can guide Archaic." Mrs. Weasley nodded and said, "Oh. Percy, come show your junior how to enter the platform." With that, a tall, slender, red-haired man stepped forward, nodded to Harry, and then pushed his trunk towards the ticket barrier wall between platforms 9 and 10. Harry gasped inwardly, is this young man out of his mind? He's practically seeking death. Before the thought finished, Percy's figure vanished like a drop of water into the sea. Harry was amazed. So that's how it's done, it's like the wall-penetrating magic of Mount Mao. Immediately after, Mrs. Weasley waved her hand, and the 2 twin brothers also passed through one after another. These 2 were twins, looking exactly alike, so much so that even their own mother couldn't tell them apart. One was named Fred, and the other George. After the 2 of them went through, Mrs. Weasley said, "It's your turn, Harry. Don't worry, you just need to walk straight towards it. If you feel nervous, you can jog through." Harry nodded, Archaic understands. With that, he pushed his luggage and, imitating the 3 Weasley brothers, charged towards the wall. This charge was not a mortal seeking death, but a fledgling eagle spreading its wings. What he broke open was the cage of the mundane world, and what he stepped into was the realm of magic. Do not laugh at Harry for not knowing the way, for there are noble people to guide him through confusion. When Harry opened his eyes, he saw a steam train. Looking back, where was the ticket barrier? Only an iron archway remained. Harry inwardly exclaimed, "What good magic!" As he was musing, footsteps sounded behind him. The newcomer had a mass of fiery red hair and a few freckles on his face. It was Ron, Mrs. Weasley's youngest son. Seeing Harry, Ron swallowed, rubbed the tip of his nose, and extended his hand, saying, "Oh, hello, I'm Ron." Harry, having received Mrs. Weasley's kindness, was willing to be amicable and smiled, saying, "Archaic is Harry Potter. Brother Ron, since we are going the same way, why don't we go together?" His way of speaking was truly strange. Ron internally grumbled for a moment, then nodded and said, "Ahem." The 2 joined up and boarded the train car. This short journey of only a few meters was bustling with noise. The young wizards coming and going, upon seeing Harry's forehead, all stopped to look and whispered amongst themselves. One stared, another gazed, the aisle was packed, and the hundreds of eyes watching Harry made his anger surge. He thought to himself, I am a true hero, respected by all in the pugilistic world, so why am I being gawked at like some rare beast for entertainment? At this thought, he roared, what are you lot staring at? All of you blocking the way, do you want Archaic to clear a path with his fists? Although these were all wizards with magical abilities, they were merely young children. All of them were spoiled at home, who among them had ever seen such murderous intent? And constrained by his reputation as the boy who lived, they scattered quickly to the left and right. Harry strode forward, startling Ron into hesitation. Ha! Harry is too fierce, isn't he? There were at least dozens of people in the carriage just now, isn't Harry afraid of provoking them? Just as he was thinking, Harry called out, Brother Ron, come quickly. Oh, I'm coming. He and Harry occupied an empty compartment, and by the time they had stowed their luggage, both were drenched in sweat. Ron, out of breath, slumped into a seat and asked, Harry, you really scared me just now. I'd bet Fred and George wouldn't dare offend dozens of people at once. Oh, they're my brothers, you just saw them, they look exactly alike. Harry snorted, what is there to fear? If anyone is unconvinced, just fight them. Archaic says if you dodge a punch, you're not a true hero. Ron looked at him with admiration, he truly was the boy who lived. Thinking of this, Ron bounced up again and exclaimed, Harry. Do you still remember? What? Ron eagerly said, you know who. How could Archaic remember? Archaic was but an infant at the time. Seeing Ron sigh, Harry smiled, if you're so curious, should Archaic ever meet him, Archaic will surely cut off that scoundrel's head and present it to you, brother, for your amusement. Harry spoke with such nonchalance, but Ron was terrified, his heart pounding. They were talking about the Dark Lord who controlled the entire magic world, and Harry's demeanor was as if he were discussing whether they would have stewed peas or stewed corn for dinner. As the poem goes, Brother Ron inquired, could he recall the fiend's true face? Harry, laughing, spoke of beheading, to offer his esteemed brother for delight. As he was still in doubt, the sliding door suddenly opened, almost giving Ron a heart attack. He focused his eyes and saw it was a saleswoman. The woman pushed a trolley and smiled. Dear, would you like to buy any food? Harry, having no food in his stomach and feeling famished, said, just bring all the good food and drink, I won't shortchange you. Seeing Harry display several galleons, the saleswoman's heart filled with joy, and she quickly handed all the food and drink from the trolley to Harry. Ron, seeing this, merely turned his head away, and when the saleswoman asked, he simply said he had brought his own provisions. If one were to delve into the reason, it was because the Weasley family was poor. There were 7 siblings, and old clothes were passed down through generations. Although their father held a government position, he was honest and incorruptible, making it difficult to bring home gold and silver. The saleswoman left, leaving cakes, pies, and snacks covering the table, chairs, and floor. A variety of aromas wafted into Ron's nostrils, making his stomach rumble. Just as he was about to grab a corned beef sandwich to satisfy his craving, he saw Harry push a steaming hot pumpkin pasty towards him. Harry said, Brother Ron, why are you so distant? Why not share with Archaic? Ron's throat moved. Oh, no, Harry, this isn't appropriate. What's not appropriate? Archaic sees you as a good man, though you may be down on your luck for a time, you have the potential for great things. Harry insisted again, and Ron no longer refused, simply taking the kindness to heart. As the saying goes, a growing boy eats his father out of house and home. These 2 young men, one who had been constantly abused and underfed, and the other from a poor family who couldn't eat enough. Now, with their bellies open, even a small mountain of food was mostly devoured. Just as they were about to digest, the sliding door opened again, drawing the gaze of both Harry and Ron. It is said the 2 gluttonous cubs devoured everything, sharing all the food in the compartment. One gnawed on a chocolate frog's head, the other distinguished Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Suddenly, the sound of the door hinge was heard, and looking intently, a disheveled young girl stood by the door. As for who this young girl was, let us hear in the next chapter's explanation. This unkempt young woman, with a head of reddish-brown hair, looked no older than 11 or 12. She wore a wizard's robe and held a wand as thick as a finger. Seeing the mess on the carriage floor, she frowned slightly and said arrogantly, Hey, has anyone seen a toad? Neville lost a toad. Harry, displeased by her dismissive gaze and arrogant tone, pointed at the chocolate frogs hopping around on the floor and said, There are plenty on the floor, just grab them. Ron puffed out his cheeks, barely suppressing a laugh. The unkempt young woman frowned upon hearing Harry's words, then gasped in surprise when she noticed the scar on his forehead. Are you Harry Potter? Before Harry could reply, she continued, my name is Hermione Granger. I just heard someone say Harry Potter was in this compartment, and I didn't expect it to be true. She was naturally outgoing and sat down, speaking rapidly. I've learned all about you. Books like A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, and Important Magical Events of the 20th Century, all mention you. You are the person who has had the greatest impact on the magic world in recent decades. Seeing that she seemed to be well versed in his background, Harry felt a warmth in his heart. He swept away the food scraps and plastic bags from the table and chairs and said, as the ancients said, friends are made through quarrels, not through silence. Today, we two shall become acquainted. With that, he stepped out of the compartment and called, as the waitress here. Bring Archaic some more delicious food and drinks. After calling the vendor, Harry cupped his hands in a salute. Sister Hermione, please take a seat. Hermione was stunned by his peculiar language. Ron, however, was unfazed and said, don't mind him, Harry always talks like that. Oh, by the way, I'm Ron Weasley. Well, that's truly strange, like the way they speak in the original Hamlet manuscript. Does he live 500 years ago? Hermione mused to herself, then looked up and said proudly, no, you're mistaken. You shouldn't call me a sister. Your birthday is at the end of July in 1980, so I'm 10 months older than you. Indeed, a truly diligent scholar, to even know Archaic's birthday. Harry said happily, big sister, please sit. Allow your younger brother to play the host. In a short while, the vendor returned, arranged the fine dishes, mixed the good juices, and then waited outside the door. Harry raised a glass of pumpkin juice to Hermione and said, I was originally a wanderer with a fated life, idly wasting away the years, yet I never truly understood my own background, only possessing fragments of knowledge. Heaven has been merciful, allowing Archaic to meet a fine scholar such as Big Sister. Could you please tell me the details of my background? Hermione, who loved to show off her knowledge and saw Harry looking so pitiful, couldn't possibly refuse. She immediately drained her glass of pumpkin juice, then, with a flourish, poured out all the information she had gleaned from her summer reading. Harry and Ron both pricked up their ears to listen, and it turned out to be like this. A prophecy foretold the Dark Lord's demise. Harry and Neville were destined to rise. If one must be chosen between the two, alas, Potter was to suffer this plight. He fled to the valley, broke down the door, and with a wave of his wand, took a life. But why did Neville escape? It was because their roots were the same, and being a half-blood was a mistake. Hermione spoke with conviction. Ron gasped, and Harry also had a sudden realization. No wonder Lord Voldemort wanted to wipe out his entire family, it was a sign of destiny that had startled him. Harry then asked, Archaic and Neville were born on the same day, destined to fall on the same day. Why did that scoundrel acknowledge me as the chosen one but not Neville Longbottom? What is the meaning of this? Hermione licked a licorice wand, then stuck out her tongue and said, don't you know? You know who is a blood purist. In his eyes, only children from pure-blood wizarding families are worthy of learning magic. Unfortunately, Neville is a pure-blood wizard, and you are a half-blood. Harry was greatly confused and said, Brother Hagrid once said that Archaic's parents were both good wizards skilled in magic. How then did I become a half-blood? But your maternal grandparents weren't. All of this is mentioned in Important Magical Events of the 20th Century. Harry scoffed inwardly. This bloodline theory sounded strict, but he refused to believe that these pure-blood wizards were superior. Although the founding emperor of this dynasty came from a military family, before his rise, he was merely a minor official in the later Han. One must know that the nobility or commonness of bloodlines is entirely determined by human effort. He tapped his finger on the table and said, so, Lord Voldemort divides people into 3 classes. The first class is pure-blood wizards, the second class is half-blood wizards, and the third class is muggle-born wizards, like my mother. Ron shook his head repeatedly. Oh, Harry, you have to understand, you know who wouldn't count wizards with muggle parents among the wizarding ranks, nor would he use such a mild term. Harry and Hermione both looked at him. Hermione leaned forward and said, then what would they be called? I'm a muggle-born wizard, both my parents are dentists, and no one in my family understands magic. Ron peered left and right, hesitating for a long moment, then spoke in a low voice, Mudblood. As soon as he finished, he breathed a sigh of relief. You absolutely must not say that. It's a very insulting word. Harry, however, burst into laughter. Not mentioning parents, uncles, aunts, or even 18 generations of ancestors, yet still deserving of such an insult. As they were talking, the sliding door opened again, with even more force than when Hermione had entered, startling Ron so much that his hair stood on end. He actually thought the Ministry of Magic had come to arrest him for blood discrimination. When the three of them looked, the newcomer was a young man with white hair, followed by two short, stout, burly men, one on his left and one on his right, like the Hum and Ha generals. Of that young man, it was said, his face was like jade, his hair like silver frost, and his every gesture exuded an imposing nobility. He was dressed in fine silks, his demeanor extraordinary, like a precious tree or a jade branch raised by royalty. Harry was overjoyed at the sight, thinking to himself, I wonder what auspicious day this is, that heroes and brave men keep arriving one after another. First, he bowed to brother Ron, then acknowledged big sister Hermione, and now he encountered such a grand figure. If he couldn't get to know him, wouldn't it be a great regret in his life? Just as he was about to cup his hands in a salute, the white-haired young man looked at Harry's forehead and said slowly, I heard everyone on the whole train saying Harry Potter was in this compartment. It seems it's true. Harry smiled and said, so, young master, you heard of Archaic's good reputation. As the saying goes, a guest is a guest, why not have a drink with us? Upon hearing these flattering words, the white-haired young man was naturally pleased. But when he saw the fiery red hair next to Harry, his face darkened. Oh, Potter, I must say, there are differences between wizarding families. Tisk, 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 the red-haired Weasley family, they have a litter of children they can't afford to raise. He then looked at Harry, extending his hand, Potter, you wouldn't want to be friends with these outcasts, would you? I can help you with that. It is said that friendship can be found in chance encounters, and arrogance reveals itself in the proud. One sought to befriend all heroes, while the other only recognized fame and prestige. Scarface mistook gilded jade, and only in a narrow path did he realize the pettiness of others. After all, who was this white-haired young man? Let's find out in the next chapter. The white-haired young man's words were barbed, and Ron, naturally unwilling to be outdone, retorted, You must be from the Malfoy family, I can tell by your nauseating demeanor. Malfoy sneered, This is the bearing of true noble wizards, Potter. You should know how to choose, shouldn't you? I have a bottle of eggnog in my compartment. Would you like to try it? Harry was already displeased, realizing he had misjudged and taken this sycophantic villain for a hero. He didn't even look up as he said. What kind of bird wine? Archaic only craves this pumpkin juice. Ron grinned and said, Did you hear that, Malfoy family? Go back and drink your bird wine. Oh no, eggnog. Malfoy's face was impassive, but his ears turned red. He slowly drawled, If I were you, Potter, I'd be extra careful. You should show some respect, lest you end up like your parents, who also didn't know what was good for them. Before he could finish, Harry was enraged. He splashed a cup of pumpkin juice, snarling, What kind of thing are you, daring to disrespect my parents? If Archaic doesn't beat you until your face is blooming like peach blossoms today, you won't know why flowers are so red. With that, he leapt and pounced on Malfoy, startling Hermione and Ron, who both cried out. A poem to attest. Parents turned to smoke and clouds in youth, a lone shadow in London. Recognized a sworn brother in Yangu County, only to lament his soul's demise by a lewd woman's hand. He is the most loyal and righteous of men, how dare you mock my turbulent past? Behold the thunderous fists and feet, I'll make your front teeth shatter and you'll groan on your knees. Malfoy was drenched in sweet juice, his eyes too sticky to open. Hearing Harry's furious roar, his heart panicked, and he quickly shouted, Crabbe, Goyle, stop him. Those two lackeys, hearing their master's words, one grunted, the other gasped, like two mountains squeezing in, startling Hermione and making Ron anxious. One brandished a wand, muttering a ghost-like spell, the other brandished scabbers, swinging him by the tail to smash Crabbe. Harry had now digested his food and was full of strength. Although scrawny, one must know that even a mayfly can shake a tree. With a single punch, Goyle's nose bled and his lips split, as if a paint shop had opened on his face. As the fat fellow fell, Harry didn't spare him, straddling him and delivering another wild punch, shouting, Archaic sees you have a good build, and you're a man, yet you do such servile things. Though Goyle was bulky, he only relied on his size to bully others. When had he ever fought such a vicious fight? He tasted the metallic tang of blood and felt blood gushing from his nostrils, and he actually started to cry, please, please let me go. Don't kill me. Harry roared, HMPH. If you had stood firm against me, Archaic might have spared you. But now you beg for mercy, so Archaic will absolutely not spare you. Another punch landed squarely on his temple, as if a church choir had been summoned, with the organ, cello, and violin all playing at once, and 4 or 5 angels swirling around. Seeing Goyle sprawled on the ground, Harry looked at the stunned Crabbe and said, do you want to taste Archaic's fists too? Crabbe had already been terrified by Harry's feat of knocking out Goyle with 3 punches, how could he dare to step forward? Hearing Harry's menacing shout, he panicked and actually said, I won't eat. Harry laughed heartily, indeed, bad company corrupts good morals, he's also a scoundrel. Harry no longer bothered with the fellow, raising his chocolate frog-sized fist to look for Malfoy's shadow. He looked around but didn't see him, only noticing that the sliding door was mostly open. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, jumped off the chair, and stuffed Scabbers into his pocket. Don't look, Harry, that white-haired kid has already run off. Hermione's heart was also pounding. Harry, you were too impulsive just now. What if the school finds out we fought before even starting? What if they expel us early? Harry wiped the bloodstains from his face and said, if this place doesn't want me, another place will. Archaic heard there's Beauxbatons in France and Ilvermorny in America, and countless other magic academies besides. The world is vast, where can one not find a place? Hearing this, Hermione's heart skipped a beat. Watching Harry drink pumpkin juice in big gulps, she felt he was incredibly heroic. Although he had dealt with the 2 fat men, Malfoy was unharmed. Harry's anger had not completely subsided. He spat, saying, as the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? Archaic has hunted eagles for 1,000 days, but this time, he was pecked in the eye by an eagle, blinded. Don't say that, he's a bit handsomer than me, which can indeed be misleading. Ron patted Harry's shoulder and comforted him, people from the Malfoy family are all bad seeds, born Slytherin. After Crabbe dragged Goyle away, Harry asked, what is this Slytherin? You don't even know Slytherin. Hermione tidied herself, put away her wand, that's one of the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Ron echoed, Slytherins are all pure-blooded and cunning fellows. By the way, Hermione, was the spell you cast just now really effective? Hermione ignored him, pretending not to hear, and explained in detail to Harry the differences between the 4 houses of Hogwarts. As the saying goes, Gryffindor leads with courage, a sword drawn dares to pierce the sky. Ravenclaw's wisdom is supreme, lost in books, forgetting sleep. Hufflepuff's heart is kindest, loyal and unafraid of hardship. Slytherin conceals cunning arguments, playing with power and schemes, with lofty ambitions. After listening to Hermione's explanation, Harry also made a judgment in his heart. Heroes go to Gryffindor, nobles go to Slytherin, scholars go to Ravenclaw, and good people go to Hufflepuff. Harry thought to himself, this method of sorting is novel, but I must personally discern what kind of people are in these 4 houses. He recalled his past life, when he and his second brother became outlaws and joined Mount Liang. Everyone said the heroes were like clouds, righteous and heaven-defying. But when it came to the truth, the Hall of Assembly hung the character, loyalty, high. Hermione's throat was dry from speaking. She took a sip of pumpkin juice, frowned, and sighed, I just don't know what kind of test they'll use to sort us. Speaking of the future, Ron also worriedly said, I asked my brother, Fred told me it's a very harmful method for us. Harry nodded, it should be so. Without a pledge of allegiance, how can they make you one of their own? Like becoming an outlaw, if you don't bring a human head, how can the leader trust you're not an informant? Harry agreed profoundly, but his words made Hermione and Ron turn pale. No, it can't be that bad. Ron licked his lips, we're just going to school. Harry laughed, don't be afraid, brother Ron, Archaic was just speaking metaphorically. After 2 or 3 hours, the Hogwarts Express was about to stop. The young wizards, carrying their luggage, disembarked one by one. Hermione also left first to find Neville and help him look for his toad. After tidying his luggage, Ron was about to tell Harry to leave, but with a turn of his head, he saw over 100 galleons on the table. They were stacked 3 across, 3 deep, and 11 high, arranged neatly and perfectly. A single glance made one's legs feel weak and eyes unfocused. Ron was stunned and said, Harry, what do you mean by this? It is said that on the express, winds and clouds surge, and true brotherhood can move mountains. A pouch of galleons is not precious, but offered to a hero to express heartfelt sentiment. Whether Ron accepts it or not, we shall see in the next chapter. Picking up from last time, Harry saw Ron's confusion and asked with a smile, "Indeed, a penny can stump a hero. I know my brother is short on funds, so I've prepared some travel money for a rainy day." It must be known that Ron's father, Arthur, worked at the Ministry of Magic and held a supervisory position, but his monthly salary was still less than a few dozen galleons. Now Harry had brought nearly 100, enough for the entire Weasley family to live on for several months. Though Ron was poor, he was a man of integrity. How could he accept Harry's gold and silver for nothing? He averted his eyes, not looking at the galleons, and said, "No, Harry, this is really too valuable. How can I take your money? You should put it away quickly." Seeing the money in Ron's eyes but integrity in his heart, Harry greatly praised him, thinking, "Though I misjudged that fellow Malfoy, I did not misjudge my brother Ron. He is truly a good man who acts righteously and sits properly." He cupped his hands in a bow and pleaded again, "If not for my brother scaring Crabbe with a rat just now, how could I have dealt with Goyle? How can you not accept this small token of my appreciation? If you refuse again, it means you don't acknowledge me as your brother." Seeing Ron still hesitating, Harry feigned anger and made to throw the galleons out of the carriage. "If my brother doesn't take it, I have no face to keep it." Seeing Harry's actions, Ron quickly said, "Don't. Harry, I'll take it." Only after Ron had stuffed all the gold coins into his bag did Harry's anger turn to joy. "That's it, good brother. Come with me." With that, he left the compartment, walking ahead and squeezing into the crowd of wizards disembarking. Looking at the galleons in his bag, then at Harry's retreating figure, a surge of warmth welled up from Ron's chest, rising to his throat and nostrils, making his eyes sting. It was truly a grand feast reveals sincerity, true gold aids a brother's heart. A patron is rarely found today, but for righteousness, what death is forbidden. The corridor was packed, and several young wizards almost stepped on Harry's robes. Ron pushed forward and shouted, "Hey! Watch out! Didn't you see you stepped on someone?" Those young wizards, startled, retreated. No more lengthy talk. Harry and Ron got off the train and squeezed onto the platform. A night breeze blew, chilling them through their robes and raising goosebumps. After a moment, a light flickered in the distance. The approaching figure carried a lamp, his build massive, making the ground shake with each step, like a small giant. The giant shouted, "First years. First years over here. Harry, come over here, are you all right?" Seeing the figure, Harry was delighted. He cupped his hands in a bow and said, "Brother Hagrid, how is it you?" Hagrid smiled, "The professors are all busy, and Mr. Filch can't stand the wind, so it's up to me." "Oh, nice new hairstyle. Just to keep it out of my eyes," Harry said, turning sideways. "Brother, this is a good man I met on the express, Ron Weasley." Upon hearing the name Weasley, Hagrid looked as if he had a headache. "Another young brother from the Weasley family. It almost took half my life's energy to chase your two twin brothers out of the Forbidden Forest." Ron scratched his face, looking embarrassed. After settling all the young wizards, Hagrid instructed Harry and Ron to join him on the leading boat. The small boat moved without oars, and Hagrid, at the bow, smiled, "You two must be starving. You can have a good meal once we get to the Great Hall." Harry said, "With food in my belly, I'm not hungry yet, but I could have a few drinks with you, brother." Hearing, "a few drinks," Hagrid's expression changed, and he quickly said, "Harry, minors can't drink alcohol. That's against the law, you know." Harry chuckled again, "If that's the case, then that day at the Leaky Cauldron, you drank with me, brother. Wouldn't that be the same crime?" Hagrid was startled and waved his hands repeatedly, but Ron was astonished. He said, "Harry, you've had alcohol. Was it one of those fruit drinks with alcohol in it?" Harry laughed heartily, "It was brandy." Ron was greatly alarmed, "That's strong liquor." "All right, let's not talk about alcohol anymore." Hagrid interrupted gruffly. "Harry, as long as you're in my sight, I will never let you have a drop of alcohol." Harry teased, "I only need to get brother half drunk. Does brother Hagrid want to quit drinking?" Hagrid remained silent, sulking and cursing himself for having led young Harry astray. After half an hour, the mist receded, and an ancient castle emerged. Behold! A stone castle on cloud peaks pierces the sky, 10,000 fiery windows illuminate the night. A magic spell conceals it from sight, only wizards can see it clearly. Seeing the castle, Harry also clicked his tongue, thinking, Gringotts was already an exceedingly luxurious place, but I never imagined it would be dwarfed by Hogwarts. In a short while, the group landed, disembarked, and were led by Hagrid into the castle. Knocking on the oak door, a tall, thin old woman had been waiting for a long time. The old woman had high cheekbones and a hooked nose, her lips tightly pressed. One look told him she was not to be trifled with. Hagrid greeted the old woman, first years, Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here. After Hagrid left, Harry and the others followed McGonagall to the great hall where new students were received. Pushing open the door, they saw a different kind of world within. Hundreds of bright lamps hung in midair, but the ceiling appeared open to the sky. A quick glance revealed the hall seemed like a bottomless pit, stretching endlessly into the distance. Harry was surprised, thinking, I've heard of the Buddhist saying about a mustard seed containing Mount Sumeru. At the time, I thought it was just a metaphor, but now I've seen it for real. Below the Great Hall, 4 long tables were arranged, filled with wizards from the 4 Hogwarts houses. In front, rows of tables were set up, occupied by Hogwarts professors and staff. Looking up at the midair again, there were also translucent, whitish souls drifting freely, making Harry's eyes widen. As he watched, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, conjuring a chair and placing a worn felt hat on it. She said, All right, children, next is the most important thing, your sorting. All you have to do is put on the hat, and it will tell you where you belong. Ron breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, he had thought they would have to fight a troll. The remaining wizards also felt the same, only Harry frowned, puzzled in his heart. If it was such an important matter, how could a hat make the judgment? As he was thinking, Professor McGonagall read, Hannah Abbott. A girl with 2 golden braids stumbled forward, and in a short while, the hat shouted loudly. Hufflepuff. Harry suddenly understood, this hat was articulate. He secretly reflected, now that I've come to this magic world, I can no longer view everything with common sense. Professor McGonagall continued calling names, and the young wizards around him one by one departed. Draco Malfoy, just as Ron had said, went to Slytherin, while Hermione and Ron both went to Gryffindor. After waiting for a good while, Professor McGonagall paused and said, Harry Potter. Harry was a renowned hero in the magic world, which student didn't know him? They all whispered amongst themselves. Harry couldn't hear what they were saying. He sat on the stool and put the hat on his head. As soon as he put it on, a voice, like a 1,000-mile transmission, drifted in, yet also sounded from a corner of his heart. Difficult, very difficult. I see great courage, and not a bad heart. Wait, you've killed people. There's a lesson here. The worn felt hat peered into Scarface, suddenly seeing a murderous aura reaching the sky. He had never seen bloodshed in this life, but his past life was filled with boundless slaughter. Whether this sorting hat saw his past and present lives, let's hear the next chapter's explanation. Now, the sorting hat was originally worn by Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts. Later, to recruit students, Godric persuaded the other 3 founders to imbue the hat with some magic, giving it life and turning it into a postnatal treasure. It was born with an innate magical ability called legilimency. If legilimency is powerful, memories and emotions are laid bare, even making you recall events from the womb. But this felt hat gained life only for the purpose of sorting, so its legilimency merely scraped at superficial thoughts. Now, as Harry put it on, a few of his thoughts were stolen by it. The sorting hat recognized that Harry had killed someone and was astonished. Unwilling to give up, it used legilimency again to probe, but was startled and trembled. Wait, you've killed more than one. Harry, being straightforward, replied in his heart, if you're talking about those who died by Archaic's hand, there are at least 800, if not 1,000. Hearing Harry's words, the sorting hat calmed down and said, Oh Tilda, I see, so you are, an internet addict. Where would an 11-year-old wizard go to kill hundreds of people? It seems his addiction is very deep, he can no longer distinguish between virtual and reality. The hat continued, let me guess, you play Super Mario Bros. Or Street Fighter. Those are what that little wizard named Seamus just told me. Ah tilde muggles tilde, they really have invented many incredible things. The sorting hat chattered on, and Harry, finding it noisy, grew impatient in his heart and said, You, this bird hat, are so verbose. Instead of sorting, you're just gossiping here. Hey, little wizard. If you only had one day a year where you didn't have to talk to a dumb bird, you'd talk even more than I do. The Sorting Hat, having been reprimanded by Harry, grumbled a few more times before getting to the point. So, do you want to go to Gryffindor? There are all sorts of rebellious young people like you there. Archaic hears that Gryffindor is full of heroes, where righteousness comes first. Is that truly so? Ah, tilde well, at least that's how it is when I communicate with them, but people always change. If you're not sure, why not consider Slytherin? Your ambition is greater than any little snake I've ever seen. Archaic, however, hears that Slytherin is full of those who scheme for power, cunning and treacherous individuals. Is that true? The families of the little snakes are indeed mostly nobles, and their personalities are rather arrogant, and their words can be quite venomous. How about Hufflepuff? They are all upright and loyal people, you would surely get along well with them. Is Hufflepuff truly filled with good people, without a single bad one? Oh dear, Harry, you're really making this difficult for me. If you don't like the little badgers either, then only Ravenclaw is left. But they are all engrossed in studying, and you don't seem to be. The man in the hat conversed back and forth, making Scarface furious. He stood up with a thump, snatched off the hat and threw it down, roaring, neither this nor that. You are meant to sort Archaic, yet you question me at every turn. You know nothing of the four houses, what good are you? Harry's roar echoed through the great hall, stunning the students and astonishing the professors, even the wandering ghost stopped to watch. The Sorting Hat, having been thrown, let out two human-like grunts. Hey! I'm just respecting your choice. Harry ignored it, took a few steps forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and declared, Archaic does not change his name when he walks, nor his surname when he sits, I am Harry Potter. Now, I seek a good house, a good place to go, one where heroes are as numerous as clouds, and righteousness reaches the heavens, so that I may be known to all. As the saying goes. At the sorting ceremony, he wildly threw the hat, choosing his own house, defying the heavens. Among the legendary deeds of Hogwarts, another was added by the Scarface Lord. After Harry finished speaking, the hall was silent, no one uttered a sound. The Slytherins were all arrogant, unable to lower themselves to shout. The Hufflepuffs were loyal first, not daring to speak without precedent. The Ravenclaws were full of scholars, how could they engage in such crude behavior? Only Gryffindor, two identical figures jumped up and shouted. Come here, Harry. We are all the heroes you spoke of. That's right. The Lion King's throne awaits its master's grand arrival. If you ask who these two identical figures were, they were naturally the Weasley family twins, Ron's two older brothers, Fred and George. With the two of them starting, the rest of the Gryffindors also chimed in. Come to us, Harry. Hurry, Potter. If you don't come to Gryffindor, you've come to Hogwarts in vain. These Gryffindors shouted themselves hoarse, Ron and Hermione also strained their throats, and even a ghost joined in, shouting with the others. Come on, little Harry, let Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington have a drink with you. Seeing this scene, Harry felt a momentary trance, as if he had returned to Two Dragon Mountain to drink and make merry with senior brother Zeeshan. When he came back to his senses, Harry jumped off the stage and walked towards Gryffindor. As he sat down, the cheers made the floating lanterns in the air drift about, and the clouds on the ceiling scattered outwards. The Sorting Hat, seeing itself forgotten, quickly called out, All right, then I declare, Gryffindor is anyone listening to me. Harry took his seat, and hands reached out to shake his. The ghost named Sir Nicholas also came, and when Harry touched him, he felt a chill throughout his body. Before long, Ron squeezed in, holding 2 cups of pomegranate juice, and said happily, Harry. You are truly amazing. Throwing the Sorting Hat during the sorting ceremony, you are definitely the first person at Hogwarts to do that. Harry took the pomegranate juice and smiled. If Archaic doesn't set a precedent, how will it become a custom? No sooner had he finished speaking than cheers erupted again. One by one, the Gryffindor heroes gathered around Harry, and the few wizards who were sorted afterwards were completely ignored. Harry drank with the crowd, but glanced at the professor's table, meeting the eyes of Quirrell, who was wrapped in a large turban. He forced a smile, quickly turned his head, and began conversing with a greasy-haired professor beside him. Harry looked at the greasy-haired professor again, who, with an angry expression, also turned his head away. Harry wondered in his heart, Hogwarts is truly such a mixed bag, is this greasy fellow also coming for me? Seeing him looking towards the professor's table, Fred turned his head in that direction and said, Oh tilde that's Snape, the Dean of Slytherin. George echoed, the person who hates Gryffindor the most. Harry, as the young Lion King of Gryffindor, he must really want to hang you in the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps not, Harry mused, this fellow must have a grudge against Archaic, but I don't see any killing intent in his eyes. There is a saying, the Indian turban conceals evil, and the greasy-haired Dean harbors old grudges. One stutters to hide a murderous heart, the other shoots venomous arrows with cold eyes. In the grand great hall lurk two fiends, one in the open, one in the dark. If one speaks of the praying mantis catching the cicada, with the oriole behind, Scarface is skilled with a longbow, his arrows locking onto throats. To know what happens next, listen to the next installment. Fred and George, after hearing Harry's words, didn't believe him. Snape was a vile, sinister man with a venomous tongue, who usually detested students with prestige and popularity. He was also a Slytherin, naturally at odds with Gryffindor. Having served as potion professor for 10 years, which Gryffindor student hadn't suffered his insults and scoldings. Now that the famous Harry Potter had enrolled and was in Gryffindor, who knew what despicable methods he would use to humiliate him, even if he didn't die, he'd lose a layer of skin. The twins wanted to warn Harry again, but seeing him drinking heartily, they swallowed their words. As the ancients said, no experience, no wisdom. Once he attended potion class, he would know what kind of villain Snape truly was. That evening, Harry drank over a dozen cups of sweet juice, filling his stomach with a tempest. For dessert, he devoured 2 caramel puddings that churned in his stomach, only caring to drink and chat with his companions. After an hour or two, Dumbledore waved his hand, and the feast dispersed. He then spoke some golden words of caution, and only then did Harry and the other wizards follow the prefects to the Gryffindor common room. After telling the fat lady in the portrait on the grand door the password, Dragon Dregs, the door opened. Harry climbed into bed, and as soon as his head touched the pillow, he went to find Duke Joe fell asleep. He wandered in a dream, traveling for a long time, but saw no trace of Duke Joe. It was pitch black, unable to see his surroundings, and sharp laughter mingled with a woman's wailing. Green light flickered in a terrifying place, and the lightning scar on his forehead throbbed with pain, and Scarface suddenly awoke. Kill! This shout startled his roommates, half awake, muttering in their sleep. Harry gasped for a few breaths, and looking out the window, the sky was turning a fish belly white, it was already 5:15 in the morning. He had lost his sleepiness, and rubbing his forehead, he thought about the dream, feeling strange in his heart. In the past, when he had nightmares, he only saw a green light flickering, and nothing else. Now that he was at Hogwarts, he heard a woman wailing and maniacal laughter. And this scar, which had not hurt for over 10 years in his previous life, was now throbbing intensely. As the saying goes, the mountain rain is coming, and the wind fills the tower. A wicked wind blew today, indicating that Hogwarts was by no means a peaceful place. He heard Ron and the others snoring like thunder, but his heart was uneasy. He put on his robe, took his wand, tucked his watermelon knife into his waist, and went to the open ground of the castle to practice martial arts. It was precisely. Nightmare startled, heart flustered, Hogwarts hides danger. Sweat poured down as he practiced his fists and kicks. To achieve peace, he must strengthen himself. After practicing a few rounds of fists and kicks, rehearsing some martial arts, sweat beaded on his forehead, and white mist came from his mouth. Wiping his sweat, Harry secretly thought, Archaic may have good fists and kicks, but his body is thin and he is still young, unable to exert his full strength. If a villain were to attack, he would need a handy weapon to accompany him. He searched around the castle but didn't find a blacksmith's shop. Seeing a passing ghost, Harry went up to inquire, and the ghost laughed. Mr. Potter, let alone Hogwarts, you won't find many blacksmiths in the entire magic world. By the way, I died in 1945, so I'm not very clear about things after 45. Hearing this, Harry sighed and returned to the Gryffindor common room. Before he could say the password to the fat lady, the door opened by itself. It turned out to be Ron and Hermione coming out, about to go to class. Good morning, Harry, Hermione greeted, what were you up to? Harry bowed, I greet you, elder sister and brother. Archaic wanted to forge a good, handy weapon, but I didn't expect there to be no blacksmiths in the magic world. It's truly a case of having gold and silver, but nowhere to spend it. Ron was puzzled, weapons. Isn't a wand one? Harry laughed. Brother, have you ever considered what to do if someone gets close to you? If Archaic had a good weapon, a wand in his left hand and a knife in his right, he could attack from a distance or up close, wouldn't that be wonderful? Although Ron's father worked in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, he had seen some Muggle creations, but being a pure-blood wizard, this Muggle theory sounded like gibberish to him. He stammered for a moment, unable to answer, only scratching his head. Hermione, being Muggle-born, understood Harry's meaning but shook her head and said, "Harry, you should give up that idea, only goblins can forge weapons." Harry exclaimed in surprise, "Oh. Archaic thought those goblins were all brokers, so there are also good blacksmith masters among them." Hermione rolled her eyes. "If you learned magic, what use were swords and knives? Harry's ideas truly belonged 500 years ago." She said no more, pulling Harry and Ron to class. The first class today was History of Magic, which was about the historian's thoughts. Professor Binns was a ghost, claiming to have lived for 100 years, knowing ancient and modern affairs, a living fossil. He spoke slowly, like chanting scriptures, and in a short while, most of the students had fallen asleep. Harry listened for a long time but didn't hear what he wanted to hear. Feeling restless, he stood up and shouted, "Good professor, why don't you tell us about Lord Voldemort? And teach us how to prevent him?" As soon as he spoke, the tables and chairs in the classroom seemed to fall like mountains. Many sleepy students were startled and terrified, and Professor Binns also froze, his spirit fading a bit. A sharp-eyed student shouted, "Oh no. Professor Binns seems to be ascending, quickly go and get Professor McGonagall." In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Professor McGonagall arrived furiously, appeased Professor Binns for a long time, told him to solidify his spirit body, and then deducted 1 point from Gryffindor, convicting Harry of frightening a professor. "Harry, how could you call you-know-who by his name?" At lunch, Hermione chattered, "And today we were talking about Uric the Oddball and Emeric the Evil, talking about you-know-who as a 6th-year lesson. You deducted points from Gryffindor on your first class of the year, no, your first class ever." Harry didn't care, saying, "Elder sister, don't worry, what's the use of these blasted points? Will they prevent our Gryffindor brothers and sisters from drinking and making merry?" Ron, his mouth full of bacon, echoed, "Don't worry, Hermione, Fred and George always lose points, but everyone still likes them, don't they?" Hermione's eyes widened, her chest heaving, but she didn't know what to say. In the afternoon, Professor Sprout came to teach herbology. The short, plump woman was kind and amiable, displaying many strange plants that moved, laughed, and cried, greatly broadening everyone's horizons. Later, back in the common room, Harry was naturally satisfied and had gained much. However, without a handy weapon by his side, he always slept uneasily at night. Early the next morning, after Harry had practiced his fists and kicks, he went to Charms class with Ron and Hermione. The Charms class professor was named Phileas Flitwick. He was barely 3 feet tall, with disheveled hair and beard, and a bald spot on top. He had to stand on several feet of books to reach the podium. Harry saw him and whispered, "How did this professor become so short? Is he a natural dwarf?" Hermione was still fuming that Harry treated the point deduction as nothing, but hearing his question, she couldn't help but respond, "Professor Flitwick has goblin blood." Harry was overjoyed in his heart, Archaic's weapon would be settled today. When class was dismissed, the students all ran off to Transfiguration class, but Harry came to the podium, bowing deeply. Student Harry Potter greets Professor. Flitwick already admired Harry's name as the boy who lived, and seeing him as such a gentle and polite wizard, he naturally liked him even more. "Oh, don't bend over, Harry. Did you not understand something in class just now? Don't worry, I'll help you." Harry stood up, his eyes shining. "Professor, please allow me to speak, it's not related to charms. I heard that Professor has goblin blood, is that true?" As soon as he spoke, the classroom grew a few degrees colder, and Flitwick's smile froze, saying, "Mr. Potter, what do you mean by that?" "Student wishes to forge a handy weapon, and heard that goblins are good blacksmiths, but has no opportunity to meet them, so I hope Professor can introduce me. Gold and silver is a thank you, I would never be slow." After hearing the explanation, the surrounding atmosphere was like ice and snow melting, a warm current returning in spring, and Flitwick laughed. "Oh, so that's what it is." Seeing that the short professor seemed to have a hidden meaning in his words, Harry said, "If not that way, then how else?" Harry's unintentional words made Flitwick's face change. He only smiled once he learned that Harry wanted to forge a weapon. Seeing him ask again about the reason for his changed expression, Flitwick tried to evade, but Harry wouldn't let him off the hook. "Professor, if you are unwilling to speak, you will have wronged a student. It will cause snow to fall in June, and Doe will also speak for my injustice. Although Flitwick didn't know who Doe was, he could tell that Harry was persistent. He sat down on a stack of books, scratched his bald head, and sighed deeply, recounting the past. A poem serves as proof. Smoke rose in Hogsmeade. Wizards and goblins fought endlessly. The goblins collapsed like a mountain. Signed terms of surrender. Rules of inferiority were established. Many sighs within Gringotts. Wands became taboo from then on. Dare to possess one, and pay with your life. After finishing the story of the Wizard-Goblin War from a century ago, Flitwick sighed again. My goblin bloodline is probably only 1,000th, or even 1/10,000th. Perhaps it's an atavism, but I look very much like a goblin. Before I became a renowned dueling master, people from the Ministry of Magic would always ask me why a goblin would possess a wand when they saw me. I'm sorry, Harry, I shouldn't have maliciously speculated about such a lovely young wizard like you. It's just been a long time since a student has asked me such a question. Speaking of his sorrow, Flitwick also felt somewhat dispirited. He considered himself a wizard, but the Ministry of Magic didn't treat him as a person. If he returned to the goblins, holding a wand would make him a traitor. Lost as to where he belonged, he felt like an outcast everywhere. Harry listened, then chuckled to himself, saying, Good professor, you are too attached to appearances. Archaic only asks one thing, are the professor's parents both human? Flitwick was startled, yes, both are wizards. Then the professor is a good wizard. If anyone asks, and you get tired of explaining, just cast a spell and tell him to get lost. Flitwick remained stunned for a long moment, then suddenly felt a clear mind, as years of resentment dissolved. He burst into laughter, saying, that's right, that's exactly it. Indeed, a single word awakened him, clearing the clouds and opening his mind. Flitwick was a man of strong emotions. Now that his confusion was broken, he sighed deeply for a long time, claiming to have wasted decades, merely vexing himself. After a short rest, he said, I almost forgot, you want to find a goblin blacksmith, right? But Harry, you must know, goblins are greedy creatures. Seeing that he only mentioned greed and not a lack of connections, Harry understood. He took a pouch of galleons from his robe and offered it. Without the professor's connection, Archaic would only be wasting effort. Please accept this small gift, Professor, and there will be a generous gift once the weapon is forged. Although Flitwick had goblin blood, he was not greedy. He shook his head and said, Put it away, Harry. It is our duty as professors to help young wizards solve problems. Harry, however, did not withdraw his hand. It is also right and proper for students to show respect to their teachers. Seeing his insistence, Flitwick had no choice but to accept it. When Harry turned to leave, he waved his wand, and the money bag flew back on its own, returning to its owner. After arranging a date with Flitwick, Harry rushed to the Transfiguration classroom. By this time, the students were already seated, but Professor McGonagall was nowhere to be seen, only a gray tabby cat standing on the floor. Harry found a seat next to Ron and said, Why isn't Professor McGonagall here? Ron stammered, not daring to speak, only glancing at the cat. The cat, with its tail raised and neck stretched, paced over to Harry and began to circle him. Harry, annoyed by its circling, kicked it in the backside, HMPH. Where did this stray cat come from, daring to rub Archaic the wrong way? The kick was sudden and swift, like a gust of wind. The cat's fur bristled, and it suddenly leapt away, claws extended, back arched, its vertical pupils glaring. Ha! The students were stunned, their mouths agape for a long time. Ron was terrified and signaled with his eyes, Don't. Harry, apologize to her, that's. Before he could finish, Harry kicked again, still daring to hiss, have another kick from Archaic. This kick only connected halfway. The cat leapt, transforming into a human form, becoming Professor McGonagall. McGonagall said furiously, Mr. Potter. Since entering the wizarding world, Harry had seen many strange creatures and was now accustomed to them. Seeing the cat turn into a person, he quickly stood up, bowed, and said, Professor, please allow me to explain. Archaic only thought it was a stray cat from somewhere and never imagined it was the professor's true form. I hope the professor will forgive me. McGonagall was about to reprimand him but was puzzled by his words, saying, What true form? Harry blinked, Isn't the professor a cat spirit who has taken human form? At these words, Ron closed his eyes, Hermione turned her head, and all the students dared not look. McGonagall's nostrils flared, her face twitched, and she angrily said, "This is a type of transfiguration called an animagus. Only 7 people in the entire wizarding world can do it. I am a wizard." Harry was greatly surprised. What an animagus, to transform a human body into a beastly form. Hearing that only 7 in the wizarding world could transform, his respect grew considerably. He bowed and said, "This student was unobservant. I hope the professor will not be angry." Professor McGonagall ignored his words, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. "Mr. Potter, why did you choose to harm a harmless cat? It is said that teaching a skill is easy, but cultivating a righteous heart is difficult." McGonagall saw Harry's violent nature and cruel heart. How could she not worry? She feared he would become a destructive demon upon graduation. Harry looked left and right, saying, "This is easy to explain, but only the professor should know." McGonagall hesitated for a moment, ultimately giving him some consideration, and bent down to whisper in his ear, "Now you can speak, Mr. Potter. Professor, please understand, this student had a sense of proportion in his kick. It was aimed at the cat's rump, only to cause a little pain, but not injury." McGonagall's face remained silent, but the veins on her hands bulged. She straightened up and said, "Mr. Potter. 3 minutes and 18 seconds late, Gryffindor, 2 points deducted." With that, she returned to the podium, and Hermione stamped her feet in distress. This class taught how to transform a match into a silver needle. Harry listened attentively but only managed to transform a needle tip, the body remaining a wooden stick. McGonagall saw it and nodded. "Not bad, Mr. Potter, just a little behind Miss Granger." She was about to award Harry a point as a reward when she heard Harry say, "This is enough. If this needle tip is poisoned, one can take a life with a flick of a finger." These words made McGonagall furious, smoke practically billowing from her head. She immediately deducted another point, charging him with improper thoughts. For several days, Harry only accumulated deductions and no points, which broke Hermione's heart and made her talk herself hoarse. "Harry, why can't you just listen to class properly?" At breakfast, Hermione worried. "Today is Professor Snape's class, and he particularly targets Gryffindor, especially you. Can't you just listen to one class properly?" For the past few days, Hermione's nagging had been incessant, like Tripitaka chanting spells to the monkey. Harry felt a headache, annoyed and flustered, repeatedly bowing his hands and saying, "Elder sister, please stop chanting. Archaic will obey you." Hermione's worried face broke into a smile. "Then it's settled, this is what you promised me." Just as they were speaking, 100 owls flew in, and the white owl Hagrid had given him flew straight towards Harry. Because this owl was female and completely white, Harry named her Snowy. Snowy found her owner, pecked Harry's ear, and then begged for toast. Harry opened the letter she brought. Hermione and Ron both leaned in to look, and saw the scribbled handwriting, which invited Harry for tea. Harry said, "Brother Hagrid has invited me, Archaic must go." He wrote a reply, set a time, and said he would bring 2 friends, then gave it to Snowy, telling her to fly off. A moment later, the group walked towards the potion class classroom, where the greasy-haired Snape had already been waiting for a long time. Thinking of future events, Peeves also sang a poem. Harry loses many points in class. Today he picks up a black cauldron. Greasy-haired Professor Snape finds ways to snatch points away. Potion class was shared by Gryffindor and Slytherin. Once everyone was seated, Snape began calling out names from the roster. When Harry's name was called, Snape paused and said, "Oh, yes, Harry Potter, our new, famous person." He dropped the sorting hat during the sorting ceremony. Arrogant, attention-seeking. The first person to do such a thing in Hogwarts' thousand-year history. Malfoy and a few others snickered. Harry, recognizing the professor's mocking tone, merely snorted, stood up, and cupped his fists. "It is archaic, Professor. How may I help you?" Snape said nothing, merely staring at Harry's green eyes. After a moment, he suddenly spoke, "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered asphodel root to an infusion of wormwood?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hermione shot her hand into the air. Harry thought to himself, Archaic has also learned some medical skills from Dr. N, so he is not an outsider. Wormwood is commonly used, but daffodil roots are poisonous. How can they be used in medicine? He pondered for a moment, then said, "It would naturally be a good mosquito repellent." Ha! Snape sneered, "It seems fame doesn't mean everything. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry replied, "Archaic knows about monkshood, but I have never heard of the two types, monkshood and wolfsbane." Hermione stretched her arm out straight, almost leaping up, but Snape ignored her. He sneered twice more, "It seems you haven't read a single book before the start of term. Let's try one last time. Potter, where would you find a bazaar?" Snape's repeated taunts had already made Harry's anger simmer, but he held back only because he remembered Sister Shue's promise. Suppressing his temper, he said, "Presumably, one would have to dig it out of a cow's backside." As soon as he finished speaking, all the students burst into laughter, and Malfoy repeatedly slapped his desk, his sneers endless. Several veins bulged on Snape's forehead, and he roared, "All of you, shut up. Let me tell you, Potter. Powdered asphodel root and an infusion of wormwood can brew a draught of living death. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant. A bazaar is found in a cow's stomach. If your idiotic brain is empty, why don't you hurry and write all of this down?" Snape's taunts and insults made Scarface's fury erupt, and Hermione's words were completely forgotten. He kicked over his cauldron, knocked over his table, and angrily shouted, "What in the bird's name are you squawking about, you greasy fellow? A cow's backside doesn't connect to its stomach and intestines, does it connect to your mouth instead? There are hundreds of monkshood varieties, with different names, how can one know what type it is without seeing its appearance? Furthermore, regarding this powdered daffodil root and wormwood, if you can concoct some kind of draught of living death using only these two ingredients, Archaic will take his own life." Harry's tirade, every word like a steel needle dipped in arsenic, every sentence like a blunt knife soaked in feces, was aimed directly at people's hearts. Even a Buddha or Arhat cast in bronze and iron would have their lungs explode from anger upon hearing it. Ron was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Harry. Hermione groaned repeatedly, annoyed that Harry had broken his vow. The remaining students dared not make a sound. Snape, having been thoroughly cursed, was stunned for a long moment before recovering, and he roared furiously, "Harry James Potter. You should really learn what it means to respect a professor. And not be like your father. Arrogant. Conceited. Disrespectful." Harry's anger flared upon hearing this, and he shouted, "HMPH. What kind of thing are you? You're not worthy of mentioning Archaic's parents." Snape's eyes gleamed with venomous malice, and he said, "Ha! An unknown nobody like your father." Before he could finish, Harry roared savagely, drawing his watermelon knife, "HMPH. Archaic's parents were both famous good wizards. There are sculptures in Godric's Hollow to commemorate them. James Potter and Lily Evans, who doesn't know them, who isn't aware? If you dare to fabricate stories again, Archaic will not stab 7 or 8 holes in you today, or else I'll take your name." As the saying goes, tables, chairs, and cauldrons clang, the greasy-haired professor spews venom. Harry's fury soared to the heavens, daring to curse his parents will lead to your demise. Upon hearing the surname Evans, Snape's heart also paused for a moment. He continued to stare at Harry's green eyes, and then heard something about taking his name, and was momentarily dazed. He took in Harry's full face, then shivered, and life finally returned to his eyes. The greasy-haired professor's soul returned to his body, but his furious flames had all dissipated, leaving only a few lingering sparks. He waved his wand, and the overturned cauldron and table returned to their original state. He glared at Harry and sharply commanded, "What are you still standing there for? Get out your books and write down those 3 points of knowledge I mentioned. And you all. What are you standing there for? Do you all know the answers to those 3 questions?" Snape's reprimand sent the students scrambling for their pens and flipping open their notebooks, their minds filled with confusion. Didn't they say Professor Snape was a points-deducting maniac? But why didn't he deduct points even after being cursed to his face? Harry was also puzzled. He had already gripped his wand and watermelon knife tightly, ready for a fight. Why had this fellow suddenly lowered his flags and stopped his advance? When the class ended, the greasy-haired professor swept his bat-like robes and left first. "Harry, you've created a miracle again." With Snape gone, Ron was incredibly excited. Cursing Snape in class is something even 6th-year students wouldn't dare to do. And the most important thing is that no points were deducted. Hermione said, half happy, half worried, "But why? Harry, did he know your parents?" Harry ignored the question, but first cupped his hands in greeting. Hermione frowned. "Harry, what's wrong with you?" Harry said, "I hope sister will not be angry." Although little brother remembered sister's golden words, that greasy fellow was so unreasonable that I truly could not restrain myself. Seeing that Harry still remembered their conversation from breakfast, Hermione was startled, and a trace of sweet joy welled up in her heart. All her previous annoyance was forgotten, and she said, "It's okay, Harry. If it were me being spoken to like that, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist arguing with Professor Snape either." Harry smiled. It's good that sister isn't blaming Archaic. The three of them tidied their textbooks and headed to Hagrid's hut. Because Hagrid was the gamekeeper, he had to live by the Forbidden Forest, a few miles away from the castle. Harry and his two companions walked for about half an hour, then saw a pointed house built of large stones, with a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots outside. Harry knocked a few times on the oak door, heard a few barks, and Hagrid came out to greet them. "Welcome, Harry, Ron. And this is Hermione, right, the little lady from Gryffindor." When Hermione saw Hagrid, he was like a wall, blocking her path, as if it were deep night. "Hello, Hagrid, my name is Hermione Granger. Speaking of which, you're so big, do you have giant blood?" Hagrid was startled by this question and cried out in a panic, "I don't. I just have a rather large frame." Realizing she had spoken wrongly, Hermione apologized repeatedly. The three entered the house, and a huge mastiff immediately pounced on Ron, licking his face frantically. Hagrid poured tea and chuckled, "This is Fang, don't worry, he won't bite anyone. In fact, he's quite a coward." After pouring 3 cups of hot tea, Hagrid sat on the creaking bed and asked, "So, how was this week? Any new exciting things?" "Yes." Ron wiped the drool from his face. "We suspect Snape knows Harry's parents." Upon hearing this, Hagrid's hand went limp, and the rock cakes on the plate fell to the floor, creating several small dents. It is said that entangled grievances lead to the love and hatred of the previous generation in the martial arts world. The son repays the father's debt, and there are 20 years of secret karmic ties. As for whether Harry's parents and Snape truly knew each other, let's hear the next chapter's explanation. Hagrid was greatly astonished, and Harry and his two friends all looked at him. Seeing his reaction, how could they not know he was privy to the matter? Harry exclaimed, "Brother truly knows." Hagrid took a sip of hot tea, pondering, "Harry, that was a long time ago. Who told you about this?" Ron cut in, "No one told us. We found out after Harry and Professor Snape had a huge argument." PFF'd. Upon hearing this, Hagrid spat out a mouthful of tea, like a sunshower. The setting sun shone through, revealing a rainbow. After a moment, Hagrid took another sip of hot tea to calm himself. "Harry, what did you call Snape?" Harry said that a cow's backside was connected to Professor Snape's mouth. PFF'd. Another sunshower fell from the sky, revealing a faint arc. These two combined to form a full rainbow. Fearing Ron might say something else shocking, Hagrid put down his tea, worried, "Harry, you shouldn't be arguing with Snape. That's at least 50 points off Gryffindor." "No, that's why we're curious." Hermione shook her head. After Harry mentioned his parents' names, Professor Snape seemed to suddenly stop being angry and didn't deduct any points. Hagrid mused, "Mentioned names. Oh, so that's how it is." Harry, not caring for this, urged, "Brother Hagrid, please tell Archaic about the past between my parents and Snape." He was eager to ask, but Hagrid was cautious, deflecting and unwilling to speak of it. Harry pressed him for a long time but couldn't pry a single word out. Suddenly, Hermione blurted out, "All right, Hagrid, let's change the question." Hagrid, being pressed hard and feeling flustered, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Hermione's words. "That's for the best. You can ask anything else but that. What was the relationship between Professor Snape and Harry's mother?" Hagrid jumped up in surprise, nearly collapsing the house. "How did you know?" "Indeed." Hermione clapped her hands, put her hands on her hips, and said proudly, "I guessed it when Hagrid kept muttering, 'Names,' just now." Harry shouted, "Big sister, don't speak in riddles, quickly tell Archaic." "Harry, strictly speaking, you should call your mother Lily Potter." These words were like a sudden blow, dispelling the fog in Harry's mind, and all his tangled questions were instantly resolved. It was due to differences in things and cultures. Although England emphasized gentlemanly etiquette, married women had to take their husband's surname. In the Joseon dynasty, though a wife was expected to follow her husband, the surname given by her parents was never changed. Consider Pan Jinlian, who married her elder brother, but was never called Wu Jinlian. If spoken of to outsiders, she would only be referred to as the Wu family's eldest mistress. Having sorted out the cause and effect, Harry flew into a rage, saying, "This greasy-haired scoundrel dares to covet my mother. If Archaic doesn't chop this fellow into mince, I would be an unworthy son. Seeing Harry reach for his watermelon knife again, Hagrid exclaimed, "Wait, Harry." Harry, filled with murderous intent, angrily said, "If brother wishes to speak words of dissuasion, do not mention it again. At that time, Archaic will recognize brother, but the knife will not." Seeing his resolute words, Hagrid dared not hide any longer. Harry, you must know that before 5th year, Lily and Snape were always the best of friends. But later they suddenly went their separate ways, and James and Lily grew closer. By the time they graduated, the two of them were married. Of course, I only know the general idea, I don't really understand the specifics. Hermione and Ron listened, both with varied expressions, never expecting Snape to be the wrong party. Harry also scratched his head upon hearing this, his surging murderous intent receding, and he put the knife back. It was precisely then Scarface felt a killing intent. Hagrid quickly recounted the past. Greasy-haired Professor Snape, fated to be without, left dejectedly. Seeing the three youngsters silent for a moment, Hagrid relaxed and smiled. "Relax, Harry. Snape's attitude is indeed a bit nasty, but he would never do anything to truly harm you." Harry sighed. Brother speaks thus, how can Archaic not believe? He got up to get the teapot and suddenly saw a piece of paper pressed under the cozy, a clipping from the Daily Prophet. Harry picked it up and examined it. The report spoke of some illegal intrusion incident at Gringotts at the end of July. Fortunately, the treasures in the vault had already been retrieved, preserving Gringotts' reputation from being robbed. Harry mused, thinking of Gringotts, with its hundreds of magic spells locking the vaults and dragons kept as guards. A goblin every 3 steps, a wizard every 5 steps, such a forbidden place was actually intruded upon. Looking at the photo in the report, the intruded vault bore the number 713, which was precisely the vault from which Hagrid had taken the grey cloth bag. Harry was startled. Could it be that they had just left when the strong man arrived right after? One must know that Hagrid was retrieving goods for Dumbledore. How could this strong man, having come up empty-handed, be content? He would surely come to Hogwarts to steal the treasure. Harry held up the report. "Brother Hagrid, what exactly did you retrieve from Gringotts that day, to be so coveted?" Hagrid stared at it, his heart growing even more anxious. He would rather Harry ask about his parents' past. "Harry, I absolutely cannot say. Brother still hides it. A thief never leaves empty-handed, that fellow will surely come to Hogwarts." Ron and Hermione, taking the report to read, also exclaimed, "Hagrid, is the thing this person wants to steal at Hogwarts?" With all of them asking in unison, Hagrid merely averted his gaze. "Oh, don't worry, little wizards, no one can break into Hogwarts. Not even you know who. Don't forget, Professor Dumbledore is here." Ron and Hermione were reassured by these words, but Harry didn't believe it, saying, "That strong man, having breached Gringotts, must have great skill and fierce magic at his disposal. We are in the open, he is in the dark, and there are hundreds of people. How can Dumbledore protect everyone?" Harry's words were sharp. How could Hagrid counter them? Having been caught out by Hermione's verbal slip earlier, and then Harry having roughly seen the report, Hagrid feared that more words would lead to more mistakes, and more actions to more leaks. He stood up and pushed them all out. "All right, the professors at school will worry about these things. What you need to do now is hurry back to the castle for dinner." With that, he slammed the oak door shut. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked towards the castle, pondering. This report was issued 2 months ago. It's likely that fellow has already stealthily infiltrated Hogwarts, hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity. As the saying goes, fame invites trouble. With Archaic's reputation, if there's any misfortune, it will surely come to Archaic first. Harry grew increasingly vigilant. Suddenly, he changed his direction and headed towards the teaching building. Hermione saw him and called out, "Harry, where are you going? Aren't you eating dinner? Big sister and brother, please go. Archaic must see Professor Flitwick." Thus it is told. Gringotts was robbed by a strong man. Scarface's heart was anxious. Though separated by thousands of miles, he would surely come to Hogwarts. Having not learned fierce magic, and not being as good at fighting as with a short knife, he sought Professor Flitwick to forge weapons for self-defense. To know what happens next, listen to the next chapter's explanation. When Harry went to the school building and knocked on the office door, Flitwick saw him and exclaimed, "Harry, what are you doing here? Gryffindor doesn't have charms class today." Harry bowed and said, "Professor, I have an urgent request." Please guide me today to find a goblin blacksmith to forge a good weapon. Flitwick asked, puzzled. Harry, if I'm not mistaken, we agreed on the weekend, didn't we? Harry wanted to say that Hogwarts was on the verge of crisis, but then he thought, it's like a child's fart, blown away by the wind. Archaic is only 11 years old, how would the professor believe such a statement? He would surely dismiss it as childish nonsense. He changed his tone and said, Professor, recently my scar has been hurting constantly, and I've been having nightmares, feeling uneasy. This week I haven't learned any powerful spells for combat, so I just want a good weapon by my side so I can sleep soundly at night. Scar hurting. You could ask Professor Snape to make some calming potions. Flitwick mused, however, if forging a weapon can help you sleep more soundly, then there's no harm in going a day early, especially since you are indeed a rather special young wizard. As he spoke, he waved his magic wand, and a quill suddenly sprang up, twirling in midair, found a piece of parchment, and wrote out a leave of absence document. With the leave of absence document, Flitwick took Harry to see McGonagall next door. It must be known that there was a clear distinction, like the Chew River and Han border. Harry was a Gryffindor student, but Flitwick was the Dean of Ravenclaw. Although these two had a private friendship, their factions were different, so naturally, the Dean of Gryffindor had to sign the document. Upon seeing McGonagall, the old woman looked at Harry's leave of absence document and said strangely, forging a weapon. Mr. Potter, what do you need this for? Are you worried that the school can't protect your safety? Harry repeated the same explanation he gave Flitwick, and McGonagall no longer had doubts. She merely told him that if his scar hurt, he could see Dumbledore, and then she signed her name. Seeing that both of them were easy to talk to, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The magical world was much more lenient about swords and sharp weapons than the Great Song Dynasty. If one were to ask why, it's because the mysteries of magic contain profound secrets, even severed limbs can be restored as good as new, as if one had merely sneezed. With the document, Harry and Flitwick left the castle and headed towards Nottingham. Knowing their destination, Harry calculated for a moment and exclaimed, Oh dear. Nottingham is quite far, at least 700 or 800 li. Why did Professor McGonagall only approve one night's leave? Did she misread the time? Flitwick smiled and said, Oh, don't worry, my dear. If things go smoothly, we might even make it back for dinner. Hold my arm tightly, Harry, and don't let go. Though Harry didn't understand, he did as he was told. Suddenly, it was as if a purple gold gourd had opened its mouth, and a powerful suction pulled them, making their figures disappear in the blink of an eye. When he came to his senses, the surroundings had completely changed. Underfoot was a grassy field, and around them was a tranquil forest. How could they still be at Hogwarts? As the saying goes, apparition can be profound, covering hundreds of miles in an instant. No need for vegetarian meals or talismans, no red face or weak legs, even the divine traveler would be envious. Flitwick smiled and said, We've already arrived in Nottingham. Harry praised endlessly, what a powerful magic. It covered hundreds of miles in just a breath. Good professor, you are a master of magic, why do you only teach minor, unorthodox spells in class and not such great divine abilities? Hearing the compliment, Flitwick smiled and said, That's called apparition, and only 6th-year wizards can learn it. Harry's heart itched like a cat's paw, such a wonderful divine ability, yet he would have to wait another 5 years. Flitwick walked a few steps forward to a giant rock. He waved his magic wand, and the stone rolled aside, revealing a cave about half the size of a person. Harry followed behind Flitwick into the cave and saw a tunnel. The tunnel was initially very narrow, just wide enough for a person. After walking dozens of steps, it suddenly opened up. Oil lamps hung on both sides, and pit props were neatly arranged, with a large wooden door before them. Flitwick stepped forward and knocked on the door. After a short while, an old goblin with white hair and beard peeked out. Seeing Flitwick, the old goblin sneered, Oh Tilda, I didn't expect a human wizard to visit Tilda. Great wizard, what are you doing in our small, dirty cave? Flitwick originally didn't want to argue with him, but Harry couldn't stand the goblin's sarcastic tone and insults towards his esteemed teacher. He stepped forward, grabbed the goblin's collar, and angrily shouted, You wretched beast. What strange words are you speaking, daring to mock Archaic's master? The old goblin, seeing the wizard, was about to shout, but then he saw the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and was momentarily stunned. Oh my, it's the famous Harry Potter. I heard you went to Gryffindor and even threw the Sorting Hat, you're even braver than Godric. Flitwick saw that the old goblin was about to bring up old matters again, so he merely snorted and pointed his wand tip at his forehead. Don't even think about it, Lagnick. Harry doesn't know where the sword of Gryffindor is. Harry asked curiously, what is the sword of Gryffindor? Tisk 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 tilde. Lagnick sneered, Mr. Potter doesn't know. A sword belonging to goblins, but that villain Godric Santo. Before he could finish, Flitwick angrily shouted, enough. Godric paid your ancestors, that sword belongs to him. Lagnick became enraged, shut up. You despicable traitor. It was forged by goblins. Godric only had the right to use it. After he died, he should have voluntarily returned that sword to the goblins. The two argued amongst themselves. Although Harry understood only half of it, he grasped the general idea. A poem is proof. A fine sword from 1,000 hammers of iron, the goblin reneges, but will not redeem. Begging, stealing, robbing 300 times, not a half-inch of blades gleam seen. Harry thought to himself, I knew the school had good weapons, why did Archaic come here then? But since I've gone to all this trouble, I shouldn't leave empty-handed. He shouted, Professor, why waste words with him? We haven't even seen the sword of Gryffindor, just have him forge a good weapon for Archaic. You want to forge a weapon? Lagnick squinted his eyes, Mr. Potter, this is not a small expense. Harry took a pouch of galleons from his robe and threw it over, Archaic certainly won't shortchange you. These are the deposit, count them. Lagnick untied the pouch, revealing only a small opening, and his face was already glowing yellow. His eyes stared intently, glowing red, as if he wanted to burrow inside. After a moment, he put away the money pouch and shook his head, saying, all right, Mr. Potter. These gold coins are indeed enough to forge a weapon. But it will be the most ordinary kind. It was precisely. Harry wished to forge a fine weapon, but the goblin said there was a difference. Ordinary iron and stone make common things, refined good steel shows the extraordinary. Harry listened to Lagnick's words and asked in confusion, why is it an ordinary weapon? What if it's an extraordinary weapon? Oh dear tilde the famous wizard savior tilde Mr. Potter, coming to a goblin to forge a weapon, yet knowing nothing. Didn't your parents teach you the basics of the magic world? Ouch. Before he could finish, Harry had already poked his wand into his throat and roared, you scoundrel, so glib and pretentious. It's clear you can't say anything decent. Flitwick, knowing Harry had a fiery temper, quickly pulled him aside. Don't be impulsive, Harry. I don't know a second goblin blacksmith. Lagnick struggled free and retreated to the corner, gasping for breath. Just as he was about to recover, a flash of white light appeared, and a watermelon knife grazed his ear and plunged into the wall, nearly making his heart jump out of his chest. Harry rebuked, if you dare to speak such sarcastic words again, Archaic will not spare you. Seeing that Harry was truly intent on killing him, Lagnick dared not put on airs and began to explain ordinary and extraordinary weapons. It turned out that these goblins were born masters of blacksmithing. When smelting iron and fanning the flames, if some magic was infused, even an ordinary weapon would gain some peculiar properties. Like the sword of Gryffindor, though less than a meter long, it was made of top-grade mithril, forged 100 times, and specialized in countering evil dark magic. Harry listened, secretly marveled, and said, since that is the case, Archaic wants to forge an extraordinary weapon. If any rare materials are needed, it's no problem. Archaic will not shortchange you on gold and silver. Lagnick listened, satisfied in his heart, but still shook his head. It's still not enough. Harry frowned and asked, why is it still not enough? Lagnick rubbed his hands, forced a smile, his wrinkles full of cunning. Mr. Potter, forging a unique weapon not only costs a lot of gold, but also requires a lot of energy from the blacksmith. He glanced at Flitwick again, looking at the wand in his hand with burning eyes. You should know that a wand is an excellent tool that can amplify magic countless times, but goblins dare not take them. Mr. Potter, if you truly want a weapon comparable to the sword of Gryffindor, oh, why don't you lend me your wand for a moment? Lagnick had gone through many roundabout words, all for the term, wand. Though Harry's body was young, his soul was cunning. He had long heard Flitwick speak of the wizard-goblin war, so how could he not know that Lagnick harbored ill intentions and concealed malice? Flitwick listened, and anger surged in his eyes as well. Are these goblins still unwilling to give up? Are they still dreaming of that ethereal counterattack? He was about to issue a warning, but saw Harry's fierce gaze. He pulled the watermelon knife from the wall, kicked Lagnick to the ground, and shouted. You thieving goblin, do you take archaic for a 3-year-old child? Today I'll let you know archaic's might. Harry grabbed his pointed ear and, with a single slash, cut it off, leaving it dripping with blood. Ah 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 ah. Lagnick howled, rolling on the ground. Flitwick was stunned, his mouth agape. Harry held the long ear in his left hand and the sharp knife in his right, his body splattered with bloodstains, like a little tyrant. He shouted, "This one ear is just to teach you a lesson. If you're not honest again, your head will be cut off too. If you are not convinced, then go to the Ministry of Magic and report archaic." Lagnick was scared out of his wits. This fellow originally intended to probe the wizard's attitude in the bottom of the wizard-goblin war clauses, but instead, he stumbled upon a big tiger. Now, let alone losing an ear, if the Ministry of Magic knew of his words, the goblin race would also be implicated. He begged for mercy repeatedly, "Mr. Potter. Great Savior. Please forgive Lagnick, who was momentarily muddle-headed." Harry ignored him, found paper and pen, and wrote down the form, length, width, and thickness of the weapon to be forged, saying, "Archaic gives you 2 months. If the weapon is not ready by then, I will dig out your heart and liver. And make soup for Professor to eat." With that, he turned and left. Flitwick had long been stunned, and it took him a while to recover. He looked at Lagnick and said, "Go to the hospital before tonight, you can still reattach your ear." Lagnick paid no attention, still wailing. Only after Flitwick also left did he close his mouth, pick up his ear, his eyes burning with rage. Harry and Flitwick emerged from the underground cavern, laughing. The scenery above ground is so beautiful, yet that goblin prefers to live underground, spending his entire life there. Flitwick, seeing Harry could still talk and laugh after cutting off a goblin's ear, found it absurd and strange. He pondered for a moment and said, "Harry, why did you do that just now?" Harry asked in confusion, "Professor, why do you say that? That fellow repeatedly insulted you and wanted to provoke a second wizard-goblin war. For such a cunning scoundrel, cutting off one of his ears is already letting him off lightly." Flitwick blinked. So, Harry was so angry because of him. He felt a sudden joy in his heart, regretting only that he hadn't brought Harry into Ravenclaw. "Ahem, Harry, you need to rein it in a bit in the future. The last time I saw a young wizard as fierce as you was when you know who was rampant. But back then, if people weren't fierce, they might be persecuted by Death Eaters. But now it's different, the magic world is very safe." Harry shook his head and uttered, "Be prepared for danger in times of peace." This was an Old English phrase. Flitwick was first startled, then pondered, and finally approved. Recalling the thick and glorious years of the past, Flitwick also used fierce and powerful curses in the dueling arena. When was there not a severed arm, and when was there not a shattered limb? It was precisely such brutal fighting that forged him into a dueling master. Now, after serving at Hogwarts for several years, his bloodlust and killing intent had been worn away. If he were to return to the dueling arena, he would probably be defeated by newcomers. Flitwick sighed, "Harry, you always say things that make even an old man like me think." Harry laughed, "Children speak without inhibition, Professor, please don't mind." The two chatted for a moment, and Harry placed his hand on Flitwick's arm. In an instant, they returned to Hogwarts. Seeing the castle brightly lit, Flitwick laughed, "It seems we haven't delayed too much time, we can indeed still make it for dinner." Harry laughed, "Tonight, I must have a few drinks with Professor." The two chatted and laughed as they returned to the castle, but before they even entered the dining hall, they saw a tabby cat leap from a statue and transform into McGonagall. "Professor Flitwick. Oh, good evening, McGonagall, Harry and I are done." McGonagall's eyes were complex as she said, "Mr. Potter, please come to the principal's office. Professor Dumbledore wants to see you." Harry rubbed his stomach and said, "What does Principal want archaic for, is it that urgent? Let me fill my stomach first." McGonagall listened, her nostrils flaring, and she suppressed her anger, saying, "So, regarding the matter of insulting Professor Snape, do you have nothing to say? I'm really curious why Severus didn't deduct your points." That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone. This is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Magic School. Reborn with mythical powers from the water margin. Part 2. Flitwick, hearing McGonagall's words, paled and exclaimed, "Harry, you actually cursed Professor Snape." Harry snorted. That fellow has provoked Archaic repeatedly, why shouldn't he be cursed? McGonagall, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. Come with me, Mr. Potter, I believe Professor Dumbledore will make an appropriate judgment on this matter. Harry, unafraid, said, Archaic also has an important matter to ask. The two went to the principal's office. McGonagall knocked on the door, pushed it open, and led Harry inside, respectfully saying, Good evening, Professor Dumbledore, I've brought Mr. Potter. Professor Dumbledore, with white hair and beard, wearing half-moon spectacles, smiled kindly and said, You've worked hard, Minerva. Please let me speak with Harry alone. McGonagall bowed and left. Harry surveyed the office. The walls were covered with moving portraits, the posthumous images of past principals. On the cabinet to the left sat the Sorting Hat, and to the right hung a birdcage, where a large, golden-red bird was dozing. Harry was inwardly surprised. This bird was remarkably noble, with its golden-red feathers like a cluster of flowing fire. He wondered what kind of magical creature it was. This is a phoenix, its name is Fox, Dumbledore said with a smile. Please sit, Harry, don't be so formal. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Would you like some cockroach clusters? Seeing him holding a jar full of live insects, Harry thought to himself, although this old man looks kind and benevolent, why does he have such a strange habit of eating these insects as snacks? Does he perhaps have some kind of non-human ancestry? He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Professor, but Archaic has no appetite. All right, it seems I'll have to enjoy them myself then. Dumbledore popped a few cockroach clusters into his mouth, clasped his hands, and said, Originally, I wanted to talk about you and Snape, but he hasn't arrived yet, so why don't we talk about you first? Harry, Minerva told me your scar has been hurting. Harry retorted, if the principal wishes to ask, he must first answer Archaic's question. Does the principal know that Hogwarts is in grave danger? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Grave danger. Why do you say that? Gringotts was robbed 2 months ago, how could the professor not know? What exactly was in that gray pouch? Oh, Harry, I really can't tell you that, at least not now. That strong man is still at large. If he comes to break into Hogwarts, how will the professor protect us all? Well, please rest assured, the professors are all powerful wizards. If he has already infiltrated the castle and laid hidden traps, how will we respond? Harry, please trust the school's security measures. I will not allow any young wizard to be in danger. Harry's words were like sharp swords, while Dumbledore was like soft dough, merely deflecting the questions without offering anything useful. Dumbledore, slightly frowning from the questions, waved his hand and said, Harry, you have too many questions. Now it's my turn. Is your scar really hurting? Harry was already annoyed by this evasive talk. Hearing him ask about the scar again, he said irritably, Professor, don't worry, even if it hurts a bit, it's no big deal. As long as I don't die, it's fine. Is that all? Has anything else happened? Harry looked left and right, then exclaimed, Oh. Professor asks so many questions, Archaic can't remember them all. Seeing him act like a stubborn rogue, Dumbledore felt a headache and heartache. Why had Harry become like this? What exactly had the Dursley family done to him? Seeing that he remained silent, Harry cupped his hands and asked, Does the professor have anything else? Dumbledore knew Harry was annoyed by his riddles. He took off his glasses, rubbed his temples, and said, Harry, you can trust me. I would rather use my life to protect you. He spoke sincerely, but Harry chuckled. Professor has such a glib tongue, making these pleasantries sound so flowery and elaborate. Dumbledore, helpless, could only say, Then what would make you willing to trust me? If the professor dares to swear an oath, Archaic will naturally believe him. Yes, that's no problem. Dumbledore held Harry's arm. I can make an unbreakable vow. This unbreakable vow was a magic contract. If violated, it would surely backfire, leading to death and even the destruction of one's soul. Seeing him make a death vow, Harry also put away his playful thoughts. Since the professor does not fear death, Archaic also does not cling to life. The two clasped their arms tightly, and threads of silver white light bound them. Dumbledore was about to vow to protect Harry with his life, but Scarface interrupted him with a shout. Professor, you may have misunderstood. Archaic only asks that you protect my brothers and sisters. Dumbledore frowned and asked, Your brothers and sisters? Precisely. Archaic has his own means of survival, but I am worried about my brother Hagrid, my elder sister Hermione, and my brother Ron. I hope the professor will protect them. As the poem goes, An unbreakable vow was made, Dumbledore misunderstood. Scarface worried for his comrades, loyalty weighed 1,000 pounds. Dumbledore was stunned for a long moment, then said with gentle eyes, "Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry I misunderstood you. You are a very excellent young wizard, and a trustworthy young savior." Harry said, "Don't speak of saving the world. Archaic cannot be such a figure. I only wish to kill Lord Voldemort for revenge." Dumbledore, however, laughed, "Harry, what you wish to do is precisely what a savior should do." With that, the two made the unbreakable vow, and only then did Harry speak of his scar hurting and his nightmares at night. Dumbledore listened, closed his eyes, and pondered for a long moment. "If it's only an occasional occurrence, then I don't think there's a big problem." Suddenly, he winked playfully, "Harry, I feel Severus is coming. I wonder if you could do this old man a favor." Just as he spoke, the door burst open with a bang, and a slick-haired Snape strode in. "Dumbledore, you sent for me. Oh, Mr. Potter." Upon seeing Harry, Snape's expression changed. He glared at Dumbledore, "If you want to talk about Potter, then don't call it very important." Seeing him turn to leave, Dumbledore quickly called out to him, "Oh, Severus, don't be like that, at least let's talk." The old principal originally intended to mediate and resolve the conflict between Harry and Snape. Before he could speak, Harry cupped his hands, bowed slightly, and performed a salute. It is said that Scarface, who was originally a wild and unruly man, now transformed into a refined gentleman. Dumbledore's eyes widened, and Snape's mind was also bewildered. As for why Harry bowed, let's hear the next chapter's explanation. Picking up from last time, Harry suddenly bowed, and Snape was stunned for a moment, then his face turned grim, as if he had seen a troll in a dance dress or a goblin trying to be cute. He sneered, "Ha! So our famous Mr. Potter can learn what respect means." If Harry had heard such sarcasm in potion class, he would have fought him for 300 rounds. But after going to Hagrid's hut and learning about the past, he found it difficult to act out when he saw Snape again. It was a strong father-son bond, but he also knew right from wrong. One was a childhood sweetheart, the other a love usurper. Unrequited love twisted the heart, leading to harsh words and venomous remarks. Harry muttered to himself, "Today's class, this student was reckless. I hope Professor will be more understanding." The more submissive he was, the more Snape detested him. "Enough, Potter. I'm not here to listen to your apologies. So stop making that disgusting face at me." Seeing him stomping his feet in a fit of rage, Harry felt pity, and even his harsh words couldn't anger him anymore. Dumbledore cleared his throat, "Severus, Harry is just a child." Harry, however, cupped his hands and said, "Principal, there's no need to say more. Archaic's father wronged Professor, and it is right for the son to bear the father's debt. I have nothing to say." "Wait, Potter. What kind of look is that? Who are you pitying?" Harry ignored him, turned, and left. Once the door closed, Snape spun around abruptly and looked at Dumbledore. "What did you tell him?" "Oh, my dear Severus, I never told Harry about those past events. I think he probably heard it somewhere else." Snape gritted his teeth, "I'd better not find out who that blabbermouth is. I'll pour 100 bottles of tongue-tying potion down their throat." Enough of the chatter. Harry left the principal's office and headed towards the dining hall. From a distance, he saw that all the lights were out, so he had no choice but to return to the Gryffindor common room. After saying the password to the fat lady and opening the door, he had just stepped inside when he heard a roaring sound like a tidal wave. Fred and George rushed in from both sides and hoisted Harry onto their shoulders. "Cheer! Our Lion King is back." With the two of them starting, all the Gryffindor students cheered. They blew party horns, wore pointed hats, hung banners, and set up decorations, just like a centenarian celebrating a birthday with a hall full of descendants. Harry sat with one leg on each shoulder, but he was puzzled. Today wasn't Archaic's birthday, so why all this fuss? Hats off to you, great savior. Well done, Harry. I haven't seen Snape get stumped in years. This is one small step for Harry, but one giant leap for Gryffindor. The young lion caught the snake's head. Listening to all these people's words, he realized they were celebrating Harry's humiliation of Snape in potion class. Think of the annual House Cup. Slytherin had won 7 consecutive times. Whenever they met Slytherin students, Gryffindor always felt inferior. Now that Harry had made the Dean of Slytherin look bad, how could they not be happy? Fred and George carried Harry and brought him to the sofa by the fireplace. The rest of the students, regardless of their year, gathered around him to congratulate him and ask about the secret of insulting Snape without losing points. Harry thought to himself, this is an old grudge between Archaic's parents and Snape. How can I let them know about the elders' affairs? As the students pressed him, someone suddenly shouted, I say, everyone, let's stop asking. If everyone goes to provoke Snape and pushes him too far, it won't be good. Harry looked closely. The one who shouted to defuse the situation was outside the crowd, with only a mass of red hair visible. Even without seeing his face, he knew it must be Ron. The students listened and all nodded in agreement. Hermione also seized the opportunity to shout, I think it's better for everyone to think about how to earn points from other professors, rather than provoking Professor Snape. Although these words were golden, they were ill-timed. It was like pouring cold water into a charcoal basin, only producing thick smoke that made people disperse. Seeing no one paying attention, Hermione was at a loss, just fidgeting with her robes. It was just. Gryffindor celebrates, eager to show off, boldly challenging the dean of the snake pit. Hermione advises caution, but cold water chills hearts. After these people left, Harry cupped his hands and said, Thank you, big sister and brother, for helping me out. No problem, we're friends, aren't we? Ron said to himself, his hands not stopping. He untied the bundle wrapped in his robe, which contained tender chicken, fatty cured fish slices, and hard bread. Harry, you haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? A waft of aroma filled his nostrils, and Harry happily said, Good brother. If it weren't for you, Archaic would have starved. He sat cross-legged, stuffing the food into his mouth, and recounted his conversation with Dumbledore in detail, omitting the unbreakable vow. Hermione listened, troubled. Professor Dumbledore doesn't want you to be in danger, but he's unwilling to say much about breaking into Gringotts. Isn't this a bit contradictory? Ron thought for a long moment, but his mind was blank, only agreeing, there must be a big conspiracy hidden in this. Harry, with a mouthful of meat, said, We'll just take it one step at a time. Once Archaic's weapon is forged, even if a strong person comes, I won't fear him. It was just. Protecting Harry's life while hiding misfortune, why the contradiction? In time, the weapon will be forged, and even a strong assailant won't be avoided. Another week passed after the three talked, and Hogwarts remained calm and uneventful. Although it was stable, Harry was not a frog in warm water. He repeatedly urged Flitwick to tell the goblin to stoke the furnace and quickly forge a good weapon. Half a month later, the school started a flying class, which made countless first-year students cheer with excitement. It is known that flying is very popular in the magic world, and there is also a flying competition called Quidditch, much like soccer in the mundane world, known and loved by all. Harry's heart also itched when he heard this, thinking he could ride a sword on the wind and learn the ways of an immortal. Only when he went to the field for class did he realize that the so-called flying was teaching them to ride a broomstick. All right, everyone stand next to your flying broomsticks now, quickly, quickly, move it. Madam Hooch, the flying class professor, called out. Each student found a broomstick, and Harry also picked a straight, sturdy one. Very good, next you just need to reach out your hand, place it on the broomstick, and then shout. Do you have any other questions? As soon as Madam Hooch finished speaking, Harry shouted, Archaic has won. We are all bodies of dozens of pounds of flesh and bone, how can a broomstick bear it? If we ride it, won't it hurt our crotch? There's a saying, first-year boys, only greedy for the thrill of flying. Only Scarface, with a startling question, can a broomstick harm the crotch? To know what happens next, please listen to the next installment. Picking up from the last chapter, when Harry asked Madam Hooch if a broomstick could injure one's groin, such astonishing words made the male wizards panic and the female witches blush. Madam Hooch, though speechless, answered truthfully, Rest assured, Mr. Potter, every flying broomstick is enchanted with a cushioning charm and a levitation charm, which greatly ensures the safety of the wizard. She then glanced at Crabbe and Goyle, those two chubby boys, the problem you're worried about doesn't exist. Harry laughed, if that's the case, Archaic won't worry. Seeing that no one else had doubts, Madam Hooch clapped her hands and exclaimed, All right, now do as I just told you. Harry opened his palm, and with a single shout of, Up! The broomstick leapt into his hand. It was easy for him, but not for everyone. Hermione, Ron, and others shouted many times, but their broomsticks only swayed left and right, like a paralytic. Seeing Harry succeed on his first try, Hermione exclaimed, Harry, how did you do that? Harry laughed. Archaic finds it strange too. I've never flown before, but looking at this broomstick, I feel a spiritual connection. As they were talking, they suddenly heard Neville cry out in pain. Then he rode his broomstick straight up into the sky, flailing wildly from side to side, and then crashed down with a bang, breaking his leg. Madame Hooch quickly helped Neville up and went to call for Madame Pomfrey to treat him. Did you see him just now? That big oaf. As soon as Madame Hooch was out of sight, Malfoy sneered, I bet a troll is smarter than him. What's that? Seeing a light flashing where Neville fell, Malfoy walked over to look and found a crystal ball. He picked up the ball and laughed again. Look, it must be from that big oaf's grandma. Although Neville Longbottom was a clumsy and dull person, he was still a Gryffindor brother. How could Harry tolerate Malfoy's arrogance here? He stepped forward and roared angrily, You wretched scoundrel, what kind of strange words are you spouting? How dare you steal from my brother? Was it because you didn't get a taste of Archaic's fists on the train that you're greedy again now? Harry's roar startled Malfoy, making him tremble and almost drop the crystal ball. He turned his head and saw many Slytherin students behind him, which gave him confidence again. So what if this Scarface with a temper can take on 3? I have more than 2 people with me now. With this thought, Malfoy said slowly, Oh dear, does Mr. Savior even protect a clumsy fellow like Longbottom? Oh Tilda Great Potter, please, save me Tilda. Malfoy continued to make strange gestures, causing the Slytherin students to burst into laughter. Seeing Harry being ridiculed, Ron couldn't stand it. He pushed forward and shouted, Shut up, Malfoy. If someone like you, who only abandons friends, gets into danger, Harry wouldn't save you even if you begged him. Crabbe and Goyle, hearing this, both lowered their heads, remaining calm and silent. Malfoy, having his wound exposed, said angrily and shamefully, What's it to you, Weasley, you idiot who only hangs out with mudbloods? Harry already knew that mudblood was an insulting word. Seeing Malfoy indirectly insult Hermione, he became furious. You infuriate your ancestors. With a single roar, he grabbed the broomstick and charged. Malfoy knew Harry was good with his fists. Seeing his overwhelming momentum, like uprooting mountains and felling trees, his heart was in chaos, and he wanted to flee. Just as he was about to mount his broomstick and fly away, Harry, dragging his broomstick, was already in front of him. The flying broomstick in Harry's hand was like a staff, wielded like a spinning windmill, 4 or 5 paces away. He held the base of the broomstick and thrust it forward, shouting. Hit! This thrust hit him squarely in the chest, causing Malfoy to fall backward and his broomstick to flip over. Harry then used the broomstick to flick up the crystal ball, which flew into his hand. All the Gryffindor students cheered, but Hermione was anxious and quickly stepped forward to persuade Harry. Harry, you can't fight him, you lose points. Seeing that she only cared about points and was so unfeeling, a wizard named Seamus couldn't help but shout. Please, Miss Granger. If points are more important to you than Harry and Neville, why didn't you go to Hufflepuff during the sorting? Indeed, harsh words can chill one's heart in June. Hermione was struck as if by lightning and cried out in grievance, I'm doing this for Gryffindor's good. Don't you want to win the House Cup for once? I only know that we can win once right now. As these two argued, Malfoy, who had just managed to get up, was already enraged and humiliated. He seized the opportunity to draw his wand and cast a spell at Harry. One must know that Scarface had slain bandits and fought against rebel thieves, and even with his thunderous snores at night, he kept half an eye open. Malfoy's actions were flamboyant, how could Harry not know? When the spell came, Harry merely turned his head and dodged it, but it hit Seamus. Without another word, he fell straight down, his face swollen as if stung by bees. Harry's anger surged from his heart, and he said, HMPH. You scoundrel, again using such insidious methods to harm my brother, take this. He raised his broomstick, leapt up, and brought it down with a crisp crack like thunder. The broomstick snapped in half horizontally, and Malfoy fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, all the Slytherin students were filled with fear and dread, and they all drew their wands. The Gryffindor students were not to be outdone and all cast spells. One must know that people distinguish between friend and foe, but spells do not distinguish right from wrong. Harry was caught in the middle, and spells rained down on him like a volley of arrows. He rolled over, flipped to Malfoy's side, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and then, using Malfoy's broomstick, charged through, chopping, flicking, sweeping, thrusting, and striking, causing the Slytherins to fall backward and their broomsticks to flip. A poem testifies. Broomstick wielded, two houses ancient feud, on shoulders a young snake, as shield he roved. Chopping, sweeping, mighty as a hurricane, foes overthrown, all captured and enslaved. Harry's skill with the broomstick was formidable, he charged through the crowd. The Slytherin students frantically cast spells, but they all hit Malfoy. Ron, seeing Harry surrounded, was anxious and shouted, "Everyone, charge with me, rescue Harry. Save Harry. Knock them down. They can't hurt Harry." These Gryffindor students shouted, each picking up a broomstick, and all charged with Ron. Only Hermione tried to persuade and stop them, but no one listened. One must know that in wizard duels, if one gets within 3 feet, one's bones and flesh can be separated. No matter how varied your spells, if an enemy gets close, they are no match for a flying broomstick. All the Gryffindor students charged forward, each wielding a broomstick and wildly striking, causing the Slytherins to scream repeatedly. In just 3 to 5 breaths, they all threw down their wands and ran away. This battle was a complete victory. All the Gryffindor students were overjoyed, cheering and throwing Harry into the air. "Harry, we won! We won! Gryffindor is invincible! Let those Slytherins cry!" As they were cheering, a woman's figure slowly approached. Seeing the mess on the ground, she exclaimed, "What happened here?" The students turned their heads. The person who had arrived was Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch looked at the disheveled Slytherin students not far away, her eyebrows furrowed with shock and anger. "Now, who can tell me what happened?" Indeed, the ancient feud between lion and serpent, long-standing, erupted in a chaotic fight during flying class. Scarface displayed mighty power, and Madame Hooch questioned the right and wrong. Madame Hooch saw the mess on the ground and knew that there had been a conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Having served for more than 10 years, she had witnessed countless group fights and was long accustomed to such scenes. However, she needed to investigate the cause and reason behind this particular skirmish. Upon seeing Madame Hooch, the Slytherin students cried and ran to her, recounting their humiliation. "Professor, Gryffindor provoked us. They hit people with flying brooms. This is not how a wizard behaves." "That's right, they attacked Mr. Malfoy first, and then they tried to attack us. Professor, please save Mr. Malfoy. He looks like he's dying." The Gryffindor students, hearing such a distorted account, were naturally furious, and each one rushed forward, claiming that Mr. Malfoy had been the aggressor. Dozens of tongues moved at once, hundreds of spittle flying haphazardly, Madame Hooch's temples throbbed, her brain buzzed, and she wished she could rip off her skull and jump out. She used a sonorous charm and bellowed, "Silence. Phew. All right, now who can tell me where Mr. Malfoy is?" Seeing her question, the students all moved aside, revealing a figure sprawled on the ground, 1/3 human, 2/3 ghost. Madame Hooch walked closer to look, and gasped. The fellow lying on the ground had lips swollen like sausages, a face covered in bumps, hairy hands, and a bulging belly. Even a troll would look handsome compared to him. Though his face was no longer recognizable as human, his hair color allowed her to identify him as Mr. Malfoy. Madame Hooch was both shocked and angry. "Who did this?" Harry, hearing this, stepped forward, but before he could speak, Madame Hooch interrupted, "Mr. Potter, please don't tell me you did all of this alone. I'm not that foolish." Harry bowed and said, "Professor, allow me to explain. It was certainly not archaic, nor was it any of our Gryffindor brothers and sisters." Madame Hooch frowned. "Are you going to tell me it was Mr. Malfoy himself?" Harry said, "To know, you must ask these brave Slytherin students." The Slytherin students naturally refused to admit it, all crying out in injustice. The Gryffindor students, seeing them act shamelessly, also became angry and cursed. Madame Hooch used another sonorous charm, and only then did silence return. "Mr. Potter, please give me your wand," Madame Hooch said sternly. Mr. Malfoy was hit by at least dozens of spells. This is no less serious than a brawl. Harry was upright and had not lied, so he felt no guilt. He handed over his wand, and Madame Hooch used a prior incantado charm, revealing all the spells cast by this wand recently. After carefully examining Harry's wand, Madame Hooch was startled. No spells had been used today. Could Harry be telling the truth? She sharply turned her head. "Miss Pansy, please give me your wand." Pansy, a Slytherin student who resembled a poodle, stammered, "Professor, shouldn't you check the Gryffindor students first?" "I will, of course, check theirs too, but right now I need to know who attacked Mr. Malfoy." Hearing this, the Slytherin students looked as if they had lost their parents. After their wands were checked, Madame Hooch was furious. I didn't expect Mr. Potter to be telling the truth. Brawling is common, but you actually had the heart to cast spells on a companion who had his back turned to you. Slytherin, 20 points deducted. The Gryffindor students cheered when they heard this. Halfway through their cheers, Madame Hooch added, Gryffindor, 20 points deducted. For brawling. The Slytherin students, hearing this, gloated. Just as their joy turned to sorrow, Madame Hooch continued, Slytherin as well, for brawling, another 20 points deducted. As soon as her voice fell, Gryffindor cheered even more jubilantly. If they lose more points than us, doesn't that mean we're gaining points? Indeed. Madame Hooch deducted points, Slytherin lost 40 points. Gryffindor also lost 20 points, the hourglass filled with 20 measures of oil. After class, Ron and the others flocked around Harry to the dining hall, shouting about their great victory over Slytherin along the way. The older Gryffindor students, hearing this, rushed over to ask. Ron recounted the events of today's flying class, and the whole hall cheered. Ron, beaming, then spoke of Harry using a flying broom to make a dozen Slytherin students abandon their armor and flee, causing continuous exclamations of surprise. Great Lion King, you've only been at school for half a month, and you've already dealt such a heavy blow to Slytherin. Fred shook his head for a good while, then raised his cup and said, to you, great savior. Harry clinked cups with him. If archaic doesn't curb the arrogance of those rascals, how will they learn archaic's methods? I only regret my lack of strength. If archaic were older, and stronger, challenging 100 Slytherin students would be no problem. George, hearing this, rolled his eyes. Hey, Harry, if you want to make yourself stronger, I might be able to help you. Harry was surprised and bowed. Brother George, you have such a method. I hope you will let me know. Oh tilde Great Lion King, please allow me to keep this a secret for now. Ah. Archaic hates suspense the most. These Gryffindor students laughed and joked, only Hermione looked worried, and anxiously said, I say, we lost a full 20 points. Slytherin still has the most points. Just as they were enjoying their drinks and conversation, Hermione spoke such disheartening words. The first-year students ignored her, and the older ones shook their heads and smiled. Hermione felt wronged when no one paid attention to her, and she remained sullen. A red-haired wizard in his 5th year saw her and approached, saying, Don't be sad, Hermione, they just have a stronger desire to play. As the saying goes, if you see fiery red hair, it must be the Weasley family. This red-haired wizard was Ron's third elder brother, Percy. He was now in his 5th year and served as a prefect. Seeing Hermione's studiousness and a certain resemblance to himself, he intended to guide her. But you need to know, sometimes points aren't the most important thing. Hermione was confused. If points aren't important, then how will we win the House Cup? Percy shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this, secretly thinking that this girl's comprehension was too low, and her obsession with points had clouded her mind. After noon, the group went to herbology class. Hermione was still preoccupied with the point deduction. When Professor Sprout asked questions, she frequently raised her hand, taking on all the questions, adding 7 or 8 points one by one. She was happy in her heart, and looked at her Gryffindor classmates, but no one paid attention to her, they were all examining the strange plants in their hands. One must know that in the past, when points were added, they would all applaud and cheer, even in potion class, they would give a big thumbs up. But now, they all acted like blind and deaf people, which truly saddened Hermione. There is a saying, the abacus clatters loudly, self-interest chills affection. Even if one wins the top prize and the golden cup, one sits alone at the long table, facing an empty wall. Because Hermione did not participate in the brawling during the flying class, only trying to stop it, the Gryffindor first-year students became distant from her. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, they wouldn't talk to her. Hermione was only 11 years old, how could she bear to be treated this way? During every class, she would raise her hand, and even if the professor didn't call on her, she would still try to answer first to earn points. She thought that by earning points, she could reconcile with everyone. But the more she did this, the more disliked she became. Now, not only would people not talk to her, but they would also deliberately avoid her when they saw her. Harry saw her looking gaunt and pale, and advised, Big sister, why are you wasting yourself like this? You'll wear yourself out. Hermione forced a smile and said, It's nothing, Harry, I've just been having a bit of insomnia lately. If Big Sister is too shy, Archaic will go talk to those scoundrels. How can it be the act of a good man to ostracize a sister or brother like this? Ron listened from the side but remained silent. Although Hermione was grateful to Harry, she was afraid it would backfire, so she quickly urged, "No. This is my own matter, let me solve it myself." Seeing her insistence, Harry had no choice but to give up. This weekend, Harry asked Ron and Hermione to go for a run. As soon as they left the castle, they saw Flitwick rushing over. Harry bowed and said, "Professor, who are you looking for? You seem to be in such a hurry." Flitwick smiled and said, "Of course it's you, Harry, your weapon is ready." Harry was overjoyed. "Is that really true? I hope Professor will take Archaic to Nottingham." "Oh, my dear, I came to find you for this very reason, I've already helped you with the leave application." Before he could finish, Harry had already picked up Flitwick, tucked him under his arm, and ran out of the castle. In just 3 to 5 breaths, they were gone, leaving Ron and Hermione stunned. Ron scratched his head. "Ah. Hermione, want to run for a bit. I think I can understand now why Harry always wanted to forge a weapon. When you can't skillfully use magic, physical fitness is indeed more important." "No, I haven't written the essay Professor Snape assigned yet." Hermione shook her head, then earnestly advised, "I suggest you join me, Ron. You don't want to lose points again in Professor Snape's class, do you?" Seeing her constantly talking about points, Ron was displeased. "Forget it, what's a few lost points?" With that, he ran off. Hermione watched his retreating figure, annoyed. "You don't care about the honor of the house at all. Let's split the narrative." While Ron and Hermione parted unhappily, Harry was beaming with joy when he arrived in Nottingham. Going back to the underground chamber, he knocked on the door, and Lagnick was already waiting. "Good morning, esteemed Mr. Savior, have you come to collect your weapon?" Hearing his respectful words, Harry smiled and said, "If you had been so well behaved earlier, Archaic wouldn't have had to cross blades with you." Lagnick lowered his gaze and meekly said, "Yes, Mr. Potter, as long as you don't mind." After entering the room and seeing Lagnick's full appearance, Harry marveled, Why do you only have one ear left? Did Nottingham not have a good doctor to treat you?" Lagnick touched the hole where his ear was missing, smiling faintly, "Oh, please don't mind, Mr. Potter, I just feel that I should keep this mark. This way, every morning when I wake up, I can think of you, Mr. Potter, immediately." His words were barbed, but Harry just sneered, "You with your one ear are speaking in riddles again. If you want revenge, Archaic will be waiting for you." Lagnick ignored him and took a long strip of silk-wrapped cloth from a cabinet behind him, placing it on the table. "Your weapon, Mr. Potter." Harry opened it to reveal a White Frost secret silver ring cutter saber. The blade was about 3 feet long, emanating a chilling aura. A light flick of the fingertip produced a dragon's cry. The blade's surface shimmered with a green light, double-edged, with a blood groove rippling like water. The hilt was wrapped in red silk, fitting perfectly in the hand, with intricate, dimly glowing magic inscriptions. At first glance, it appeared unadorned, but on closer inspection, it concealed a sharp edge and deadly power. This ring cutter saber weighed about 6 or 7 catties, and though Harry found it strenuous to wield, he couldn't put it down. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It truly is a magnificent weapon. It's even better than Archaic's own snowflake bin iron saber." If the customer asks where this statement comes from, it is due to past life entanglements. Scarface and the martial practitioner had sought refuge in Crossroad Ridge, and when the authorities were investigating, Mother Night Fork and her husband brought them the relics of a monk, instructing them to disguise themselves to throw off suspicion. Scarface wore a rosary of 108 human skull beads, and the martial practitioner picked up a monastic certificate and documents. They each held one of the 2 snowflake bin iron sabers. Indeed, with brothers united, their strength was enough to cut through metal. Although the ring cutter saber was split into 2, the brothers were inseparable. They killed countless people on their journey, accumulating much karma, and were given the nicknames, Martial Clan Twin Fiends and Yin Yang Monk. Harry admired the ring cutter saber, his heart filled with joy. Lagnick saw this and slowly said, "Mr. Potter, I'm actually very curious why you want a sword over a meter long. For you right now, it must be quite strenuous to use, wouldn't it?" Harry sheathed the sword and said, "Archaic knows his own measure, and this is not for you to speak on. Indeed, there are fighting styles for the tall, and subtle advantages for the short. On Mount Liang, there was a man nicknamed Dwarf Tiger, who was short in stature, less than 5 feet tall, but wielded his weapon with great skill. Harry had once sparred with him and had long since learned the secrets of combat for smaller individuals. Harry strapped the sword to his waist and said, "This sword is excellent, name your price." 10,000 galleons. This rogue goblin's words were shocking, and Flitwick's eyes widened, his soul nearly leaving his body. 10,000 galleons. Does he take me for a fool? Are you joking with me, Lagnick? Flitwick narrowed his eyes, even the sword of Gryffindor wouldn't cost 10,000 galleons. Harry also sternly retorted, what kind of sword costs so much money? I can buy one for 30 copper nuts that can cut meat in tofu. What's so great about your sword that you dare to price it at 10,000 galleons? Lagnick snorted, this isn't some kitchen knife made from scrap metal, this is a magic weapon forged from precious materials. The entire sword is made of mithril and refined iron, quenched in the blood of a Spanish spiny dragon. The cloth strip on the hilt is woven from unicorn tail hair, and the magic on that strip consists of the most ancient Latin incantations. Lagnick rattled on, finally. I used the most classical and ancient goblin forging method. Do you understand? To explain, Scarface sincerely sought a precious sword, and the rogue goblin brazenly named an exorbitant price. A 10,000 galleon weapon, an ordinary kitchen tool, what is the difference between the two? All rare materials were used to create a sharp weapon that showcases a hero's might. After all, whether this ring-cutter saber is truly worth 10,000 galleons, let's hear the next chapter's explanation. Harry asked why the knife cost 10,000 galleons, and Lagnick shook his head, saying, my ancestors were goblin kings who forged the sword of Gryffindor. My smithing skills are not something ordinary goblins can compare to, only the most ancient goblin royalty possesses them. Moreover, this knife has 3 amazing qualities, which I dare say even the sword of Gryffindor cannot surpass. Harry asked, what are those 3 amazing qualities? Tell me about them. The first amazing quality is its extreme sharpness, even cutting through stone or iron only requires a light stroke. The second amazing quality is that it can absorb some magic attacks. Mr. Potter, do you know how rare that is? Even a descendant of ancient goblin royalty like me cannot guarantee that every weapon forged will have this effect. As for the third amazing quality, Lagnick just cackled, this knife will not get a single drop of blood on it when killing someone. Harry listened, then drew the knife again and said, Archaic doesn't believe your nonsense, Archaic must test it. Lagnick snorted, go ahead, Mr. Potter. If this knife doesn't have the amazing qualities I mentioned, I'll give it to you for free, oh no, I'll give you a discount. Harry looked around and saw an iron pot in the room. He vertically sliced the pot with the knife, and it split into 2, with a perfectly smooth cut. Lagnick stood proudly, how is it, Mr. Potter? HMPH. Archaic still wants to test the second one. He held the knife and asked Professor Flitwick to cast a powerful spell. Professor Flitwick waved his wand and cast a banishing charm, but the knife only trembled, completely unharmed. Oh, Harry, Professor Flitwick looked surprised, this knife is indeed a very rare magic weapon. But it's still not worth 10,000 galleons. Hey, Professor Flitwick, this is not an era where weapons are popular. You should know, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. Harry said, wait, Archaic hasn't tested the third one yet. Cut a person for me to see. Lagnick's face twitched. Mr. Potter, this is peacetime, we can't just kill people. I can go into the woods and catch a bird for you to verify. Harry said, you said killing people, not killing birds. Seeing his roguish demeanor, Lagnick was fuming inside. I told you, Mr. Potter, there's no one to kill here. If you really don't believe in the amazing qualities of this knife, why don't you use this great dueling master next to you to test it? Harry heard this, spun the knife, and its cold gleam flashed so brightly that Lagnick couldn't open his eyes. Professor is Archaic's benefactor, how can Archaic use weapons against him? Instead, why not chop a goblin to test the third amazing quality? Seeing the murderous aura overflowing from him and the killing intent in his eyes, Lagnick's hair stood on end. It should be known that this child was a demon child reincarnated. At only 11 years old, he had already cut ears and spilled blood. He said he wanted to chop a goblin to test the amazing qualities, and Lagnick dared not gamble that he was just bluffing. When one is under another's roof, one must bow one's head. Lagnick smiled fawningly, Mr. Potter, there's no need to test that. I'm willing to lower the price by another 4,000 galleons, consider it making a friend, how about it? Not enough. You just said that if it couldn't achieve the 3 amazing qualities, you would give Archaic half price. Lagnick was stunned, anger surging to his head. Disgusting. Vile. Despicable wizard. I only said a discount, When did I say half price? He gnashed his sharp teeth and swallowed his anger. Of course, Mr. Potter, it only needs 3,000 galleons. Harry listened and laughed. Archaic always thought Master was a good goblin, and today Archaic knows it's true. Archaic didn't bring these 3,000 galleons with Archaic. Archaic will write you a magic IOU. You can go to Gringotts to collect it, how about that? Lagnic's heart was surging with anger, but he still smiled and said, of course, that's no problem. Harry wrote an IOU, pressed his handprint for Lagnic, Professor Flitwick cast magic on it, and then Harry left with the knife. As the two exited the dungeon, Professor Flitwick kept saying the goblin was greedy, but then Harry suddenly pulled out a bag of gold coins and said, this student is thrice fortunate to have a benefactor like Professor. Please accept this small token of appreciation, Professor. This bag of gold coins was even larger than the one in Charm's class that day, stuffed to the brim, almost overflowing. Oh, Harry, put it away quickly. I'm not that kind of greedy wizard. Professor is upright and incorruptible, but he also needs gold and silver to manage his household. Harry. Seeing that he wouldn't take it, Harry knelt on one knee. If Professor doesn't take it, this student won't get up. Professor Flitwick was a good teacher who educated people and had never seen such a scene. He couldn't refuse and had to take the bag of gold coins, and only then did Harry stand up. It should be known that there were over 200 galleons in the bag, and Professor Flitwick felt the heavy weight in his hand. This is already equivalent to a year's salary, isn't it? Looking at the golden red scarf around Harry's neck, Professor Flitwick's expression was complex. Why couldn't those little eagles also learn to cheer like the little lions during the sorting ceremony? Back at school, Harry eagerly found an open space to practice with the knife, and within moments, he was drenched in sweat. He secretly thought, although this knife is good, Archaic can't unleash even a third of its power. Archaic must forge a body of steel and iron first. From then on, Harry only focused on swinging the knife and practicing, neglecting his studies. Fortunately, with Hermione's tutoring, he managed to keep up with the lectures. On this day in Charm's class, Professor Flitwick was teaching a levitation charm. The students all tried the spell, Wingardium Leviosa, but none of them succeeded. Professor Flitwick walked around, saying, little wizards, don't forget Wizard Barafio. He pronounced the F as Anne's, and ended up lying on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. Oh, look, Miss Granger has already done it. Gryffindor gets 1 point. Hermione smiled, her eyes twinkling, having earned a point. Seeing Harry and Ron still chanting the spell, but their feathers remained unmoved, she urged, it's Wingardium Leviosa. The gar part needs to be pronounced long and clear. If you still don't understand anything, you can ask me. I think the second and third successful wizards can also get points. Ron, having failed repeatedly with the spell, was already seething with resentment. Hearing the talk of points made him even more furious. Enough, Granger. If you're so smart, why don't you use your smart brain to figure out why no one wants to talk to you? Seamus is absolutely right. If points are so important to you, you should go to Hufflepuff. And not just watch from afar as Harry is surrounded by a bunch of Slytherin people, and then shout meaningless things like stop fighting. All the resentment he had accumulated over 2 months burst out, leaving Hermione stunned. Both of them were his friends. Harry wanted to say some polite words, but before he could open his mouth, Hermione suddenly covered her face and fled. There's a lesson to be learned. Granger focused on earning points, while Weasley angrily denounced her as unfeeling. The other students had shunned her for a long time, and now her good friend threw harsh words. Her heart shattered, tears flowed, and she fled in a panic, leaving no trace. To know what happens next, listen to the next installment. To pick up where we left off, Hermione rushed out the door before class was dismissed and the bell rang. Flitwick initially intended to enforce the rules, charging her with disturbing classroom order and deducting 2 points. But considering her close relationship with Harry, and how they called each other siblings, he found an excuse. Oh, Miss Granger, are you heading to the restroom? Seeing no one respond, he continued to himself, Miss Granger must be in a real hurry. All right, I won't deduct her points for now. By this time, Ron's anger had subsided. Seeing Hermione flee in a panic, he felt a pang of regret, blaming himself for speaking too harshly. Seeing his remorse, Harry said, Brother, your words were too heavy, how could Big Sister bear it? Ron stubbornly replied, I just told her what everyone else wanted to say but didn't dare to. Even if I didn't say it today, someone else would have eventually. Harry shook his head silently. Seeing this, Ron pursed his lips. Harry, you're not mad at me, are you? Harry smiled and said, a gentleman seeks harmony, not uniformity. A petty man seeks uniformity, not harmony. Brother and big sister both have good intentions, they just have different ways of doing things. How could Archaic be mad? Ron listened, head bowed, saying nothing. After classes ended that afternoon, Hermione was still nowhere to be seen. Ron's heart grew a little more anxious, but he still spoke stubbornly. No need to worry at all, Harry. Tonight's Halloween Eve, she'll definitely be at the feast. Harry smiled again. Archaic didn't ask, so why are you talking to yourself, brother? Ron was speechless, remaining silent. When they went to the Great Hall, it was already packed. Ron craned his neck, looking around, but saw no trace of brown hair. He hesitated. Harry, maybe we should go look for Hermione. I just think it's a shame for her to miss such a lavish dinner. As he spoke, a Gryffindor girl named Pottle said, are you looking for Hermione? She's been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon and wouldn't let anyone comfort her. Knowing Hermione's whereabouts, Ron's tense body relaxed, and he said, oh, the girls' bathroom is out of the question. His words contradicted his heart, exactly like this. His tongue may be sharp, but his heart is concerned. Hearing she's safe, he acts aloof. Young lads are still fickle, how can one weigh tender ginger on an old scale? When the time came, the feast began. Ron, however, didn't eat or drink. Instead, he took off his robe and wrapped up some chicken, duck, fish, and fresh vegetables. When asked, he simply said it was for a late-night snack. Harry saw through him but said nothing, simply drinking his wine. Happy Halloween, Lion King. Oh, Your Majesty the Lion King, have you been fitted with a treasure sword? As they were eating, Fred and George came to greet them. Seeing the ring knife at Harry's waist, they both froze for a moment. Harry cupped his hands and smiled. It's not a treasure sword, but a ring knife. Fred leaned in to look and said, a ring knife. Is it a weapon used by monks? George also exclaimed in distress, no. Lion King, how could you become a monk just like that? At least leave an heir. Their back and forth made everyone burst into laughter. After the laughter died down, George sat beside Harry and leaned in to whisper, Harry, remember what I told you before about how to quickly strengthen your body? Harry's heart skipped a beat. Has brother found a method now? George pulled a long, vial-shaped potion bottle from his pocket, filled with indigo liquid. This is an aging potion, a good thing I got my hands on in Hogsmeade Village. Just a few drops, and oh tilde it can instantly make you several years older, Fred winked. If you want to pursue an older student, and she thinks you're too young, then it'll come in handy. But I have to warn you, its effects don't last long. Hearing that this potion could make one older, Harry was overjoyed. With such a miraculous potion, why worry about not being able to wield a knife? He put the potion into his embrace and then pulled out 10 galleons, saying, little brother is fortunate to have met you two, brothers. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Looking at the stack of gold coins, Fred and George, who were usually so unserious, were stunned, their smiles frozen on their faces. After a long while, George stammered, oh, that's completely unnecessary, Harry. A bottle of aging potion doesn't even cost half a galleon. Seeing them decline, Harry forced the gold coins into their hands. How could Archaic let you two brothers pay? The extra is just for your troubles. Though Fred and George enjoyed fun, they weren't muddled when it came to serious matters. They were honorable men with pride, how could they accept these gold coins? The 10 gold coins were pushed back and forth between them. Seeing this, Ron advised, you two should just take them. Harry has always been like this. If you don't take them, he'll get even angrier. Seeing his nonchalance, Fred was startled. Ron, don't tell me, no wonder you're so generous when you hire older students to do your homework. I thought you'd won a big prize from the Daily Prophet. Ron shrugged, I couldn't help it, Harry forced me to take them. Seeing Harry's firm resolve, and with Ron's precedent, Fred and George accepted the money. Great Lion King, if you ever need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Fred pressed his hand to his chest and solemnly declared, the Weasley family is willing to offer you eternal service. Percy, who was talking to a female prefect, heard this and frowned, saying, who are you offering service to? And what in the world is the Weasley family? Don't include me in that. Oh, come on, Percy. Ron has already become Harry's shape. I think it's only a matter of time for you two. What Harry's shape? What are you talking about? As the Weasley family members were arguing, the great hall doors burst open with a bang. Everyone looked to see Quirrell, wrapped in his large turban, stumbling in. Scanning the hundreds of heads in the great hall, he said weakly, "Troll, in the dungeons, I thought you should know." With that, he collapsed to the floor, unmoving. The great hall was silent for a moment or two, then suddenly erupted, like a mighty dam breaking or a divine lightning bolt striking a ghost. Students screamed repeatedly, falling into chaos, until Dumbledore shot a few explosive fireworks with his wand to quiet them. All right, prefects of each house, immediately take your students back to your common rooms. Not a single student must be left behind. The four house prefects received their orders and directed the students to evacuate. Ron, squeezed in the crowd, suddenly saw Harry moving against the flow. He was shocked and rushed to grab his arm. "Harry, where are you going?" "Archaic is going to find Big Sister. We all know there's a troll, but Big Sister is in that toilet breathing foul air, how would she know?" A poem to conclude. On Halloween Eve, as the four houses celebrated, Quirrell stumbled in, announcing a troll attack. Hundreds of heads exploded in panic, but Scarface drew his knife to meet the disaster. While his classmates scattered like birds, Harry's righteous spirit burned, risking his life to confront the troll. To know what happens next, please listen to the next installment. Upon hearing Harry, Ron took a few deep breaths, his hands trembling as he pulled out his wand and declared, "I'm coming with you." Seeing his fear yet his unwillingness to retreat, Harry praised, "Good courage, brother. I mistakenly thought those Gryffindors were heroes, but they are just a bunch of despicable cowards who abandoned their brothers." The two followed each other, leaving the Great Hall and heading towards the teaching building's lavatories. As soon as they reached the corridor, a terrible stench assailed them. It was worse than 1,000 pigs spraying manure and 100 cows urinating, all mixed and fermented together. They covered their noses and headed towards the lavatory. The closer they got, the stronger the foul odor became. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Ron swallowed hard and said, "Harry, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Why does the smell get stronger the closer we get to the lavatory?" "Professor Quirrell said the troll was in the dungeons, didn't he? It couldn't have climbed up here already, could it?" Just as he spoke, his words became a grim prophecy. The moment his voice faded, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the girls' lavatory. If not Hermione, then who could it be? Knowing the direction, Harry didn't hesitate. He drew his white frost mithril dagger and pulled his wand from his robes, shouting, "Don't panic, big sister. Archaic is coming to save you." Harry charged into the girls' lavatory, only to see a colossal, sky-obscuring creature. It was the mountain troll. This troll was over 2 jong tall, its face vaguely resembling a ghost, its body like a beast. Its entire body was covered in slimy, mossy green, its head and temples had sparse, curly, snail-like hair. A patch of foul, withered hair covered its chest, and 3 deep, stubborn wrinkles creased its forehead. The troll wielded a thick wooden club with a slender handle, using it to tear at the doors of the lavatory stalls. Seeing this, Harry let out a roar, "HMPH. Take this, my blade." He rushed in, using his momentum to spin, and the dagger slashed down, his heel scraping the ground, revealing pale skin peeling back and blood-red flesh exposed. The troll roared in pain, swinging its club to smash Harry. Do not underestimate its size, its movements were swift. A wave of foul wind rolled in, the club's head aiming to take his life. Harry rolled away, but the troll wouldn't relent, swinging its club with a force that generated wind, determined not to stop until Harry was a pulpy mess. "Hey, you big oaf. Didn't you see your grandpa Ron here?" Seeing Harry struggling to dodge, Ron picked up a shard of rock and threw it, hitting the troll's skull, causing it to roar in anger again and turn to charge at him. Ron knew he was no match and fled, shouting, "Harry! Hermione! Run!" Hermione's legs in the stall were weak. She had been crying for a long time, having exhausted all her strength, so how could she stand? She cried, I can't run anymore. Don't mind me, you two run." One was fleeing in panic, the other had weak, trembling legs. The troll came with its deadly club, while the heavy dagger shackled Harry's hands. The troll was still raging, blood flowing from its heel. Harry wanted to get close, but the monster was on guard. Seeing its ferocity, Harry was consumed with anger. He took off his robe, intending to fight it again, when he suddenly felt the aging potion in his pocket. Harry thought, "Oh no. I completely forgot about Brother George's miraculous elixir. If not now, then when? In his haste, he completely forgot Fred's instructions to only use a few drops. He pulled out the cork and drank half the bottle in one gulp. In just 3 to 5 breaths, his muscles and bones grew, like bamboo shoots breaking through the earth after a spring rain. His inner clothes, good as they were, ripped with crisp sounds and lay shattered on the ground. Under his skin, muscles knotted and twisted, like 1,000 strange snakes writhing. If the Sorting Hat were here, it would probably cry out, "A malevolent star has descended, a lord of the world has arrived." Ron and Hermione, witnessing such a bizarre sight, were speechless. They watched Harry, with his copper skin and iron bones, and quickly swallowed their saliva. Scarface gripped the dagger, feeling it as light as a feather, perfectly obedient to his will. He tore his robe, wrapping it around his waist, and let out a great laugh, saying, "You monster! Archaic has come to take your wretched life." With that, he charged forward, dragging his blade. The troll, seeing the white frost mithril dagger, felt a pain in its heel again and swung its club, intending to smash Harry into a pulp. Ron watched in horror, but Harry laughed loudly, "You beast! Why are you so slow?" He pushed off with his legs, leaping to dodge the club, then rolled to the troll's feet, swinging his arms in a full circle to deliver 2 slashes. This was a fierce man, accustomed to killing, with excellent slaughtering skills. 2 slashes severed the Achilles tendons. A mournful wail erupted, and the colossal creature crashed to the ground. It was a case of striking while the iron was hot, taking a life when one was weakened. Harry, with his dagger, pounced on its body, plunging the blade directly into its heart. He then stabbed it several more times, pulverizing the heart, before finally stopping. When he stood up, his bare, pale skin was covered in bloodstains. Clots and puddles, thick and unyielding, vividly crimson and blinding to the eye. As the saying goes, the troll once showed its might. The aging potion swelled with savage power. The extraordinary blade saw no blood. Severed tendons, shattered heart, the stench still lingered. Harry stepped on the troll and cupped his hands, asking, "Are big sister and brother well?" Ron was stunned by the gruesome scene, and it took him a long while to recover, saying, I'm fine." Hermione's face was pale, yet a hint of color showed through. She turned her head, "I'm fine too, but Harry, your robe around your waist, pull it up." Harry was startled and exclaimed, "Thank you for the reminder, big sister. I almost made a fool of myself." As they were speaking, a sudden flurry of footsteps approached. Turning to look, they saw the professors of Hogwarts. Seeing the bloody scene, Quirrell could only gasp, barely able to breathe, nearly fainting. McGonagall saw the dead troll, her eyes white as brass bells. Then she saw the naked man on the troll's body and quickly pulled out her wand. "Sir, please put on your clothes and drop the knife. You do not appear to be an employee of Hogwarts." "No, this is no stranger." Snape pressed down McGonagall's wand and stepped forward, staring intently at Harry's green eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, this exhibitionist should be Mr. Potter. You drank the aging potion, didn't you, Potter?" Snape was a skilled potion master, so the other teachers did not doubt him. Learning that the bloody man was Harry, they all gasped. So, the one who killed this troll was a first-year wizard. Harry snorted coldly and said, "It is archaic. If I had not come, Hogwarts would have faced a bloodbath, and none of you would have escaped the blame." McGonagall and the others looked towards the stall, where Hermione was kneeling. "What is going on?" McGonagall exclaimed. "Miss Granger, shouldn't you be in the Gryffindor common room?" "Oh. And Mr. Weasley. Minerva, please wait." Dumbledore, with his white hair and beard, walked out from behind the crowd, staring at Harry and saying, "Harry, why don't you first step down from the troll, and we can talk?" Seeing Dumbledore, Harry roared. Archaic had precisely that intention. He raised his knife, leapt up, and with a flash of white light, severed the troll's head. He impaled the head with the tip of his knife and angrily said, "I was foolish to trust you, old donkey. You are also a treacherous and despicable wretch. There is a lesson to be learned." The dagger cutting down the troll showed his courage, but the white wizard's treachery chilled hearts. Scarface's angry roar stunned all present, but where can one speak of gratitude and injustice? As for how Dumbledore broke his trust, listen to the next chapter's explanation. Picking up from last time, Scarface had thoroughly berated Dumbledore, leaving Ron and Hermione speechless. Professor McGonagall, who held the White Wizard in the highest regard, could not tolerate Harry's insults. She angrily said, "Mr. Potter. You should show respect to the principal." Professor Snape, pleased to see Dumbledore in a predicament, tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't get agitated, Professor McGonagall. I believe Mr. Potter must have his reasons for saying that. Could it be that Professor Dumbledore is hiding something again?" Dumbledore ignored him, only staring at Harry and saying, "Harry, why do you say I am a betrayer?" Harry shouted, "Do you still remember the oath you made with Archaic?" Professor McGonagall was still confused, but Dumbledore understood. The oath Harry referred to was the unbreakable vow they had made in his office earlier. He had sworn to protect Hagrid, Hermione, and Ron. Now that Hermione had nearly died by the Trolls Club, how could Harry not be angry? Dumbledore knew he was in the wrong and his momentum weakened. "Oh, I apologize to you, Harry. But can we go to my office to talk? Just the two of us. Archaic is open and honest. I will not hide like a rat." Seeing his refusal, Dumbledore felt a severe headache. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but ask, "Professor Dumbledore, what oath did you make with Harry?" "I'm sorry, Minerva, that is an agreement between Harry and me. And he is right, I did almost break my oath. Harry, please forgive this old man's momentary oversight." Seeing that he wasn't being arrogant and his words were sincere, Scarface's anger subsided by 3/10. Harry said, "Since the professor is willing to humble himself, Archaic will trust you one more time." With that, he picked up the troll's head, stepped out of the washroom, and went directly with Dumbledore. "Professor McGonagall, I'll leave these two Gryffindor students to you." Professor Snape tugged at Professor Quirrell's collar. "Professor Quirrell and I still have some things to discuss, so we'll be leaving first. Goodbye, Severus." After the professors had all left, Professor McGonagall cast a cold glance at Hermione and Ron, and said grimly, "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. What kind of mischief are you two, and Mr. Potter, up to?" To tell two tales at once, when Harry and Dumbledore entered the office, the effects of the aging potion also reached their time limit. In the blink of an eye, Harry's body suddenly slumped, shrinking down as if his bones were being pulled out, reverting to his original form. His belted robe fell to the floor, leaving Harry naked. The principals in the portraits all averted their eyes. Yet, a few shameless ones quickly put on their spectacles to scrutinize him, pursing their lips and puffing their cheeks to whistle loudly. "Not bad, young man, very promising. I dare say you'll be very popular in the future, Mr. Potter. An excellent wizard, fantastic. Oh my, even more than my ex-husband." Dumbledore, annoyed by their chatter and worried that these portraits would corrupt Harry, waved his wand, turning them all to face the wall. He then cast a cleaning charm on Harry, removing all the bloodstains from his body. "Put your robe on, Harry, this isn't a shower room." Once Harry had put on his wizard's robe, Dumbledore mused, "Harry, there's something I want to know. What were you thinking when you killed the troll?" Harry snorted, "What was I thinking? I only regret that fellow died too easily. If I hadn't been concerned about my elder sister and brother, I would have chopped him into mincemeat to eat." Hearing his vicious words and seeing the ferocity in his eyes, Dumbledore felt a tightness in his chest and a deep worry in his heart. One must know that Lord Voldemort also studied magic at Hogwarts. In his first year, he only did dirty deeds in secret. He was nothing like Harry, who was so fierce, stabbing hearts, chopping heads, and taking lives without a change in expression or a tremor in his heart. Such a fiend, if he were to fall to the dark side, would surely be another demon reborn. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. "Harry, your personality is really a bit too impetuous. I hope you can restrain yourself a little. Archaic is born this way, why should I hide it? Because you are the savior who defeated Lord Voldemort." Dumbledore's warm gaze hardened, and he said in a deep voice, "Although that was the effect of your mother's protective charm, and not your intention." Before he could say the line, "But you are the faith in the hearts of all wizards," Harry interrupted him, shouting, "Professor, don't speak such useless nonsense. Archaic has a question for you. How did the troll get here? I have never heard of Hogwarts keeping any trolls. Was it the work of that thief who broke into Gringotts?" Seeing Harry pressing him again, Dumbledore sighed, "I think so, Harry. Based on my observations during this time, that thief might have already infiltrated the school." Harry's heart skipped a beat, and he urgently asked, "Is it that Quirrell fellow?" "Oh, I thought you would suspect Professor Snape." Harry said, "That greasy fellow has a generational feud with Archaic. He wears his hatred on his face, unlike those who harbor ill intentions. Though that Quirrell fellow acts discreetly, Archaic had a run-in with him at the Leaky Cauldron and knows him to be an awkward person. Tonight, that troll, the first one to encounter it, the first one to shout, was all that fellow." I'm afraid he's putting on a good show to muddy the waters and fish in troubled ones. His reasoning was clear and logical, and Dumbledore applauded upon hearing it. Very keen observation, Harry. However, I hope you don't show hostility towards Professor Quirrell. The old principal's words held a deeper meaning. How could Harry not understand? He laughed. Archaic understands. We just need to tie that fellow up at night, cast a few powerful magic spells, let him suffer some punches and kicks, and then he'll surely spill all the intimate details of his parents' lives. Dumbledore was stunned into silence, the Sorting Hat clicked its tongue, and Fox shook its head repeatedly. What was Harry saying? Were these the thoughts a first-year little wizard should have? Dumbledore rubbed his temples. No, Harry, my meaning is for you to do nothing at all. Harry asked in surprise, what do you mean, Professor? You're just going to let that thief run rampant. Of course not, it's just, at least wait until he shows his true colors, right? We can't accuse a good person wrongly. Fearing that Harry would bring up more sharp questions, Dumbledore took out a box and said, speaking of which, Harry, I have an heirloom of your father's here. I think now is the time for it to be returned to its rightful owner. A chapter unfolds. The principal sits calmly in the observatory, letting the fiend lurk in the school. Harry questions cause and effect, but is put off by talk of heirlooms. Picking up from last time, Harry, hearing that Dumbledore possessed a relic of his father's, promptly cast the awkward Quirrell from his mind. He eagerly opened the box, only to find it empty. He fumed, is Professor trying to make a fool of Archaic? Seeing that he was about to flip the table, Dumbledore quickly said, calm down, Harry, this is an invisibility cloak. Harry reached into the box and indeed felt transparent fabric. He took the invisibility cloak, put it on, revealing only his head, then looked in the mirror and exclaimed in surprise, oh my! Such a treasure exists in the world, how did my father come to possess it? Dumbledore smiled. You should know, Potter is a very ancient family, even the 28 sacred families cannot compare. He stared at the invisibility cloak for a moment. Don't lose it, Harry, this is no ordinary invisibility cloak, it will never fail. To be honest, I even considered using it to hide the Philosopher's Stone at one point. Ahem, anyway, you must guard it carefully. Harry wondered, what is the Philosopher's Stone? Did I mention that word? Dumbledore gave a playful wink. All right, Harry, what you need to do now is go back to your dormitory and get a good night's sleep. By the way, are you taking this troll head with you too? Harry committed the word Philosopher's Stone to memory, and sneered, precisely, Archaic still has a score to settle. With that, he took the invisibility cloak, grabbed his knife, and carried the head as he departed. After leaving the office and reaching the bottom of the stairs, he saw Ron and Hermione waiting there. Harry called out, why are big sister and brother here? We've been waiting for you here ever since we left the girls' lavatory. Ron's face lit up. Do you know, Harry, we didn't lose a single point, and we even gained 15 points for defeating the troll. Where did these 15 points come from? It turned out that when McGonagall was aggressively demanding answers, Hermione stepped forward to take the blame, bowing deeply. She claimed she was arrogant and ignorant, went to fight the troll, and nearly lost her life. Fortunately, Ron arrived in the nick of time, Harry displayed his magic, and the troll was slain, showing their deep bond. You know, Professor McGonagall has always thought highly of me. Hermione tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. If the problem came from me, she wouldn't keep pressing. Ron winked. Thanks to Hermione, otherwise we too would have been in big trouble, at least a month of detention. Seeing them reconciled, Harry also smiled. It must be that true friendship is revealed in adversity, allowing brother and big sister to bury the hatchet. As the saying goes, friendship shattered in charms class, loyalty obscured, passion sealed. Together they faced the troll as storms brewed, a shared smile erasing all past grievances. The three headed towards the Gryffindor common room, chatting and laughing, when Harry suddenly asked, have big sister and brother ever heard of the Philosopher's Stone? Ron just shook his head, but Hermione furrowed her brow, the Philosopher's Stone. It sounds so familiar. Harry, where did you hear that word? Harry recounted Dumbledore's slip of the tongue, and Ron clapped his hands, saying, that must be the thing Hagrid took, otherwise why would Professor Dumbledore hide it? Harry replied, brother has a good point, but I wonder what exactly this Philosopher's Stone is. Let me think. Hermione tapped her head, I keep feeling like I've heard it somewhere. She pondered all the way to the common room but couldn't figure it out. As the three entered, students swarmed around, greeting Harry warmly. Seeing him carrying the troll's head, Seamus jumped 3 feet high, exclaiming, "It's the troll. The troll Professor Quirrell talked about. Harry killed it." The students gasped in surprise at the sight of the head. Ron proudly puffed out his chest and recounted their combined feat of slaying the troll, also mentioning that Professor McGonagall had awarded them points, leading to a chorus of cheers. Even the fat lady in the portrait outside covered her ears and scurried off to other portraits for peace and quiet. "Harry, you defeated a troll." "No. He killed it. Hail the Lion King." Everyone celebrated with Harry and Ron, while Hermione, knowing when to leave, was about to return to her dormitory when she suddenly heard Harry's sharp rebuke, "What is there to celebrate?" This shout silenced everyone. Seamus couldn't help but say, "But, Harry, you killed a troll." Harry ignored him, carrying the head, and jumped onto the sofa, saying, "Archaic asks you all, how many of you knew Hermione did not come to the feast tonight?" The students exchanged glances, and after a while, 20 or 30 of them raised their hands. Seeing this, Harry's anger flared. "All of you knew Hermione wasn't here, all of you heard the troll attacking, yet you only cared about fleeing. Do you even deserve to be called heroes? Archaic regarded you all as good men and women who value loyalty, but today you have done such a despicable thing, abandoning your brother and sister. Do you deserve to celebrate?" Harry's tirade left everyone stunned and at a loss for words. Ron and Hermione were both astonished. The older students and prefects wanted to intervene, but knowing these were golden words, they merely watched. Seeing their silence, Harry jumped down again, pointing a finger at each of their chests. "You value loyalty, Big Sister values honor, all are righteous paths, yet how can you not tolerate her, putting on such a cold shoulder? You must know that today Big Sister used a lie to deceive Professor McGonagall, which allowed Archaic and Brother Ron to avoid trouble and escape detention." Each sentence pierced their hearts, each word scraped their faces, making the students blush and unable to stand tall. The common room fell silent. Harry suddenly drew his knife, startling the older students and prefects who rushed to dissuade him. Before they could speak, Harry sliced off the troll's scalp with one stroke, then tore a piece of cloth, dipped it in blood, and wrote the character for ye righteousness, loyalty, above the fireplace. Archaic knows you are all good people, with warm blood flowing in your veins and true loyalty wrapped beneath your skin, merely confused by a momentary fright. But you must know that one mistake after another will surely lead to great disaster. If you do not gather loyalty, how can you be Gryffindor?" With that, Harry took his knife and returned to his dormitory. Hermione stared blankly at Harry's retreating back, a wave of sour warmth rising in her eyes. Tears welled up, almost spilling down. The students gazed at the character, Yi, for a long time, though they might not have recognized its form, they understood its meaning. Filled with shame, they all came to apologize to Hermione. "I'm sorry, Hermione." Seamus fidgeted with his robes, not daring to meet her eyes. "Please don't mind what I said during flying class that day." "Sorry, Hermione. I'm really sorry, I was just focused on running and forgot you were in the girls' lavatory." "Hermione, please forgive me." These were all 11-year-old children, quick to resentment and quick to regret. Hermione listened to all their words, but her tears wouldn't stop. Seeing this, the older students and prefects laughed and tried to smooth things over, bringing out their hidden sweet juices and snacks for them to eat. All the students sat together, drinking and making merry. Hermione also smiled, and only then did they truly seem like a united group. A poem to commemorate. Harry's angry roar awakened the foolish. Students apologized, their tears streaming. Together they drank sweet juice and ate fruits, toasting with joy, their loyalty shining bright. In the Gryffindor common room, everyone was making merry, eating and drinking to their heart's content. Ron had also eaten quite a few chocolate frogs to collect the cards. Burp. Let me see who it is this time. Ron tore open the box, took out the card to look, and then said disappointedly, Nicholas Flamel. "Oh, I already have him." Hermione, who was chatting and laughing with Lavender, heard the name, and a thought suddenly clicked. She exclaimed, "I know." Her sudden shout nearly startled Ron, who quickly asked, "Hermione, what's wrong with you?" "Nicholas Flamel." Hermione leaned in and whispered to Ron, "He's the one who created the Philosopher's Stone." It turned out that Nicholas Flamel was also a renowned wizard in the magic world, skilled in alchemy, and a lifelong friend of Dumbledore. The Philosopher's Stone was the supreme treasure he had refined. Ron listened to Hermione's explanation, still confused, and asked, "Wait, Hermione, how do you know all this?" "I read about him in famous wizards of the magical world. You go get Harry, and I'll get the book. With that, Hermione left. In a moment, Hermione returned from the dormitory with the book, and Ron brought Harry. The three gathered on the sofa, leaning over to look at the book. Hermione flipped through a few pages and exclaimed, "Look, it's this one. The Philosopher's Stone can not only turn any metal into gold but also produce the elixir of life." Hermione felt all her confusion melt away. No wonder the Philosopher's Stone was transferred from Gringotts to Hogwarts. It turns out he and Professor Dumbledore are friends. That's right, Professor Dumbledore not only defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald but also you know who. The Philosopher's Stone is definitely safer in his hands than at Gringotts. While the two were discussing what magical means Dumbledore employed, Harry stood there, contemplating, this magic world is truly wondrous, to possess such a treasure. If Archaic were to obtain this Philosopher's Stone, and make Archaic and his brothers into terrestrial immortals, wouldn't that be delightful? He desired the Philosopher's Stone, so the next day, he, Hermione, and Ron took advantage of their free time to search inside and outside the castle, specifically looking for hidden, secretive vaults. Alas, after searching every nook and cranny of the castle, they couldn't even find a ghostly hollow. As time passed, Harry grew tired of it and cast the thought aside, focusing daily on practicing his swordsmanship and learning spells. As the year drew to a close and Christmas approached, Harry found himself in a bind. All the good fellows in the academy and the professors in the school needed to send gifts of wine and lamb, and prepare for the festival, which naturally required significant financial outlay. He was a generous and righteous man, so he entrusted the Weasley brothers to procure many gold beads and silk brocades, embroidered silks, rare materials, and pure gold and silver. Each package, each item, was carefully wrapped and sent by Snowy. This continued for several days without interruption, almost exhausting her to death. As Christmas Eve approached, the common room was dimly lit and cold, and the dormitories were empty. After half a year of study, who didn't miss their mother, and who didn't long for their father? All the students, carrying their luggage, dispersed, leaving only Harry and Ron sitting by the fireplace, guarding the school. Harry, whose parents had passed away, had nowhere to go, so that went without saying. Ron stayed because his parents had traveled thousands of miles to visit their second son in Romania, leaving him with no home to return to. This time, with only the two of them in the common room, though it was a bit desolate, it was liberating. Harry took out 2 bottles of strong liquor he had acquired, and Ron laid out some cooked meat brought from the dining hall. The two sat cross-legged, drinking heavily and eating meat heartily, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Once their bellies were full, they drunkenly climbed into bed, closing their eyes the moment their heads hit the pillow. When they opened them again, the sun was already high in the sky. Hot tilde Harry, I haven't slept this comfortably in a long time. Those 2 bottles of your liquor were really strong. Ron, still sleepy, got up and looked around, but Harry was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was wondering, the dormitory door suddenly opened, and Harry entered, accompanied by a blast of cold air. He was milky white all over, with ice particles embedded in his sweater, icicles on his hair, and an icy crust on his cuffs. With every step, he crunched, and with every stomp, small snowflakes flew everywhere. Oh, Harry, you're really up early. Did you go practice your swordsmanship again? Stimulated by the cold air, Ron also sobered up and mumbled, I thought you were as drunk as I was. Harry laughed. Archaic is naturally good at holding his liquor. Even after 18 large bowls, Archaic would only be half drunk. Ron secretly clicked his tongue upon hearing this, then saw the floor covered with packages wrapped in colorful ribbons, and exclaimed joyfully, That's right, Harry. Let's open our Christmas presents. Harry's packages were piled like a small mountain. He picked up a craft paper package from the top, saw the name Hagrid, and opened it to find a flute. He played with it for a moment, then opened the rest. Hermione sent a box of horseshoe-shaped chocolates, Uncle Vernon sent a 50-pence coin, Dumbledore sent a pair of wool socks, and even Mrs. Weasley sent a package with a sweater and a box of fudge. Ron saw the bright green sweater and looked embarrassed. She knits us a sweater every year. I didn't expect her to knit one for you this year too. Harry held the garment, sighing deeply. As the saying goes, the thread in a kind mother's hand, the clothes on a traveler's body. Harry had only met Mrs. Weasley once, yet she sent him a hand-stitched garment. How could he not be grateful? Harry said solemnly, Your mother is skilled with a needle and thread. If Archaic has leisure, Archaic will personally visit to express his thanks. Ron paused for a moment. Harry, do you really like this sweater? Every stitch contains genuine affection. How could Archaic not be happy? Ron heard this, and looking at the sweater again, found it much more pleasing to the eye. After putting away the sweater, Harry went to open the remaining packages. There was even a package from Flitwick. He opened it and saw an armguard, forged from steel, entirely black, and inscribed with many spells. Harry pulled off the letter on the package and read the flowing, elegant handwriting. Merry Christmas, Harry. This is an armguard I once used in duels. When danger approaches you, the spells on the armguard will glow. Although it can't compare to your knife, this is the most suitable gift I could find for you. Harry fastened the armguard, and it shrunk and expanded freely, changing its size on its own. Truly a fine piece of protective gear. Harry swung his arm, overjoyed. Good professor. This gift truly hits Archaic's heart. After he and Ron had opened their packages and sorted their gifts, they put on their robes and went to Hagrid's hut. One must know that Hagrid was also an unfortunate man. His mother abandoned him like a worn-out shoe in infancy, and his father passed away when he was a child, leaving him an orphan at Harry's age. Now, during the festive Christmas season, everyone was reunited with their blood relatives, but this man was confined to his house. Harry and Ron brought some warm strong liquor, left the castle, and disappeared into the swirling white snowflakes, walking through the snow. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at Hagrid's hut. Harry knocked on the door, hearing clanging sounds from inside. Who is it? It is Archaic, Harry, come to visit his brother. In a moment, they heard the iron bolt inside the door slide, and the door opened halfway. Oh, Merry Christmas, please come in. The two entered the house and felt the ice and snow melt away, replaced by steaming heat, as if they had traveled from a cold valley to a fiery mountain. After sitting for a moment, Ron began to sweat. Hagrid, it's really hot in here. Hagrid's eyes darted nervously from side to side. Oh, yes, Fang gets cold easily. I want to make the house warmer for him. Ron looked over. The mastiff was sprawled on the ground, limp and panting with its tongue hanging out. How could it seem cold? The story goes, Hagrid's hut was filled with heat waves, and Ron sweated as if it were midsummer. Hagrid insisted the dog was cold, but Fang looked on the verge of heatstroke. What secret mystery lay hidden in such a strange and suspicious situation? To know what happens next, please listen to the next installment. Picking up from last time, the heat in Hagrid's hut was rolling like midsummer. He, however, made an excuse, saying Fang was afraid of the cold. Ron asked suspiciously, really? I don't feel like Fang is particularly afraid of the cold, it's more like he's about to die from the heat. Ahem, Fang isn't quite like other dogs. Harry, who often endured grueling training, was a person of vigorous chi and blood. Scorched by the heat, he was already sweating profusely and couldn't bear it any longer. He exclaimed, Brother, it's so hot in here. Why is the stove burning so fiercely? It's going to steam us all into cooked crabs. He got up and walked straight to the fireplace, intending to poke the fire to lower the temperature. Hagrid's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was about to dissuade him, he heard Harry exclaim, Oh! What a big egg! Brother, are you going to roast it? It turned out that besides a few burning charcoal logs, there was a giant, black, iron-like egg nestled in the fireplace. Ron, hearing this, also leaned over to look and said, Roasted egg. Harry and I haven't had lunch yet. By the way, is one egg enough for the three of us? Hearing them talk about eating the egg, Hagrid cried out in alarm, Oh, wait a minute, that's not an edible egg, it's my pet that hasn't hatched yet. Harry wondered, what kind of bird needs to be hatched in fire? Is it the phoenix from Professor Dumbledore's office? Harry, I can't get phoenix eggs, they're extremely rare. Ron, curious, walked to the fireplace and examined the black egg carefully. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Hagrid, you're raising a dragon. Seeing that he had blurted out the truth, Hagrid frantically said, What? Dragon egg. I don't have one, don't talk nonsense. This is it. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a Norwegian ridgeback egg, or perhaps a Hungarian horntail. Seeing Ron's confident assertion, Harry said, Brother, when did you learn so much? You're not usually like this. Oh, my brother Charlie's job in Romania is raising dragons, and he often shares some knowledge about dragons with me. Seeing that further denial was useless, Hagrid slumped onto the sofa and said, All right, it is indeed a Norwegian ridgeback egg, but you absolutely must not tell anyone. It must be known that the dragons in the wizarding world are different from the five-clawed golden dragons of Emperor Zhao. They are all fierce creatures that breathe infernal fire. Their hides are tougher than chainmail, and their steel claws are sharper than hook-sickle spears. When their wings spread, they block out the sun and cover the sky, and it usually takes more than 10 skilled wizards with powerful spells to subdue them. Harry had long heard of dragons, and now that he had seen an egg-like form, his heart was filled with wonder and his eyes with desire. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother, where did you get this dragon egg? If you have connections, please let Archaic raise one too." Hagrid heard him and chuckled foolishly. "Harry, dragon eggs aren't that easy to get. I was just lucky to get this Norwegian Ridgeback egg, like drinking a whole bottle of Felix Felicis. If you ask about the origin of the dragon egg, it was when Hagrid went to Hogsmeade Village for a drink the other day and met a fated passerby. The two talked about magical creatures, feeling as if they had met too late. After talking until their throats were dry, they played with dice and cards. The passerby was unlucky and lost all his money, then offered the dragon egg as collateral for the debt. Hagrid, beaming with pride, explained the whole story, making Harry's heart itch. "Brother, you have such good luck. When it comes to Pai Gao and dice, Archaic is also an expert. If you meet this person again, I hope you'll introduce him to me." Hagrid shook his head and said, "No, Harry, you can't gamble. And that person kept his face covered with a hood the whole time, I don't know what he looks like." Hearing that the passerby hadn't shown his face, Harry's heart tightened, and he became extremely vigilant. He thought that the culprit who had broken into Gringotts and secretly released the troll had not yet shown his true colors. Now, in this wild village near the school, another suspicious person who hid his face had appeared. How could one not be suspicious? Harry pondered. "Brother, you didn't see this person's face, but could you distinguish his voice? Was he a stutterer?" His voice was a bit deep and hoarse, but not like Professor Quirrell's stutter. "And his build? Was there anything particularly unusual about it?" Seeing his repeated questioning, Ron understood. "Harry, do you suspect that the person who lost the dragon egg to Hagrid is the thief who wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone?" Upon hearing the words Philosopher's Stone, Hagrid's face changed drastically, and he nearly jumped up. "How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Who told you?" "Professor Dumbledore told us, of course." Harry mused. "Let's put this aside for now. Brother, tell us more about that suspicious person." Ron also nodded in agreement. "That's right, this person must be highly suspicious. Norwegian Ridgeback eggs are very rare, you can't necessarily buy one even with money." Seeing their serious expressions, Hagrid also became uneasy and told them everything that had happened that day. It turned out that when the passerby and Hagrid were drunk, they only talked about magical creatures like Cerberus and hippogriffs, but did not mention the Philosopher's Stone at all. Harry and Ron listened carefully, pondering for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. "Harry, what do you think? Do you think there's a problem?" Harry shook his head and said, "Archaic is a simple man and not good at intricate reasoning. I only regret that a wise person like Big Sister isn't here to help us find the flaws." Seeing that they couldn't find any fault, Hagrid finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You two really scared me just now. I thought I had actually revealed a secret. By the way, why did Professor Dumbledore tell you about the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry was still pondering the hooded passerby, and Ron, thinking he didn't want to talk, quickly changed the subject and said, "Hagrid, you should know that raising dragons is illegal, right? As early as the Wizarding Convention of 1709, it was strictly forbidden for individuals to keep dragons." Hagrid mumbled, "Oh, it's fine, this little baby hasn't even been born yet. It'll be a long time before it grows up. But what happens when it grows up? Dragons grow very fast, they can be 3 times bigger than when they were just born in just a few months. And if you're caught privately raising a dragon, not only will you be punished, but the dragon will also be executed by the Ministry of Magic." These words were sharp, striking Hagrid's heart. He was at a loss for a moment, still indecisive. "What's so difficult about this?" Harry recovered and said with a smile, "If you can't keep it privately, then keep it publicly. If anyone asks, just say that the school has an imperial decree to subdue this dragon." "That's a good idea." Hagrid's eyes lit up, then dimmed again, but how would Professor Dumbledore agree? Harry smiled and said, "Don't panic, brother, Archaic will tell you a phrase that will surely make Professor Dumbledore nod his head. It's said that Hagrid obtained a dragon egg and wanted to raise it, but the Ministry of Magic had strict laws prohibiting it. Exploiting a loophole in the wording of public versus private, Hogwarts became the tiger's skin. How would Dumbledore agree?" Harry had just the right words to strike at the heart of the matter. As for what Harry's words were, listen to the next installment for the explanation. To pick up where we left off, Harry was about to teach Hagrid a phrase that would make Dumbledore nod his head in willing agreement. Hagrid eagerly asked, "What is it?" Harry said, "When you see Professor Dumbledore, you only need to say one sentence. You owe Harry a life, and now you can repay it with this dragon." If you ask what this means, it is because the troll brazenly invaded the girls' bathroom, nearly taking Hermione's life. It must be known that Harry and Dumbledore have a life and death oath between them, so how could this life debt not hang over the White Wizard? Ron and Hagrid, unaware of the oath, were both stunned to hear that Dumbledore owed Harry a life debt. "Ha, Harry, Professor Dumbledore owes you a life. Oh, Harry, you can't joke about such things casually." Hagrid was surprised and disbelieving, and Harry chuckled again. "How could Archaic deceive you, brother?" Hagrid, having no other option, could only remember the words, scratched his shaggy hair, and said, "Oh, thank you for helping me solve such a big problem, Harry, I really don't know how to thank you." "You are mistaken, brother, given our brotherhood, there's no need to speak of thanks," Harry said playfully. "If you feel uneasy, then tell me the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid listened, alarmed and uneasy. "That's absolutely not allowed, Harry, I can't tell anyone. This is my promise to Professor Dumbledore." Although Hagrid was burly, his nature was gentle. Having just received Harry's help, and now giving evasive answers, he was afraid Harry would get angry and stammered, "I'll still solve this dragon egg matter myself." Harry was displeased and exclaimed, "Brother, you are so unforthcoming, do you even consider Archaic a brother? As the saying goes, a promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and brother is a trustworthy person, which is what a true man does. How could Archaic do such a dirty trick of forcing brother to betray his faith?" A poem serves as proof. Hagrid's promise, heavy as mountains, loyalty and righteousness, a difficult choice. Harry's magnanimity, a broad mind, a modern Meng Chong, righteousness reaching the heavens. These words struck Hagrid like thunder, making him deeply ashamed, believing he had judged a gentleman with a villain's heart, and he quickly spoke words of apology. Harry laughed. "Brother is so refined, but Archaic is a rough man, only knowing that one bowl of wine is better than 1,000 words." With that, he took out the hot wine from his embrace. Hagrid was convinced by these words, feeling petty in comparison. Where was the demeanor of a true man Harry spoke of? He no longer cared about Harry's talk of strong liquor and went to untie a wind-cured fatty pork from a beam on the wall, then chopped it into a large plate of meat on the chopping board. "That's right, Harry, let's all three of us have a drink." The three of them, like a whirlwind, drank all the strong liquor and devoured all the meat. Harry and Ron ate until their mouths were slick and their bellies full, then they bowed deeply, clasped their hands, and took their leave. After 7 or 8 days, the Christmas holiday concluded, and students returned to school one after another. Upon seeing Hermione, Harry hosted a banquet in the common room to welcome her. Now that Hermione understood the trade-off between friendship and academic points, upon seeing the forbidden strong liquor, she didn't make a fuss but took a sip. "His tilde so spicy." Harry and Ron both laughed. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of dishes, Harry recounted the story of Hagrid and the passerby, saying, "Archaic and my brother have been racking our brains for days, but haven't figured out a thing. Big sister is resourceful, I hope you can ponder it over so I can know if this passerby is a suspicious person." Hermione pondered for a moment and said, "It's hard to judge from that if he's definitely a bad guy, but he doesn't seem like a good guy either. If we assume he's the thief trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, then it means the Philosopher's Stone must be guarded by a magical creature." Harry wondered, "What do you mean by that, big sister?" "Think about it. He contacted Hagrid certainly to extract information, but they only discussed magical creatures, which can only mean the Philosopher's Stone is related to one of the magical creatures they mentioned. Indeed, there is specialization in every field. When it comes to pondering, it must be someone as clever as Hermione." A few words from her immediately enlightened Harry and Ron. Harry poured her a cup, admiringly saying, "Big sister is truly resourceful, her wisdom can rival Zhong Liang, and her talent surpasses Fan Li." Although Hermione didn't know who Zhong Liang or Fan Li were, she enjoyed the compliment. She tilted her head and hummed, "It's nothing, we just need to figure out the size of the magical creatures they mentioned and find places where they can hide, then we can find the Philosopher's Stone." Harry had long given up the idea of finding the Philosopher's Stone, but now, seeing a clue, his interest was rekindled. The three of them deciphered the mysteries of those magical creatures in the library and then searched the castle. They only regretted that their schoolwork was heavy, often leaving them with no free time. Those winding staircases also acted on their own, always tripping people up, causing Harry to flare up in inexplicable anger several times. If it weren't for Dumbledore's intervention, he would have almost chopped them down. After some days, Hagrid suddenly sent Snowy with a letter. Harry opened it and saw that on the parchment, in flowing script, was only one sentence: "He is about to be born." Although no name was mentioned, the three of them knew perfectly well what it meant. If not the dragon, what else could it be? That day, after evening class, the three of them rushed out of the castle like a gust of wind and headed straight for Hagrid's hut. It was now early spring, but Hagrid's house was even more tightly sealed, not even a crack showing. Upon entering the house, they saw Hagrid wearing a vest, yet still sweating profusely. "Oh, you've finally arrived, a little later and you wouldn't have seen it." Hagrid wiped his sweat and pulled the three of them to the fireplace, where they saw the black egg had already cracked and was making clicking sounds. "I've never seen a dragon before," Hermione said expectantly. "Hagrid, have you thought of a name for it?" "Oh, I've decided to call him Norbert. If it's a girl, then it will be Norberta." As the two were still talking, there was a sudden, grating crack, and the black egg split open, a baby dragon emerging. What they saw was a body of solid black iron bones, lean like a scorched iron spear shaft. On its back, two spiny, hard wings spread wide, like iron umbrellas hanging upside down. Several bumps protruded from its head, and a pair of strange eyes stared wide open. It was as if a yaksha had left the underworld, truly a baleful star bursting through the gate of heaven. This palm-sized baby dragon was fierce. When Hagrid's rough finger touched it, it immediately bit down. "Oh, look, the little fellow recognizes his mother." The baby dragon's milk teeth were tender and couldn't harm anyone, and Hermione also took a liking to it, reaching out to touch it. "Look, it's licking my hand." Hermione was still playing with it when the little dragon suddenly got angry, sneezed, and two sparks shot out of its nostrils. It must be known that dragons breathing fire is their nature, and this young dragon, with just a sneeze, instinctively opened its mouth for a moment and suddenly spewed a stream of fire. The flame was thin and long, heading straight for Hermione's face. She couldn't dodge in time and had a good many strands of hair singed. Seeing that this baby dragon was unreasonable and acting like a wild beast, Harry's face turned cold, and he drew his knife. "You beast, how dare you hurt my big sister?" Harry drew his blade, startling Hagrid so much that his soul nearly left his body. "Harry! No!" He shouted loudly, but Harry's blade was faster, touching the dragon hatchling's neck in an instant. The ring knife was sharp, its edge pressing against the scales, drawing a line of blood. Harry roared, Come, you vile beast. Spray archaic with fire one more time. It is human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm, and the same is true for all creatures. Although the dragon hatchling was newly born and ignorant of what life and death were, it felt a chilling cold on its neck and a surge of murderous intent from the person in front of it. The ferocity in its chest was dispersed by this ominous aura, its limbs splayed out, its wings retracted, nearly wetting itself, and it dared not move an inch. Seeing it cower, Harry snorted and then sheathed his blade. Hagrid quickly wrapped the hatchling in his arms, saying with a pained expression, Harry, he's just a child. Harry said, Brother, your kindness is misplaced. If this beast isn't disciplined and its wildness isn't tamed, won't it turn on its master when its fangs and claws grow sharp? Harry's words were golden, and Hagrid scratched his head. All right, it's just that I thought you were really going to kill Norbert. The hatchling, recovering in Hagrid's arms, opened its mouth again and spewed fire. Harry saw it clearly, glared, and the hatchling immediately looked sheepish, curling up on its own. Ron watched, dumbfounded, and said, Harry, if Charlie knew you trained dragons like this, I bet he'd lecture you all day. Harry found it strange. If not trained like livestock, then how? Livestock. Ron swallowed. Dragons were 5x rated magical creatures, yet Harry treated it like livestock, truly worthy of being the wizard who defeated you-know-who. With Harry's deterrence, the hatchling behaved obediently. After Ron and Hermione had played enough, the three took their leave. Outside the hut, Hagrid still called out, Come often when you have time. I'll write to you all and share Norbert's daily life. Hermione, seeing his joy, smiled. It seems Hagrid is ready to be a mother. Oh, it won't be easy for him to be a male mother, Ron grumbled. Can you imagine how much Norbert will eat every day when he grows up? I'd say he could eat half the forbidden forest. Hearing the term forbidden forest, Hermione suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! I know." This sudden shout startled Ron, making him jump. Hermione, please don't be so jumpy, what's wrong with the forbidden forest? Think carefully, Hermione whispered, excited. We've searched the entire castle and haven't found the Philosopher's Stone, so where else haven't we looked? Harry exclaimed, if Big Sister is right, is the Philosopher's Stone hidden in the Forbidden Forest? Ron, hearing this, also felt a sudden clarity. There are many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, no wonder that fellow wanted to get close to Hagrid, no one knows the Forbidden Forest better than Hagrid. Hermione and Ron, with a few words, unraveled the mystery, both overjoyed. As the saying goes, Ron spoke without intention, Hermione's mind suddenly cleared. You search high and low to no avail, only to find it effortlessly. The three were eager to explore the Forbidden Forest, but they knew it was a dangerous place, with many 5X-rated magical creatures lurking within. If they rushed in recklessly, they would surely meet their demise. Ron thought for a moment and said, how about we ask Hagrid to take us? He definitely knows where it's dangerous and where it's safe. But we're going to look for the Philosopher's Stone, and we can't let Hagrid know about that. Hermione rolled her eyes. Besides, the Forbidden Forest is so big, how could we possibly search all of it? Harry, seeing Hermione's confidence and knowing she must have a plan, urged, good sister, if you have an idea, please speak quickly, don't keep us in suspense. Hermione was momentarily flustered by being called, good sister, then cleared her throat and said, all right, we can try to trick Hagrid into telling us where all the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest live. Then, by comparing the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest with the magical creatures Hagrid mentioned in Hogsmeade Village, we'll know where to look. Harry, hearing this, clapped his hands in praise, brilliant. Brilliant. That's indeed a good plan, we'll follow Big Sister's suggestion. From then on, whenever they had free time, the three would visit Hagrid's hut to see Norbert. While drinking and chatting, they secretly gathered information about the Forbidden Forest's paths and hidden creatures. Hagrid was a simple man and didn't think much of it, often answering every question. For several months, the Forbidden Forest had been thoroughly understood by the three. Oh, Hagrid, by the way, are there hippogriffs in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione asked, resting her chin on her hand. You know, among the people I know, you're the most knowledgeable about magical creatures. Hagrid loved such compliments. He puffed out his chest and chuckled, oh, Hermione, I just know a little more than others. Hippogriffs mostly live in the northernmost part of the Forbidden Forest, I rarely see them. Hermione nodded secretly, adding a few more notes to the parchment in her hand. That's about it. Seeing Hagrid teasing Norbert, Hermione leaned in and whispered to Harry and Ron, we've basically figured out the situation in the Forbidden Forest now. We can make our move. Ron also rubbed his hands together, how about tonight? I'm ready. The two were excited, but Harry felt a bit worried. He thought to himself, Archaic has his ring knife and is skilled in martial arts. Even if he encounters a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, he has ways to maneuver and evade. Big sister and brother only know some everyday magic. If they truly encounter a formidable opponent, Archaic cannot split himself into 3 heads and 6 arms to protect them. He wanted to explore the Forbidden Forest alone, but he knew Hermione and Ron would not agree, so he intended to hire a bodyguard to ensure their safety. Harry was deep in thought when his eyes met Norbert's. The hatchling, now the size of Fang, still remembered the fierce man from its birth. Seeing his fierce eyes, it quickly turned its neck, suppressing the flames from its mouth and nose. Harry rejoiced inwardly. Although I can't get a bodyguard beast will do. He wanted the dragon but didn't say so directly, only cupped his hands and asked, Brother Hagrid, how is Norbert's appetite now? Hagrid, hearing this, said with a worried expression, at least 10 times what it was when he was born, and his appetite is still growing. Since that's the case, brother, why not entrust him to me? Archaic has encountered a bottleneck in his blade practice recently and wants to find a fierce beast around the Forbidden Forest to train with. If I take Norbert, I can teach him to find some food for himself, and Archaic can also have a protector. Hagrid knew Harry had slain a troll and possessed great martial prowess, but he was only worried that going to the Forbidden Forest would violate school rules. He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, Harry, you cannot go into the Forbidden Forest, not even the surrounding area. It's against school rules. Oh, brother, don't be so pedantic. Why are you acting so petty again? Hagrid wished to be a man of integrity. How could he tolerate Harry speaking to him like that? Moreover, Harry had previously helped him out of trouble, allowing him to keep Norbert. This immense favor had to be repaid now. If it's just around the Forbidden Forest, then I don't think there's too much of a problem. But I must go with you. To pick up from last time, Hagrid had agreed to let Harry practice his sword in the Forbidden Forest, and was also willing to let the baby dragon be his protector. Ron and Hermione, upon hearing this, clamored to go along. Hagrid, unable to resist their persistence, nodded, but shifted his intention of protecting Harry to protecting Ron and Hermione. After the three bid farewell and left the hut, Hermione asked, puzzled, Harry, why did you tell Hagrid we were going to the Forbidden Forest? Harry clasped his hands and bowed, saying, to report to you, big sister, it's not that I betrayed you. It's just that the Forbidden Forest is too dangerous, and I feared for your safety, so I told him everything. It's so that Brother Hagrid and Norbert can protect you all completely. Though his words were sincere, Ron was not convinced. He wanted to retort, but though he opened his mouth wide, not a single word came out. It really seemed. Harry was right. Hermione and I only knew some everyday magic, so we couldn't help Harry much. No, Hermione is very smart, so the one who couldn't help was just me. Ron's heart churned, and he clenched his fists, leaving 5 purple marks on his palms. He bit his lip hard, grinding his teeth with a creaking sound. He only regretted not having 8 arms to sweep through the Forbidden Forest and help Harry. That night, Harry, Ron, and Hermione put on the invisibility cloak and went to Hagrid's hut. They packed their bags, brought their wands and weapons, and led Norbert towards the Forbidden Forest. It should be known that practicing sword in the Forbidden Forest that night was a pretense. Searching for the Philosopher's Stone was the real objective. Harry found an excuse to have Hagrid and Norbert protect Hermione and Ron, and then he left on his own. After dozens of days of such back and forth, many places on the Forbidden Forest map were marked with crosses, yet there was still no trace of the Philosopher's Stone, leaving Harry and the others completely baffled. Indeed, searching the castle, no trace, scouring the Forbidden Forest, all in vain. Scarface has nowhere to search, the Philosopher's Stone is hidden in the mists. That night, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, still under the invisibility cloak, returned to Hagrid's hut. Hermione grumbled, where on earth is the Philosopher's Stone hidden? We've almost searched the entire Forbidden Forest. Ron said, perhaps your deduction was wrong. Maybe the Philosopher's Stone was put into the Black Lake. Oh, my deduction can't be wrong. Hagrid didn't mention any magical creatures in deep water to that passerby. Harry also exclaimed, those mosquitoes in the Forbidden Forest are too vicious, one bite makes Archaic itch to death. If we still can't find it, I won't go and be food for them anymore. The three chatted for a while, and when they reached Hagrid's hut, they each went their separate ways as usual. Harry, carrying his sword, walked alone, looking at the map Hermione had hand-drawn, turning left from a winding path. After about an incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly saw his wrist guard glowing. Startled, he quickly wrapped the guard in his robe, drew his wand, and dove into a haystack. It should be known that Flitwick had said beforehand that if danger was encountered, the spell would glow. Now that the wrist guard was flickering with a glow, how could Harry not know that something had changed in his surroundings? He looked around and suddenly saw something lying in the distance, with a puddle of silvery liquid on the ground. Harry's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, oh dear. Isn't that a unicorn? He recalled using unicorn horn and tail hair in potion class and knew it was a rare magical creature. Though its body was full of treasures, no one dared to harm its life, simply because the unicorn was noble and pure, surrounded by 3 parts of auspiciousness. Such an auspicious beast lay dead, killed by some unknown robber. Harry was still pondering when he heard a rustling sound from a pile of tall grass in the distance. Suddenly, a black-robed figure emerged, stooping to drink the unicorn's blood. Seeing this, Harry thought, this scoundrel hides his head and tail, not revealing any part of his face. Could it be that passerby from Hogsmeade Village? Archaic must capture him and interrogate him thoroughly. He stood up, walking forward. The black-robed figure, as if having eyes in the back of his head, suddenly turned, raised his wand, and shouted loudly. Fiendfire. This spell was the Fiendfire curse. With just one shout, a fiery serpent erupted from the wand. The fiery serpent, fierce and menacing, lunged directly at him. Harry rolled on the ground to dodge it. Unexpectedly, the fiery serpent seemed to have gained sentience, twisting its body and lunging again. Harry was horrified. What a tracking spell. As the saying goes, 2 swords for footwork, 1 sword for handwork. The fiery serpent lunged like an arrow, but Harry was as steady as a mountain. With a shout, he drew his sword and executed a powerful, cleaving Mount Wa strike. Ha! The blade, wrapped in the night wind, cleaved down from above, and in an instant, the fiery serpent vanished into thin air. The black-robed figure did not know that this Buddhist sword was a magic weapon, inherently countering certain magic. Seeing Harry cut the fire with his sword, he cried out in horror, "How is this possible?" Harry ignored him, pointed his wand at a sharp, jagged stone, chanted a spell, and cast a levitation charm. The stone, receiving the command, floated up. Harry then flicked his wand, and the stone flew directly towards the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure twisted to dodge the stone, but then saw Harry approaching with his sword, wrapped in a murderous aura. He shook his wand, and thousands of rays of light spewed from its tip. Growth charms, hardening charms, enlargement charms, all sorts of spells, useful and useless, were cast. Several spells erupted simultaneously, illuminating the dark forbidden forest. The black-robed figure merely pointed his wand, cast a protega, and all those spells vanished like mud oxen entering the sea, leaving no trace of movement. Seeing this scoundrel break all spells with one, Harry cursed inwardly, regretting that this accursed school only taught flashy tricks and never presented true skills. The black-robed figure blocked the spells and then shouted again, Avada Kedavra. Although Harry didn't recognize this spell, he knew it must be a powerful one. Seeing the wand raised, he didn't hesitate, bent at the waist, and lunged forward. This lunge not only avoided the spell but also aimed to close the distance. His arm swung like a full moon, spinning the sword, and the blade, singing with the wind, cut horizontally. With a snap and a flash of cold light, the scoundrel's left ankle was severed at the joint. It should be known that the Buddhist sword's edge was unimpeded. The black-robed figure only felt a chill in his ankle, as if struck by an icicle. Looking down, he saw his leg separated from his foot, blood gushing like a waterfall. Ah! 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 Just then, a horse's neigh was heard in the distance. The black-robed figure reacted as if facing a formidable enemy, flicking his wand to release a swirling cloud of mist. When the mist dispersed, the scoundrel had already picked up his severed foot and fled, leaving no trace. The horse's neigh drew closer. Harry looked intently and saw the newcomer was half human, half horse, with a bare torso and platinum blonde hair. "Are you all right?" The centaur bent down to help Harry up, and upon seeing his forehead, he exclaimed again, "Oh, you are the Potter child. I don't change my name when I walk, nor my surname when I sit, it is indeed archaic." Harry brushed himself off and bowed, saying, "If not for your heroic rescue just now, Archaic might have lost half his life fighting that scoundrel. Please accept my bow." Picking up from last time, Harry bowed in greeting, which momentarily flustered the centaur. He had grown up in the Forbidden Forest for decades and met many wizards, but he had never seen such a greeting. The centaur, thinking he was simply unaccustomed to such formality, helped Harry up and said, "It's all right, Mr. Potter. Even if you weren't here, I would fight to the end against the one who killed the unicorn. The Forbidden Forest is my home. One must know that the Forbidden Forest spans thousands of acres, truly vast and dense. It harbors countless fierce beasts, more treacherous than Peach Blossom Mountain, and more sinister than Red Pine Forest." Harry thought to himself, such a dangerous place, yet this centaur calls it home. He must be a skilled wanderer. Why shouldn't Archaic get to know him? He cupped his hands and said, "Brother, you are too formal. Just call me Harry." The centaur paused for a moment. "Ah, my name is Firenze." Muttering Harry's strange words to himself, he said, "Please get on my back, Harry. I think you'd be safest with Hagrid right now." Harry replied, "Archaic has all his limbs and is not injured. Why should brother carry me? But you only have 2 legs, it's hard to keep up with my speed." Harry declined several times, but seeing his earnest invitation, he could only say, "Since you insist, Archaic thanks brother first. If you ever need my help, through fire or water, I will not hesitate." "Ah, Harry, I haven't seen a wizard other than Hagrid in a long time. Do wizards nowadays all speak like you?" Harry got on the centaur's back, grabbed his mane, and said, "Brother, your words are strange. Just speak as it comes naturally, what does it matter what style it is?" Firenze pondered for a moment, nodded, and galloped away with his 4 hooves. The centaur moved swiftly, covering several miles in no time. Harry saw him heading straight out of the forbidden forest and called out, "Brother, have you mistaken the way? Brother Hagrid is still in the forest. How can we go outside the forest? Hagrid has already left the forbidden forest, the planets told me so." Firenze continued without stopping, looking up at the sky. The planets hide many secrets, both present and future. Centaurs see more clearly than wizards. Harry was astonished. This centaur tribe even had the ability of an astrologer. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother, if you have such a skill to peer into fate and observe the stars, I beg you to ask the planets, what is the name of that blood-drinking cloaked man?" Firenze ignored Harry's question and instead asked, "Harry, do you know what unicorn blood can be used for? Archaic has only used their fur and horn, but I don't know what the blood is for. Unicorn blood can prolong your life." Firenze sighed, "Even if you are at death's door, when its blood touches your lips, you will have a half-life. As the saying goes, blessings and misfortunes are intertwined." Harry, having heard the benefits of drinking unicorn blood, knew there would be a catch, so he asked, "Since you've spoken of the good, what about the bad? The rest of your life will be cursed by this pure and noble creature." Harry said, "A single curse is not a big deal. But to harm a life just to prolong one's own existence is not the act of a true man. But some people don't care. Harry, do you know what is hidden in the school right now? Could it be the Philosopher's Stone? Then, don't you understand?" Firenze stopped, turned back, and said, "Who is in the school, seeking the power of eternal life?" Harry said, "It is Archaic." Upon hearing this, Firenze's eyes, like brass bells, were fixed on his face. His tongue felt as if a 1,000-pound millstone was pressing on it, unable to utter a single word. After a long while, he finally spoke, "No, Harry, I am talking about the half-dead person who needs this cursed blood to prolong his life, so that he can last until he uses the Philosopher's Stone." Firenze intended to give a hint, and Harry knew what he meant. Who else could it be but Lord Voldemort, who was neither dead nor alive? He heard a clatter from Scarface's mouth, like two broadswords grinding against his teeth, sparks flying furiously from the corners of his mouth, almost incinerating the forbidden forest. Archaic is furious. To think that villain Lord Voldemort escaped. Hearing the name Lord Voldemort, Firenze also became uneasy, stomping his hooves. He was about to speak when Harry suddenly jumped off his back and turned to go deeper into the forbidden forest. Firenze quickly called out, "Harry, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to kill that villain Lord Voldemort and avenge my parents." Seeing the murderous aura surrounding him, Firenze quickly stepped forward to block him. "Harry, he has already run away, he won't come back." Harry's eyes were bloodshot, almost grinding his teeth to dust. "Let him run. Archaic will catch him himself. If I don't cut out that villain's heart and liver for soup, if I don't chop up that villain's flesh and bones to fill my gut, if I don't pull out that villain's tongue for wine, how can Archaic vent his hatred?" One must know that centaurs are peace-loving, and had never heard such venomous words. Harry's words, like a hoarse demon, made Firenze's hair stand on end and his heart tremble. But he won't appear in the forbidden forest anymore, because he has already been exposed. Firenze swallowed and took 2 steps back, so, the next time he appears, it will only be to steal the Philosopher's Stone. The centaur repeatedly used kind words to persuade him, which finally calmed Harry's rage. "Come on, Harry, it's better for us to leave the forbidden forest quickly. Archaic truly hates him to death." Firenze said nothing, merely quickening his pace. By the time the two left the forbidden forest, Hagrid and the other two, leading the dragon, had already been waiting for a long time. Seeing Harry and Firenze, Hagrid exclaimed, "Oh. Firenze. What are you doing here?" "Good evening, Hagrid." Firenze nodded, "I happened to meet Harry, and now I'm handing him over to you." With that, he galloped straight back into the forbidden forest. When the centaur was out of sight, Hagrid said, "Harry, how did you meet Firenze? Did something happen on your side?" Harry nodded, "Brother, I cannot hide this from you. Archaic encountered that villain Lord Voldemort." These words were like a sudden clap of thunder in the sky, or a fierce tiger leaping out of nowhere. It shook the three of them, their souls scattered, their spirits adrift, as if they had been hit by a freezing spell. Even the dragon folded its wings and dared not make a sound. "Ha, Harry, you can't joke about such things." Hagrid finally recovered after a long moment, saying in a flustered tone, "He's gone." Ron's face was also pale, and he said, "Harry, are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Seeing that they didn't believe him, Harry took off his robe and showed the silver bloodstains. If brother doesn't believe me, just look at this blood. Hagrid was knowledgeable about magical creatures, how could he not know this was unicorn blood? He said in horror, Merlin's beard. He really is back. Harry ignored this, picked up his robe, and headed straight for the castle. Hermione saw this and quickly said, Harry, where are you going? Archaic has some good words to discuss with that old man Dumbledore. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.